Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever. Excuse me, I know I just did a video yesterday. Actually, there's a couple of videos that I wanted to put out for the channel, but again, you guys know my time is limited, and so I just gotta fit it in when I can. But I did want to do this video today. I sent out some feelers to the guys. Hopefully, Hebot and Sega Man can join us on this podcast. But if not, um, I already talked to Hebot yesterday. Told him I was going to set something up for today. Sent them the links, and I would like them to jump in so we could do this. But I wanted to, as you can see by the title, Aftermath, I like to do these videos, especially when it comes to Xbox and their showcases. They had a big one on Sunday. It was huge. Very impressive, which um, they always exceed my expectations, man. I've never seen a showcase that they've done that wasn't good, if not great. Most of the showcases, I give them 10 out of 10. Kind of shared my thoughts a little bit on the video, but this is the official one because I want to talk about the specifics. They will, if the guys jump in, we'll talk about some other stuff involving Xbox. Right. Again, if you're new to the Xbox game, if you're new to the Xbox ecosystem, if you saw the showcase, or if you were debating whether to get an Xbox or not, I know it's rough with the economy right now. Again, like I say on my channel, being in video games is not a cheap hobby. Never was. Um, but in this day and age, is absolutely ridiculous, man. You gotta really pinch your pennies for most people, right? Because it is a luxury buy right now, right? It's a luxury item. It's like I said yesterday's video. It's something that depends on a good economy um, and disposable income, and it's always been that way, man. Because you won't die at the end of the day if you don't have an Xbox or video games, right? You're not gonna die, right? Now you talk about water, electric, place to live. There's people struggling with real world issues, real life situations. So of course, if you have a family, you always put it first, man. We all talked about that on our channel. That's why I like the guys that I cruise with, man, because we're kind of family oriented. We have our responsibilities. We're a lot older than most. We grew up in this gaming environment. Been with the industry since its inception, which tells you what kind of telling you my age right now. But I got to see everything in and in between, and it's been a great ride. A lot of ups, some downs, but for the most part, it's been great. Especially in this day and age, and that's kind of what I want to talk about. Xbox getting back to their roots, and if there was any doubt what they're going to do, I think the showcase showed a lot of evidence of what direction they're going to go in. Okay, so what I'll do, man, is I'll just kick it off, and then I wanted to share. I know Sega Man did a podcast where they looked, or was that Unlimited? I think Unlimited did a podcast where they actually looked at the entirety of the showcase. Might do that. At the very least, I'll probably run it in the background and then do commentary on it. At least if the guys jump in, and then they can give their thoughts. But specifically, man, I just wanted to um, discuss at least with the showcase, and then also the future of what give my thoughts on what I think Xbox is going to do. Because there's a lot of stuff going around in the Xbox media. And like I said, if you're new to this Xbox ecosystem and how Xbox is treated in media, you're getting a rude awakening this week, right? Because it went like from people wondering what Xbox is going to do, especially in light of the first 100 days of Asa Sharma taking over as the CEO of Xbox. Some of the stuff that she said, the interviews that she's done now. One thing I love about Asha, and I'll do a separate video on her, I'm not going to cover it in detail here. But the one thing I love about her is she's brutally honest. She gets ahead of the curve. You can tell she's younger and she understands the power of social media, relating to their customer base. It's probably why she was chosen for this position, right? And I know a lot of people gave her crap, not being a gamer, quote unquote. When talking with Hebot yesterday, and he'll probably expand on this, it's interesting to see that some of the guys that we liked growing up in the gaming industry were not considered gamers, right? Because at the end of the day, right, it is a business. Like I said yesterday, it's an entertainment business, and I like what Asha's saying, and I like what she's doing, and I like that she's putting out hard truths. So that's what people need right now. They don't need to be gaslighted, right? They need to know what's really going on. And in some aspects, man, a lot of people expect her to have the answer for everything. It's there's an ebb and flow to gaming, especially when it comes to the industry, right? As a lot of you Xbox guys have probably figured out, a lot of the stuff that was said back in 2013 was all BS. A lot of people claiming to be gamers who said they wanted certain things, they're a bunch of liars. They never really cared. Now, I'm not saying there's not people like that on there. I mean, I know some people that joined the Xbox ecosystem because of the direction that Phil Spencer was taking it, and they're still going in that direction technically, right? As far as the AAA games, right? Their own studios making their own games, right? Their ecosystem, ID at Xbox, all that stuff. If you look across, if you put all the noise aside and you look at what Xbox is doing, um, they're they're untouchable right now. There's no other company, Nintendo or PlayStation, that's doing that. Maybe Steam, I guess, right? But when it comes to console gaming, dude, it's Xbox is where it's at. That's what I was saying yesterday. That's why I don't believe a lot of people, man, when you talk to me about gaming, because when I listen to them, I can tell, dude, they get a lot of their gaming from the gaming media and secondhand information. For example, one of the things that happened during the week was Asha and I forget the other guy's name. Todd. Was it Todd somebody? Hey, what's up, Tool Man? What's up, brother? Welcome to the show. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do one with Hebot and Sega Man if they have time. Hopefully they'll jump in. They tend to jump in when I start the podcast, as I sent them the link already. But man, thanks for being here, brother. I forgot the name of that guy too, man. That I want to say Peter. I don't know if Peter's in my mind or Todd, right? Let me look it up real quick. It's like the COOS of Xbox. CEO of Xbox, maybe. Dang, come on, man. I have issues. This is interesting because I don't see anything. Anyway, yeah, sorry about these birds, man. They're so irritating. Can't stand them. Well, Bing's not being a lot of help for me. But I forget what his name. It's Todd somebody, right? Interview inter. Nope. Showcasing. Nope. Man, you think the Bing would be on it? Anyway, I think he's like the COS, or I know Sasha's took Phil's position, and there's Matt Booty, and then there's somebody else that's with him now. And he was giving a good interview, talking about the direction of Xbox, a lot of stuff that he talked about, and it was interesting to me, man, because a lot of people, when he gave the interview, man, just totally took him out of context, right? My point being is that if you're going to be if you're going to bleed green, this is the stuff that you got to deal with, and it's unfortunate that it's that way, but it is what it is. That's why I did my video yesterday talking about the console war. It's real. It's always been real. It is. It's never gone away. I don't know where people decided. The only thing I could see is just some people are tired of this, and I don't blame them. When I first started doing this kind of content for Xbox, and I started it because it was nobody else was doing it, or very few people were, and I wanted to give my thoughts. Like I've told the story about how I got an Xbox One. It's because when I saw what they were presenting, and luckily there was a Microsoft store that opened up. It's closed now, but we had a Microsoft store near me at the mall where I live, or next to the mall where I live, and it was interesting to me because a lot of the stuff I was hearing about the Xbox, because back then I was still multi-console, and I was looking at going just with just one console. And so when you make decisions like that, right, you see people kind of doing that right now because of the economy. You tend to be a little bit more thorough. I know gaming, so it doesn't take much for me. But ultimately, doing the research on it and seeing what Xbox had was totally against everything that was being said in the gaming media, even at GameStop, where I would frequent regularly. Man, those guys had a serious bias, and I had no idea it was like that. right? And until the Xbox One came out, then I began to realize it's like, man, these people are hating on this console. Because you guys remember what they launched with, right? And if you just look at what they had, what they were giving you as a gamer, dude, they had a great launch, right? And the thing that sold me wasn't all the, I wasn't like bleed green Xbox back then. The thing that sold me, I just looked at the games. Then I looked at the games that were coming out, man. I knew if I bought this console from the jump, there would be 5 games that I'll be playing. Right? So that's why in 2013 when Xbox One launched, dude, they were talking about stupid crap like 980p, 990p, all this kind of other crap, man, because they couldn't hit them where it counts. Because if you're a gamer, at the end of the day, it's all about gaming, right? That's what I've been doing. That's why the content's kind of been lacking on my channel because I have limited time because of my job, right? My new job that I have and what I have to do and what I'm working towards. I have goals now at my job. Not that I didn't before, but the job I'm at right now, there's no joke. And I work with a bunch of people, man, that are high level. So of course, if you work with people like that, it's like playing a video game, man. If you don't want to be the scrub, when I like I've been playing Toxic Commando, dude, and when I got in there, man, there's some stuff I did not know that I didn't want to be the weakest link on a team of 4. I got booted from a couple games, man, because I didn't know what was going on, which is fine, man. I've been online gaming for years, um, but you don't want to be the scrub, and that's how it is at my job. Right? Got to step up, right? And there's a path for me to go even higher. So that's got to take precedence. That's why I said, man, I understand, dude. I mean, used to be a hardcore gamer, not anymore, but I still consider myself a gamer. There's people. The problem I have is there are people that think they're gamers and they're not. They don't care about the industry. It's not like I don't care about the industry. It's just time and money, right? So if we're being honest, dude, there's something like if you say you're a fan of something or if you participate in something, man, you have to. There's got to be fruit, bro. I got to see that. And for a lot of this stuff, I don't see. Like most of these influencers and these people that are going online and doing videos, man, I don't listen to any of these guys, dude. There's nothing. Number one, there's nothing they can really tell me, and number two, they I just don't have any confidence in what they say because a lot of the stuff they say is just rinse, wash, and repeat. Now they're getting it from the gaming media, and if you can't tell that the gaming media is totally biased, right, and hateful, right, and influencers as well, I'll rope them into that because the problem was, man, when people first started kicking off on YouTube, it was they wanted a voice. That's why I started this channel, right? We wanted to push back against the false narratives that were out there. That's the whole reason I started Xbox Online channel, right? To promote Xbox, man, but to push back, man, because again, from my own personal experience, when I got the Xbox One, everything I was told was not true. They had Killer Instinct, Titanfall was right around the corner. Um, they had Dead Rising came out, dude. That game was awesome. And it's one of those games that took advantage of the technology that was coming with the console, right? Like if you had the Connect, dude, it was pretty cool. Some of the stuff that you could do in the games. Now, was it earth shattering, earth breaking? No, but it was something that they implemented, man. And the people that came on board, right, were taking advantage of that. I like something as simple as using the camera to scan a QR code. You didn't have to type in those long codes, man. Those 45 character codes. You just put it in front of the camera. You could adjust the camera, turn your Xbox on, right? Now, some of that stuff could have used some work, right? But right from the jump, man. Yeah, and look, I'm preaching to the choir. A lot of you guys that watch it, right? But just a good little refresher, right? Right from the jump, man. Everybody was against Xbox One, right? Every console that launches has issues, right? Every every console that's a brand new console, man, has got to deal with certain things, right? But from the get go, man, the Xbox One was just public enemy number one. That's what it was, and people can't tell me any different because I was there, man, and the experience I had with picking up an Xbox One, um, that hate was palpable. Man, you could cut it. You could cut it with a knife, dude. It was so thick. And that's how this channel's born. Again, Xbox All In channel is because the Xbox One, the 2013 console that launched, was supposed to be the all-in-one box. Like for a lot of you guys that was sitting there complaining about TV, I believe maybe 20% of you. The rest of you guys, man, because other companies have done that. Did you participated in it every day? Whether it's Sony PlayStation, right? Whether it's on Apple TV. If you guys got Disney Plus, I know most of us have Netflix, right? The only sin that Microsoft committed, dude, was being too ahead of the curve. And that's why I kind of gravitated to them, man, because the only other company that used to do that prior to Xbox and what Microsoft was doing was Sega. And you know my gamer tag is Sega forever. So I'm a huge Sega fan, right? Oh, what's up, Unlimited? Yeah, yesterday, dude, I had to go. That's why it was just gonna be a quick rant video because even Ebot came in and said he'd join me, right? But I was like, yeah, I couldn't, man. I had to, my daughter. I had to go check on my daughter. In fact, she's sick today. So she just started her job. She has a summer hire job. It's a really good job, actually. Um, yeah, so that's how my life is right now, bro. It just revolves around doing stuff, right, and getting my games in when I can. Though I will agree with you, brother. If you play like you've always said, if you play your games, just play your games, dude. Everything doesn't matter. And I kind of lost sight of that, dude. I've been playing more of my games, trying to, with the time that I have, man. I'm trying to get my Bing points as well. I was playing not too long ago. I was playing Solitaire and Joel, man. If you play Joel, you get bonus, you get Bing points. If you play Solitaire, we have to play a PC game, and I'm not a big PC guy. So while I was setting up for the show today, man, trying to set everything out, um, I just basically played some PC games to get my points, and it's pretty cool, man. I remember. I'm like I said, I'm not a big PC guy, but I love Solitaire. I've always loved that game. I used to play Solitaire with cards because my grandmother used to play it, dude, and that's how I learned from her. So it's always been a game that I like. But yeah, so sorry about yesterday. It was just I had to go, but I wanted to get that off my chest, man. I was just really upset about the console war that people were talking about, dude. I don't know why, especially on the Xbox side, because I get it, man. Some people just don't want to deal with this stuff, dude. But you just and it's fine. You don't have to deal with it, bro. But some of these guys, man, they're out here saying, "Oh, it's over." We're moving on. I'm like, no, no, it's never over, man. As you can see with this week, with everything, with the showcase, with what Asha's been saying, and directly, right? Of course, there's some stuff they can't talk about, but you understand, right? Especially if you guys are on the Xbox side, you guys understand why, right? There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that they can't talk about. But that doesn't mean that they don't want to tell you anything. Now, I granted what was going on with Phil and Sarah coming towards the last couple of years, right? I get it, right? But if you look at the actions, right? That's why I always say, don't tell me, show me. The actions with both Asha, Matt Booty, the marketing team, everybody tries to get ahead of this stuff, right? And kudos to them, like I said yesterday, for actually pushing back on the gaming media and some of these so quote unquote influencers, man, because they need to be checked. They need to be checked big time. If it was up to me, dude, I want to bring back my media blast videos. Because if it was up to me, man, I'd be taking legal action against these guys. Like, who are their sources? What are they saying? Their sources. What are they saying? Where they're getting this information from, right? And the reason that bothers me, man, because things shift with the toxic direction when it comes to information that's released on Xbox. And that's what I mean. You saw what happened, dude. Everything was positive, then all of a sudden, these trying to throw a monkey wrench on all the positivity of what's going on with Xbox. And I would give them room to wiggle a little bit if they did that across the board with the gaming industry, right? Because you guys don't think Sony's having issues? Sony's doing stuff to stay afloat. How about Nintendo? Right? Nintendo's actually getting pushed back from some of their fans because of what they're doing. What I did this week Unlimited is I actually watched people outside of the gaming sphere. They're influencers, right? The reason why they're watching the showcases is because that's what they do. They do reactions. But sometimes, man, I would recommend if you're an Xbox guy, just go find a regular person that's an influencer that's doing it just for the sake of their channel, just for their fans, because the fans want them to react, right? Maybe because a lot of them you can tell they're not hardcore gamers, right? But they don't purport to be, because that's where you get a lot of the most honest reactions. If I'm being honest, like if you're watching this podcast or you watch my stuff, I'm a pro Xbox guy. I don't hide that. I don't. Right. I tell you guys straight up where I stand, especially in this console war. Right. That 100%, man. Bleed green. Right. So of course, if you want me to be biased or like that's why I don't do PlayStation stuff, right? Because I don't care about PlayStation. When I tell you I don't care about PlayStation, I honestly mean that, dude. They could fall off a cliff, right? fine. Nintendo's the same way. I'll comment them. The only time I comment on them is if it's in a generalization of industry news. But I don't make it my personal goal, to cover everything of these people because I don't have to do it. I have enough with Xbox. Xbox gives us more than enough content. The problem with a lot of people that do content on video games is it's always negatively slanted, man. I showed that in the video yesterday, man. You just type in Xbox on YouTube, man, and the first thing that popped up was a negative story. Out of all the stuff that was said, man, out of all the information is out there, dude, and none of these people do the research because, and in some aspects, I understand why they don't do the deep dive on Xbox stuff because they don't own Xboxes. They don't care about Xbox. Dude. They just want the drama, right? They just want the news, man. They want the views, they want the clicks, right? They have this understanding what the video game industry is, which they're totally wrong about, but they don't care, and nobody calls them out on it. If there's one piece of advice I give to Asha, man, she's gonna have to, and she's doing it. She's doing it, man. But they gotta get, like I said yesterday, you gotta get medieval on this stuff. You gotta start calling these people on the carpet, man. You gotta start letting the dogs loose, man. Like Matt Booty when he first stepped on board, some of the stuff he said, they need to bring that back. Aaron Greenberg challenging people on Twitter, and not disrespectfully. They don't have to, man. They hold all the cards, right? But that's what you gotta do. You gotta push back. Because it's an uphill battle for them, man. If they want to, like Asha says, by 2030, they want to be the dominant entertainment company in gaming, right? They got a lot of work to do. Now, I've laid out my game plan for them, right? And like I said yesterday, if they follow my game plan, and I'll stick by this, man. This is me, right? Just putting it out there. You don't have to agree with whatever, but for me, dude, if you want, you could do this in 2 years if you really wanted to. But in order to do that, man, you're gonna have to break some eggs, man. You're gonna have to get hardcore. Like I said, medieval. You're gonna have to be like Medieval Doom on these guys, man. Just ripping through stuff, dominating, taking over. Not kowtowing to these people, man. The best thing I could say, man, why it's been so hard under Phil Spencer, man. It reminds me because you guys know I'm a Steelers fan, or if you guys didn't know, I'm a huge Steelers fan, dude. And one thing I loved about Pittsburgh is their defense, man. The history that's behind their defensive teams, defensive units, right? And I'm not just talking about the players, man. I mean the coaches, the organization, everything, man. We're one of the few teams that for a while was playing the 3-4 defense, man. And the reason why we played 3-4 defense, man, is because we blitz, and we have the personnel to support that 3-4 defense. Something you live and they live and die by it, man. But for the most part, they've been successful. And the one thing I could never stand, though, what Pittsburgh would do is they would secure themselves a lead. And instead of being aggressive, man, they would play prevent. They would play a prevent defense, man. They go nickel dime package, and then they would play prevent. Meanwhile, you got a rusher like Gray Lloyd on the side. You got a defensive backs in Carnell Lake and Rod Woodson, and even Darren Perry that could blitz. Right, you have Kevin Green on the line, even though he's a linebacker. You got Chad Brown in the middle, and you got LeVon Kirkland, man. Probably one of the best defensive units we've had since the Steel Curtain. And I used to watch them, man, and then sometimes they go into this prevent package, man. It should piss me off, dude. Because what ends up happening, man, they just, instead of being, like, I would rather them go and just lose on a big play. Because sometimes that would happen, man. And then the teams, especially the teams in their division at the time, dude, that's, when you play the Bengals and the Browns, that's why their games are so good, because they play each other all the time, right? So that long ball would kill us. But I would rather them, dude, go in guns blazing. Like I love watching the Steelers, man, even though we got beat on a long bomb. It would happen every once in a while, right? And it could cost them the game. But I'd rather them be aggressive, man. So it was hard for me to sit here and watch Xbox under Phil and Sarah, right? And no hate to them, dude. They did what they did. And we benefit a lot from all the stuff. As you saw by the showcase, man, a lot of that stuff is their era. Right? But they just would do that one or two things. Again, like with the Steelers, man. You watch them run the ball, man. They get the big play. They get the sacks. They show out on the defense. And then for some reason, man, they would just get this mentality like, okay, let's slow it down. This has been working for us, but now we want to play smartly, right? That's what they would say. We got to play smart, right? And all they did was neuter themselves, and that's how it felt like for the last 3 or 4 years with Xbox. Slowly, right? Once Microsoft bought Activision, King Blizzard, man, it should have been like 3-4 all game. They should have been blitzing on. They should have, and you can play a prevent, man. There's some stuff, and that's what they were doing, right? They were doing some stuff, right? That was like, okay, well, we can't do this, right? We can't buy just every single buy. We had to deal with these certain issues, especially when they were trying to acquire Activision King Blizzard, and that's mainly because of COD, right? But my problem with them is they backed up all the way, man. They were too inclusive, right? Like Ebot was saying. In fact, back then, dude, I did a video talking about this where I was saying that Activision King Blizzard needs to be exclusive because the people will come over, man. This is how it works, man. Like, I'm reminded of this because, like I said, I'm playing Toxic Commando, and Toxic Commando, right, is a online game, and it has crossplay, and you can't turn it off, right? So I'm playing with PC guys, I'm playing with PlayStation dudes, and the times that I play with the PlayStation guys, dude, you can tell the guys that are in console war stuff and the people that are not, right? And that's the people that you want. It's almost like gaming is almost like politics, dude. You have your hardcore people, right? And then you just have everybody else. And the people that they need to reach out and get over is the everybody else. But in order to do that, man, you're gonna have to make some tough calls, and that was something Phil Spencer would not do. Right. And it's costing them right now, dude. Asha came on and said about the cost of consoles. And that dude, Peter, man, what's his name? Dude, Todd Moore, Todd whatever. It's ticking me off, man, because I can't find him on the. I mean, dude, it's gonna drive me nuts. It's gonna drive me nuts until I freaking get this dude's name. Interview Xbox CEO. Hold on, guys. I gotta find this dude. Matthew Ball, dude. Why is that so hard to remember? Hebot was telling me this, we were talking about him last night, me and Hebot. Yeah, this dude, Matthew Ball. I finally found it. I actually wanted to do a reaction video on these, man. I just haven't had the time. Same thing with Asha. But these guys are so ahead of the curve, right? They're not letting the narrative. They're not letting the narrative get away from them, man. But it's because of Phil's passive aggressiveness, bro, that put them in the situation that they're in now. So getting back to Matthew Ball, he talked about short supply when it comes to materials. And again, people misread that. There's people in the comment section saying stupid stuff like, well, when I go to the store, I see Xboxes everywhere. That's not what he's saying. The same thing with the advertising. If you watch the interview, it's not advertising just for the sake of advertising to make money off of that. He said it's advertising to help people like save money. For example, right? I talked about this when people were upset about COD, right? The COD thing popped up on my screen when I turned my Xbox. I appreciate it. Why? Because for me, it's hard to keep up with everything now, right? The different packages, the premium packages, what you're going to pay for, what you're going to not pay for. Like, that's the kind of thing that he was talking about that they're going to do, right? Or if you have like when they have their sales and stuff like that, dude, that could be better to let people know. But sometimes they have so much sales, you don't know what's going on. And sometimes with the sales, dude, you don't, some they have different ending dates. Like they have that weekly sale. Sometimes they'll come out with something. Hey, just this weekend we're selling this stuff. And if you can get a hold of that stuff, dude, because they understand that people are hurting financially. Because that's the biggest lie that's happened over the last 13 years under this new console generation, right? That people are willing to pay day one money for games. And when that narrative became a thing, I knew that was BS, man, because you can see people's spending habits. You can check your own spending habits. Do you buy every single game? Unless you're a hardcore fan, right? Then no, you won't. This is one of the reasons why I'm Xbox all in, because I decided to go with one console. Because if I had three consoles, right, I have to take into consideration everything that every company was doing with Xbox, right? I made a conscious choice, and this was just based on their lineup, the potential of the console, the Xbox One it relaunched in 2013. All of that stuff I factored in, and I'm like, dude, this is the place I want to be, right? And I already had an affinity for Xbox because I thought the 360 was amazing, right? I translated from Sega hardware to Xbox hardware. Right? And then at the time, Sega was making content for Xbox. Right? So that's what sold me on the console. And I've never regretted it since, man. Right? The way I like to consume not just gaming, but media as well, it's all on the Xbox. Right? In fact, if there's one thing I like to tell Asha, man, I was like, you need to bring back your stores, man. And you need to incorporate it into your gaming, dude. Don't listen to all the hate, bro. Because look at everything she's done, dude. And this is where I think she needs to set herself apart from Phil. Because Phil, dude, he got just as much hate, even though he was a nice guy. But Asha, dude, she's trying to do a course correction, man, and he's still hating on her, right? And that's not going to change. That's just the reality of being in the Xbox, being Team Xbox. So that's something I hope, man, that they differentiate themselves from the previous administration for Xbox, right? And again, no hate on Phil, man. He did a lot of amazing things. We benefit every single day when I turn on my Xbox. That's not what I'm talking about. But choices have consequences, and some of the stuff that he decided to do was not the right path to go down. And when you make those choices, right, that's what a lot of people are dealing with in the real world right now. Right, I'll be watching videos, you hear people crying about stuff, and some of it is warranted, right? But if I look at some of these people making these videos talking about the economy, and I'm like, dude, if you actually did an honest assessment of where you are in your life, dude, not everything is tariffs, right? Not everything is inflation, right? Well, you have to share some of that responsibility, and that's what I hope to see from Asha, man. And to me, it seems like she's doing that. Now, I don't know anything about this stupid leaked email that came out. I hear a lot of people talking about it. I have not seen anything like that. And I'm not going to rely on that. You guys know I don't like the media for the regular media on anything. Right? Anytime I consume the media, man, it's with a handful of salt. Not a pinch of salt, a handful of salt, man. Because these guys are absolutely dishonest, man. They're evil. All they do is spread lies and propaganda, dude. And if you don't prepare yourself for that, you're gonna get swept away by their BS. So don't do that. Especially when it affects you, man. If you're a gamer, dude, you should actually look honestly at all three. That's what I did. That's why I made the choices that I make, and I live and die by those choices. Just like Sega Man says all the time, man. He likes to play shmups, so he has to have a PlayStation. This PlayStation gets a lot of shmups. The shoot 'em ups, right? I love playing shoot 'em ups too. I don't love them enough to buy a PlayStation, but that's just my choice, and he chooses to do that, which is fine, right? Because he looks at stuff honestly, dude, and he's an honest person when it comes to his assessment on stuff, right? So that's what I'm talking about, man. You may have to make conscientious choices, and you have to be honest, man. And if you're gonna put yourself out there, like how I do on these videos, man, you're getting the way I am on this video is the way I am in real life, especially when it comes to gaming. I'm not gonna gaslight you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna tell you how it is. And there's times where I'll say stuff that you might not like, but that's just my opinion. But there's a lot of times I'll just put facts out there, dude, and you can't refute that. That's why it's hard dealing with ponies, man. They don't live in reality. Because they're really not gamers. Just be honest with you, man. They spend more time on social media than anything else. If you really play your games, it's hard, man. I just started playing. I restarted it, man, because I played it when it first came out. I just went ahead. That's one of the things I promised I was going to work on this year. Is I know I like a game. I know I'm going to play a game, so I just go ahead and buy it. And I did that with what's that? Phantasmio, the RPG that came out. It's an awesome RPG. So I restarted it because I hadn't played it in so long. I just like, I just restart the game, but I'm going to make it a mission to finish it. Right, finish my games. And my daughter was getting on me about that. Right, and I'm like, yeah, dude, I really need to finish my games. But that's what I do. I know myself, dude. I know what kind of games I like. I'll go. I played it for a little bit. I'm like, yeah, dude, this game is awesome. I'm gonna buy it. So I just went in and bought it. I think it's on Game Pass now, or it was on Game Pass at some point in time. But it doesn't matter, dude. This is why the Game Pass thing is just don't listen to these dudes, man. Right? It's a weapon in your repertoire is what Game Pass is. Especially you can really utilize Game Pass for what it's meant to be, right? To enjoy gaming as a gamer, right? It's totally awesome to have Game Pass, right? But on the flip side of that, dude, it's also an economic device, right? That's the whole point of it, dude. And people playing deaf, dumb, and blind. And a lot of these people, man, are in that financial situation where they should where they can take advantage of Game Pass. Now, when they moved the price up, obviously, right? People didn't like that. That doesn't affect me, right? Because I'll keep the Game Pass at 30. I told you guys if it went up to 39.99, then I would have to draw a line probably. But the way I consume gaming, dude, it didn't bother me. But not everybody's like that, and I get it. Right? And I know some of you guys are multi-console owners, man, but that's a problem I don't have to worry about because I only rock out with Xbox. Like I told you guys yesterday, man, if a game wants my money, dude, they gotta come to Xbox. Because if they go to PlayStation, right, because it's the quote unquote popular console, or it's where everybody's playing, which is BS. right? You see what these PlayStation guys play. They play games like the rest of us. The amount of PlayStation guys that play Toxic Commando just blew my mind. And that's what I would tell Asha. You need to pay attention to that, right? Because these people, that's the people you need to bring over. You give them the right amount of incentive, dude, they'll flip. And then once you flip them, dude, then you got them, dude. Because there's nobody doing what they're doing. If they're gamers, there's nobody doing what you're doing. That's what I told you. Like um, I like watching just the average person that's not in the console war, right? But they're just looking at it for content on their channel, or just because they're curious. Right? That's the people you should be going after. That's why I said with Call of Duty, man. There's a generation of younger people that are coming out whose politics, whose thought processes and stuff like that is very different from the current generation that occupy the space for gaming. I'm of the older generation, and I'm cognizant of that. But that younger generation, dude, they want a different flavor. And if they can get ahead of that curve, man, they'll be very successful, man. Because that's one thing about gaming, man. It comes and goes. And if you don't believe me, you just look at the power of Pokemon, the power of Minecraft, which is one of the best gets that Bill Phil Spencer got in real time. Hold on, guys. I gotta. Dude, I gotta figure out this Capital One thing, man. I might have to go to T-Mobile. Irritating. But I can't complain, man. They gave me a good deal. So anyway, getting back to what we're talking about, right? They really, really have an opportunity here because there's a younger generation coming up, man. And I talked about this with COD. I should do a separate video about that. I like what they're doing with COD, right? Or the direction they're taking COD. Again, Modern Warfare should be more the tactical sim, and of course, COD is arcadey, right? It's not as it's not Battlefield, and I don't need it to be, right? But what it can be is the Forza, right? To Black Ops versus the Forza Horizon. If you want to do all your crazy crap, do it in Black Ops, right? I think they need to draw it in a little bit, but I mean that's where you do it. But with the upcoming Call of Duty, they need it to be a little bit more tactical, and that's what they look like they're doing. And like I said in my other video, man, I don't know if they're trying to jump on this K drama, K-pop bandwagon, K culture, which is Hallyu, right? I don't know if they're just trying to jump on that right now to cash in on. Um, I mean, look, I saw the trailer. I'm watching all the behind the scenes. I like it's promising, dude. I like where they're going with it. Hopefully, they deliver though. I mean, Korean conflict, yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at. But for me, they should have done other stuff with like what's going on in the Middle East. And you don't have to be politicized, guys. Man, you can keep it very vanilla, like COD did in the beginning, right? With Modern Warfare Two, right? Because what it does is you don't have to get like one for one, right? You just want to put people in that theater of operation, right? You want that's the problem with a lot of content now, and I'm talking across the board in entertainment, where there's movies, animation, video games, right, music even, right, is that the artists or the people creating it want to tell you um, how to feel or what to think or what they're trying to say. And a lot of times, man, if you look back, especially with me, dude, a lot of the stuff that made, and that's why some of these bands have stood the test of time is because, and look, the person creating it can have whatever they have or have their thoughts and stuff like that. But where it really shines sometimes is you're allowing the audience to discover stuff. Right. That's how gaming was when I was growing up, dude. It's just like some of the stuff that they did, dude. Yeah, no, like I talk about Enemy Zero. That's the first game that I played where when the game opens, right, you wake up, you don't know what's going on. You're trying to get out through this door, and you're looking around. You're trying to get out through this door, and when you try and press because you don't know, you put your fingerprint up there, but you don't have the security pass on your fingerprint, right? So then I'm like, oh, how am I going to get out of here? Then I looked around and I saw a dead body on the floor, and I saw there's a severed hand, and I was like, no way. And I went over there, right? And I'm like, okay. I picked up the hand, and I could pick it up, so I was like, oh. So I walked over to the scanner, put the hand up there, which they're allowed to do, and I scanned somebody's fingerprint. Right? And I had never experienced that ever in a game. So that's what I'm talking about, right? It's allowing people to have their own discovery, their own, because that's what it is, dude. It's the wonderment. I say that all the time. When it comes to entertainment, especially when it comes to games, movies, all that stuff, dude, you want to have that wonderment, right? But a lot of people now, man, they want to break it down for you and tell you stuff. It's like, no, dude, just put it out there, let them go on their own. Some people like that, they want everything explained to them. But the majority of the people, the problem with that is you won't discover stuff for yourself, and it won't be personalized. And I think we need to get back to that. But anyway, I know with COD, I'm excited about it. I'm kind of hedging my bets if I'm being honest. But I like the fact that they're going to go to a more serious sim. Dude, I don't want to be seeing no weird stuff on there, dude. Save that for Black Ops. In fact, that's one of the reasons I don't say Black Ops. The last one was a bad game. It's a COD game, dude. It is what it is, man. There's some stuff in there I did not like, but it's still fun. But it's just that I was kind of burnt on COD because I was playing so much of the Black Ops prior to that. Right. In fact, I love the zombies on the last Black Ops, dude. I normally don't play the zombie mode, and then it had me playing zombie modes on the older games, right? So for me, it's great, right? But it's not. I think doing that, like doing two in a row, unless you got some kind of blockbuster thing to show up, I hope they don't ever do that again. They should alternate between Modern Warfare and Black Ops, and keep them very separate, like how we had Forza and Forza Horizon. It's unfortunate Forza isn't there because that's what I would do. Do Forza is the more serious stuff. Dude. I love the tracks in Forza. Right? But then Forza Horizon, man, it's a game that's off the beaten track. I was playing Forza Horizon 6 in Japan, and I was trying to drive, man. I was getting blown away. I was like, oh, what's going on? Then I realized, oh yeah, for some of this stuff, man, I won't be able to keep up with these cars because you start off with cars that are not, fine tuned, right? And then I realized, oh yeah, that's right. I'll just cut through this field just to beat them, right? I didn't want to do that, but and then the cool thing about Forza Horizon 6, dude, I did do that one challenge when you're just driving around because it's beautiful. It's a beautiful looking game. I see myself spending a lot of time just driving. That's what I normally do in Forza Horizon. Listening to the music. So far, the music is pretty awesome. I wish we had the ability to put our own soundtracks in there, man. Because my daughter has this playlist for anime and Japanese music that's killer. And that girl got some good taste in music. She gets it from me, if I'm being honest. But I was listening to some of her stuff, man. I'm like, dude, this is some pretty good tracks, man. And it's funny. I guess you do pass your DNA out to your kids, right? Because there's this one song that she played, man, and there's this band I grew up listening to called Faith No More. I used to love Faith No More. I still do. I mean, I'm older now though. But back in the day, man, I would constantly play their music. And there's this Japanese band she was playing, and I was like, dude, what is that? Because it's all in Japanese, but the beats, everything, I was like, damn, that sounds just like Faith No More. So I told my daughter, so we started talking. So who's this band? We were talking. She was telling me and everything like that. And I looked at her and said, hey, let daddy find his own CD. So I have my old music, right? And then popped it in, let her listen to it. And she's like, oh my gosh, they sound so similar. So she ended up liking that music too. And look, dude, you guys know how I am. I'm very protective of what my kids listen to and watch. I think it's every parent's responsibility. But it's just that moment in time that you had. And again, that's just reiterating what I'm saying about this discovery. Right? And that's something that gaming needs to get back to that. They really do. And that's one thing that I did like about Phil and Sarah, man. They were honest about that, letting people discover. So unfortunately, the economy went to crap, and all this stuff happened. Right? That's stuff that's out of their control. The only thing I didn't like is that they didn't course correct, which they should have. They should have been able to course correct, but they did not. Hey, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, bear with me. Ooh, your head is cool. Hey, sorry, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes. This is what I'll do, guys. I'll add to stage, and then I'll run this a little bit, but I'm gonna mute. Hold on. Hey guys, I'm gonna run this video, then I'll come back. All right, so you see this, guys, real quick. You see this? And there's people outside right now. There's people. What is it? 30 ml, right? Check it out. Yeah. There's people right now saying that Xbox is going to spin off. Microsoft's going to sell Xbox. Now they might make them their own division, possibly, right? But you don't do a showcase like this. You start off like this. You see this? Thank you for an incredible 25 years. I find it hard to believe that you would do a showcase, kicking it off like that, and then within with a couple days, people are saying that they're going to sell off the brand. And this is the perfect way to start it off, by the way. Right. And again, dude, if you look at what Asha's been doing, right, it makes a lot of sense. You guys see what it says? And here's to the next 25. Yeah, just, let that sink in a little bit. I don't need to see myself. Go full screen on this bad boy.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay.
Come on!
Shoot, move, and watch for civilians.
Dude, to me, this is the best way to start off.
Get inside now.
I'm turning on the volume a little bit. Now, the one thing, and I kind of wanted to ask Segaman this. I was talking to Gibot about this last night. The one thing when I first saw this was it looks amazing. But as you can see, the character design is really good. Now, granted, they're not in their mind, and it's supposed to be younger, because this is a prequel, right? But I was wondering if it was a little bit jarring for hardcore Gears fans. So I'm not a big Gears guy. I like Gears, right? But you guys know I'm a Halo dude. Right. And shout out to Stickman. Because I know he loves Halo. And so I'm watching this, man, and it's so graphic.
We need to keep moving.
So realistic. And if you guys haven't had a chance to watch the after show, and I think they also put out some gameplay. So I gotta watch that one. Was it like 30 minutes or something?
I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this?
I mean, it looks of all the Studios, Coalition, man, they know how to use Unreal Engine 5. You gotta listen to the stuff that's out there with Unreal Engine 5, man. People struggle. The Coalition is not one of those studios.
These are goddamn breach points.
You know, and I'm not one of those guys that is happy that everything's gonna be on Unreal Engine 5. I understand the dynamics behind that, but I really like the fact that the studios that Microsoft owns that didn't work out as well. I think that's something on the option that can work. Maybe they'll revisit that.
Right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
Because if there's one thing I like about what Xbox has with their studios is the
Is
variety.
that thing carved as a shortcut?
I'm a bit jaded, guys, when it comes to gaming. I've been
Through here.
playing games for the longest time. But I love nostalgia and stuff like that. Sometimes, so even if a game doesn't deliver on what they want, if it's a new experience, I think that's pretty cool.
Nice shot. Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
A lot of people were very
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make
happy that
ourselves
it's set in a
safe.
city that's a little bit
These
more
fuckers keep pouring in
close.
every few minutes.
Now, I don't know how the final game's gonna be, and like I said, I never got to see the game.
More trappers, watch!
I have no problem with this.
You guys here?
Again, you guys are on my channel. Again, one of the reasons I love Halo is the world building. This is something looks like Gears is going to explore a little bit more.
These things been coming in waves?
Dang, dude, this is pretty vicious. Man, that's a nice. That's like it. What's in the hole? Cool. Look at this. This is one of my favorite parts. I watched this over and over.
Reloaded.
You can just feel the damage. It looks amazing too. All these new mechanics that they're introducing remind me a lot of Halo. And with the Halo community, especially Halo 4, man, people were not very open to some of the stuff that they wanted to do. But once you got a hold of the game, it was cool. That ground and pound was awesome.
Hey, come on! On your right, I got it!
Obviously, the fun. Like I said, guys, I watched the showcase.
Damn it.
And their gear looks.
Our roads converge again.
That's why I think the realism is
Like
awesome
us Phoenix.
in this version. Here's the war eagle. Shout out again to Sigma. I know he's happy to see. Then you see this guy. It's a little bit more. I like that about Gears. I like that. The signature look that they have. Again, prequel. October 6th it dropped, which is this year. So that's good. Alright, so this is the part I want to talk about. There you go, play day one with Game Pass.
Welcome to the
That's for all the people that are out there. Dude, people say some stupid stuff online, and I know they do, right? I know that these guys say stupid stuff, but the amount of money they make on Game Pass. Hold on. Oh, see, but Halo campaign evolved, third-person gameplay is on. Funny how people forgot Sony did this. Oh yeah, sorry, I got a message. That was Heba. Let me Twitter. Hold on, guys. Man, if you guys don't know who Hebot is, man, you guys need to know that dude. He keeps up with everything. But yeah, dude, there's people complaining about Game Pass again, and these guys are bad actors, right? They just hate Xbox. Dude, how can you hate a service that gives you every single? Sorry, yes, just click on the link. Dude, the amount of money that they make on Game Pass on the subscriptions now, they took a hit when they raised the prices. And again, man, that doesn't bother me, dude. Like again, I don't know what people's problems are in this day and age, man, but they always, I don't know, dude. I guess I was just raised different, right? If I had to pay more for Game Pass, then hold on, guys, I gotta turn this off. Okay, Salomon. You know, if you can't afford Game Pass, man, I get it, dude. Right? Like if you're in a certain situation where other things are more important, especially when things that matter, then I get that, right? But if the people I'm talking about is like people who complain about the price of Game Pass, man, but have like two phones, or people that complain about the price of Game Pass, man, but buy stuff that exceeds what a $30 a month Game Pass thing is going to cost. Plus, there's ways that you can go around that as well, right? Microsoft gives you a lot of different options when it comes to the ecosystem. So to me, man, it's just like, you know, I don't want to hear excuses from people anymore. Just that, yeah, and I'm not saying that you have to participate. What I'm saying is at least be honest. It's like to me, it's like why are you not able to afford that $30 a month? Well, because you eat out 5 times a week. Well, what's more important, eating out 5 times a week? If it is, then that's on you. But if you like to go out and eat, maybe you got a girl, or maybe you have family and you like to go out to eat, and that's more important, family time, or you like to just go out to eat, then obviously that's more of a priority to you than Game Pass. But that's not Microsoft's fault. Right? And that's one of the issues, man, I always had with Phil and Sarah, dude. It's just like, know your worth when it comes to what you have. Right? So when they raised the price, that didn't bother me at all. I adjusted myself. Right? I just gave up other stuff, right? Which was easy because the other stuff that was out there that I had fails in comparison to what Game Pass is. So my point is just like, where do you put your priorities? Where does your heart lie when it comes to this kind of stuff? Right? Like some people like manga, some people like collect manga, some people collect 45s now, right? Maybe you're more into music, maybe you're an audiophile, maybe you like to go out to the movies, man. You're a movie file, you know, whatever it is, dude. But at least give me a reason, man. Just don't say there, well, they're just being greedy or it sucks this or sucks that. No, that don't work no more, bro. Like where do you place? Like that's what I ask people now. Like, okay, where do you place your value then? If you're a gamer, dude, it's still right. I know it's hard for people to swallow, man. I'm not saying that you can't not be happy about it. What I'm saying is, where do you put your value at some point? Because a lot of people just say, you know, it's like somebody reviews a game, right, and they say, oh, this game sucks. I'm like, why does it suck? I'm just not gonna take your word for it. Like, tell me why. Right? Like, there's so many games where people say, well, the graphic looks horrible, and when you talk to the people, it's not the graphics is the problem. Is they don't like the art design. They don't like the style of the game. Persona is a perfect example. I saw somebody complain about Persona. saying that it was what do you call that? Must it be what is that? Weeaboo? No, what do they call? What's that? Yeah, no, what is it? Dude, some other Japanese term they use. Because obviously they're not a fan of anime or manga, right? And they made this off comment about, huh? Yeah, waifu or something. Yeah, some kind of like negative thing. And I'm like, that, but that doesn't mean the game is bad, right? It just means you don't like that kind of game because it's connected to something that you think is overrated. But because as she went on and talked about it, obviously she was not a fan of Japanese popular culture. You know what I'm saying, right? She doesn't like anime, which is fine, dude. But you know, maybe you shouldn't be reviewing a game that's like Persona, right? Which has all the quirks and stuff of what anime is in Japanese popular culture is. Right? Weeb. That's what she said. Weeb. It's weeb crap. You know. I'm like, dude. And look, everybody has a right to their opinion. I'm just saying, man. If you're gonna be talking to me about Game Pass, and I'm an Xbox guy, and you're talking to me about Game Pass, dude, I want more from you than just, you know, it sucks. Because at the end of the day, when you start, you know, talking to these people, and they're like, "Well, it's not worth it," then you break it down for them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't have to buy every single game," because you're not gonna buy every single game, dude. That's proven, right? Sony shows you that. Sony's supposed to be the leader with the best games, the best AAA bangers, bro, and you guys don't even support their stuff. Not on the level that you should. Like if you're trying to tell me there's 150 million, whatever, I don't know what the number is. You know, with Sony guys, it always changes, right? Starts off at 20 million. Then they jump to 35, 50 million. I don't know how much PlayStation 5 are out there in a while, right? But it's probably about 100 million by their standard, right? The problem with that is if you have 100 million consoles, you should have at least minimum do 10 million. I'll let 10 million slide per game, right? So and if it's a AAA, bro, you should be up in the 2025. But it's not like that for anybody, right? That's just the reality of it. So people don't buy games on that level. So why would you have AAA bangers, right? In a time where financially you're crunched. Right? Microsoft could do that because Microsoft had the backing of the money. But as Asha Sharma was talking about, man, they're looking at that now, which I think is a conversation they really need to have. Hey, what's up, brother?
Can you hear me, brother?
Oh, you're a little bit low.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Really?
Yeah. Hear you.
Where is audio?
Yeah, I might have to crank that back up. That's weird. Usually your audio is one of the few things that we have to worry about when we stream.
Right.
If you guys don't know, me and Hebot are on the opposite ends of the country.
What about now?
Perfect. Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah, it was that I had the mic adjustment was on auto.
Gotcha.
So it was low.
So I'm just kind of right now, dude. We had a good conversation last night. If you want to pick up on that, I'm just playing the. I actually wanted to show the Game Pass or the War trailer. I just showed that, and then I was talking about Game Pass, right? Because there's a lot of people hating on Game Pass as always, right? And it just blows my mind because I don't listen to people, man. Because a lot of people that play Game Pass that like it, we like it for reasons. And a lot of it has to do with the simple fact that it's a good bargain for what you're paying for.
Well, people hate it. Let's be honest. People that hate it are PlayStation people and Nintendo people, but not Nintendo people to an extreme extent, right? Not like the PlayStation fanaticals. Because PC guys love it, right? Because it's a value. It's a great value.
Hey, Hebot, can you hold on one second? Hold on one second. I would say majority of PlayStation 3A games sold over 10 million. Did it do it on day one?
Absolutely not. That's a lie. No. Most of PlayStation, see, this is the misconception that somebody like Spawn Wave or somebody like Rich Review Tech or somebody like Dustin Nagari or somebody like just what's his name, Justin Mark, whatever his fucking name is, the one that that does the tech shit that they gave him the fucking shit to analyze.
That Austin guy?
Austin Evans, yeah, somebody like that. These are the type of details that these fucking grifters and freeloaders that they want to get everything Xbox for free, but they love talking shit right away when it's something negative, right? These are the details they don't give out. PlayStation includes exclusives when they release, right, or any game in general.
Mm-hmm.
It has to sell within the first 3 months margin.
Yeah.
In order for it to be considered a profit or a success, right?
Yeah.
To give you an example, Spider-Man on PS4. It sold 3.3 million in September of that year when it came out in its initial release, right?
Yeah. Which is considered good.
Which is considerably good, right? Especially that no other Spider-Man game before it managed to do that. But the reason why that happened was that was during the peak point of Marvel being really a thing in the Marvel Cinematic Universe in theaters. Meaning, help the recognition of the video game. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
Before that, you never saw any attention to Spider-Man games, even though Beanox were the ones who made the foundation to Spider-Man PS4 with Amazing Spider-Man 1 and Amazing Spider-Man 2, which, by the way, are much better games. They just don't have the funding that Spider-Man PS4 had because it was Marvel Games who put up the money. They even went to Activision, and you can look it up, brother, and put it up there, to change the deal to go to Sony so that Sony would find the developer that they work with to make the new game, and they would pick whatever character they wanted, and Insomniac happened to pick Spider-Man and use the Sunset Overdrive engine that Microsoft helped them fund for Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind, which means the cost of making that engine just by its very nature was already, the bill was filled by Xbox when they gave Insomniac the money to build the game from scratch for Xbox One, which was Sunset Overdrive, which you could also find that information, which all these Sony fanaticos don't know and don't want to see, or if they know, they try to act like they're blinded or they're stupid and we don't know that. You understand?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So, to get back to the point, games, when they sell, is in the first initial 3 months. When you go back and look and track Spider-Man, in October, it jumped from number 1, which was the very next month, to number 8, right?
Yeah.
So Sony's already saw that in less than a month, the price drop or the sales drop of what it was doing. It's like a movie when you go to the theater. The first week is the most important week, and then after that, it starts to drop. It's very rare that it goes up, like in the case of Obsession, because it's an online phenomenon and and it's trending, so everybody keeps watching it. Not because it's the greatest movie of all time, right?
Right.
That's how that things work. If something trends, especially in this day and age, that's when it does well. And the trending phenomenon started during that era of the Xbox One and PS4. That's when it first started. It was the infancy of trending shit, right?
Right.
So in October, it went and fell down to number 8, right? And this is all public record. You could look it up in the charts, right? November, it never hit the charts. Why is that? Because in November, right, they bundled it with the PS1 console, Slim console, and sold it for $199 or $299, something like that, for Black Friday. When they did that, people wanted to get the game, and so just to get the game, they bought the console and get the game, and it sold 6.9 million consoles that Black Friday. It sold that many consoles. So that means that many units were given out for free with that console because it was bundled up. The only reason it's counted is because another thing that people don't like to talk about, it was a physical copy of the game. Physical copies are counted as actual sold copies, even if they're giving out for free, because it's a physical unit. It's a thing you can touch that's real. It's not digital. You understand?
Mhm.
And that's why you go and see, after that, in December, it didn't hit the charts. It didn't hit the charts in January, in February, in March, and in April, it snuck up in the charts again to number 7 or number 4. But guess why that was, brother?
Yeah, I think you told me, like, didn't they bundle it or something?
It was because the game dropped from $60 in less than 6 months to $40.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So once it went down to $40, that means is what? Diminish returns.
Yep.
At that point, they're selling the game just to get more people's eyes on the game, but it's not making them profits. That's why they have to sell in the first initial 3 months, because that's when the game is at the $65 or $75 value, where the cost and the revenue, right, becomes profit for all the people involved, which in that case would be Marvel. It would be whoever published it, which was Sony, and the developer. They split it in 3 different directions. That's what Sony does with all of their games. Then they sell, like Astrobot, and it is sold only 1 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
It did the profit, but since Astrobot was a game that didn't cost $100 million to make, it became a profit, right? But it still didn't sell well enough for Sony to want to do a sequel, because that's why you haven't seen one. Because after that, then it came, and I think it hit almost the 2 million the 2 million unit mark. But that's because it sold after the fact, when it was bundled in, when it was at diminished returns at a lower or sale price point in a GameStop, in a Best Buy, or whatever the case may be. These numbers for Sony are never indicative of the true numbers of the value of what they make for those games. That's why Sony keeps saying that the console is making them money now, but they don't have enough profits off the games.
Right.
Which was one of the reasons why Phil Spencer and Microsoft was trying to put games on PlayStation to make more money, because with having games not only on Game Pass, right? People will play it on a Game Pass before buying it, and then they weren't buying enough game. But this is a problem that's been happening before even Game Pass. This is not because of Game Pass. This would be before Game Pass. But you know the narrative is Game Pass is killing game sales. You know what I'm trying to say? When this problem started on the PlayStation 3 360 era, that's why a bunch of developers closed the very next week or month teaching a game. When Xbox One first started, when they had that game Soul Survivor or Lost Souls from Square Enix, the day the game launched, that day the fucking developer announced that they closed down because they didn't have enough pre-orders and the game didn't sell. So they had to close down because they put all their money to make that game with the development process. This is what Phil's been talking about for the longest. The problem with Xbox is that hurt them substantially with putting games on another platform is 2 things. One, they put the tentpole titles, which are the identity of Xbox. Right?
Yeah.
Identity. Meaning the mascots. Mario is not going to put Mario on Xbox, because that's the mascot of PlayStation. I mean, of Nintendo.
Right.
But now we got Master Chief on the face of PlayStation when that's the mascot of Microsoft. The complete identity of the console from the very inception. So what that created was what led to part number 2. Xbox gamers getting pissed the fuck off and refusing to buy the game, because you put it somewhere where that goddamn demographic and those gamers don't give 2 flying fucks about Xbox. PlayStation gamers don't care about Xbox. They just want Xbox gone, because they know that if Microsoft had medieval style of business and went medieval on Sony, Sony would be dead within a year.
Yeah.
And they know that. They know that. That's why they don't want Microsoft around. But Phil playing the kumbaya with Sarah Bond, it didn't help. they made situation worse because Matt Booty was on record saying we can buy out Sony literally within a month. That's why Jim Ryan said, if we take out Call of Duty, if Microsoft does that to Sony would literally die. Jim Ryan, the guy that was running PlayStation, said that himself.
Yeah.
And to this day, that still holds valid. If Microsoft took out Call of Duty, I don't care what any fuckface in the internet and media says, Sony will be fucked because
I think we lost you, but you still there, brother? He'll pop back in. That's why, guys, you should listen. Dude, the gaming media is a waste. If you want to get the download, man, you should listen to Heba. Hey, sorry, chat. While we're waiting for Heba, pop in. Well, Spider-Man is not AAA though. That's why Marvel went around to shop which publisher are willing to do it. Xbox declined, PlayStation accepted. I would say selling the game in bundle is superior way of selling the game because itself the consumer would spend $300 to $400 versus $6,770. Yeah, but the problem with that, yeah, that's you have a point with that, but the problem is we're talking about it in the light of the fact that the messaging for AAA, for the reason for buying a AAA studio, right, is because people will buy the games because they're AAA, they're a higher standard, right? And that's not what you got out of that. And me and Hebot knew this for the longest time, right? We've been gaming forever, dude. People do not buy the game on the level that they say they would. I'll put it to you this way, dude. It's like when music was going digital, right? And people are pirating music. But I'm not a big proponent of pirating, but a lot of these record companies, man, they had a lot of power back then. And so people were kind of pushing back in that way. Still don't think it's right, but it is what it is. But what the record companies did, they sat there and they were calculating how much money they were losing by the amount of people downloading stuff. What they didn't factor in is that just because people are downloading your stuff doesn't mean they're going to buy it. And that's one of the biggest problems currently. And it's sad because this was the narrative from 2013. Right, and a lot of it is just hate on Xbox. Whatever Xbox didn't have, right, the gaming community would tell Xbox, "Well, you need this. If you only do this, we'll buy your console." Right, and at the end of the day, it was all a lie. And guys like me, guys like Hebot, we knew this. We knew this wasn't true, right? Because we're both Sega guys, right? And Sega, even though they made mistakes, bent over backwards for the gaming community, right? Everything that Microsoft is doing, Sega did. The difference is that Sega didn't have that money that Microsoft has with Xbox, right? That's the big difference. So people told Phil everything, and Phil changed. And Phil changed it within 3-4 years. I'll say 2015, 2016, 2017 was peak Xbox for the Xbox One, right? And they listened. And for me, and I was saying this back then, they shouldn't listen to everybody because a lot of these people are bad actors. So fast forward to today, right? And it just blows my mind, something that I've been talking about, something that Hebot's been screaming about for over a decade, about the AAA titles, right? What articles did we see over the last 2 years? AAA is dead. You know, it totally reversed, dude. Did these people come out? All these people? Did you guys come out and say, "Oh no, we were wrong"? No, you guys didn't come out and say you were wrong, right? Because at the end of the day, like I was saying yesterday when I was ranting on my video, man, it boils down to the fact that for people on your side, brother, is you guys are brand gamers, in my opinion. What's more important to you is the PlayStation brand, not really the PlayStation ecosystem, right? Not the PlayStation games, obviously, right? It's your brand, and we've been living under this mode of thinking for over 13 years, and now it's blowing up in everybody's face. Nobody's paying the money to sustain this, dude. You see this in every industry across the board. Now, granted, the economy played a big major role in it. It was playing a role in that. But still, this has been going on since 2013 when the times were good. Again, Microsoft gave Phil the support that he needed, dude. They ended up buying Minecraft. They bought Activision King Blizzard, and they bought Bethesda, right? And they picked up other studios along the way. Did you guys reciprocate? They made the changes, right? But of course, you hear the excuses. Right? They come out with a game that's like, that's not the kind of game I like, or oh, that game's not good. It's not really AAA. Dude, I played it. I played their games. A game like Avowed, right? To your point, right? A game like Avowed is not made to be the end all and be all of gaming because it's a specific type of game. It's very unique in its concept. So that's the one thing I did like about what Phil did. He wanted the creators to create the game that he wanted, but you guys did not reciprocate. And then flash forward to today, right? This is why we're in this mess that we're in because of gamers, especially on the PlayStation side, right? That lie, right, about what they want in gaming. And for me, this is why I go all scorched earth on everybody, right? And my advice to Asha is just take over, make everybody bend the knee. You're Microsoft, technically. Like she said, like I said yesterday in my video, man. If they, like she says they want to be the best selling in 2030, right? That's what their goal is, to be the best selling in 2030, right? To be the lead. I said you could do that in 2 years if you wanted to, but in order to do that, oh, Hebot's back. Sorry, brother. But in order to do that, dude, you got to crack some skulls. You got to break some eggs. You got to make them bend the knee. Oh, lost them again. That's what you need to do. You can't listen to people in the gaming media. Dude, they invited, Hebot said this to me last night when we were talking. They invited people. Well, here. Hey, brother. Are you there?
Yes, brother. Where was the last thing that you heard me saying when I was talking?
Wait, can you touch on something really quickly?
Absolutely.
Like, remember we were talking last night. Didn't you say that the people that went to the showcase, Xbox fans, quote unquote, that got free consoles, were talking crap about Xbox the next day?
You saw the people like what's his name, like Austin Evans. He was talking about that the show was good, this and this and that. He got a free console, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they thought, man, Xbox is good, when they released that form about saying that they're gonna do some layoffs, they're gonna have to do some changes. Listen, Asa stated that in the interview. That's what she said.
Yeah.
She said clear as day, we're gonna have to do some changes and things that people may not like or agree with, but going forward will make sense and will help Xbox be where it needs to be. Because we want to be on top of the gaming charts, and I believe we can do this by the year 2030. We can be on top on top of Sony or on top of Nintendo. That's what she said in that interview, right?
Yeah.
But my point of what I was saying, where did I leave off? So then somebody like him, right? For example, he went and he went and got this invitation, got treated like if he was an Xbox fan, and then goes real quick, and because somebody released that fucking article, he goes real quick and then dogs Xbox as if they're like in trouble, or they're like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Like if you were just there, how do you go and do some shit like that? In my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's pretty dirty.
How do you do that? That's just it's unclassy. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's just not classy. Instead of being, actually genuine and be like, okay, this memo came out saying these things because obviously it's part of the Xbox initiative plan of changing certain things to bring Xbox back to profitability and back on top. That's what he should have said. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But instead of saying, man, Xbox is good, like trying to be condescending about it. Like, bro, people like that, and I hope Asha realizes, I would never invite them ever again to an Xbox room.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
What I would do is start paying more attention to the people that's on social that prove that they're Xbox fans and reach out to them to invite them. Because these motherfuckers are never going to respect.
You go. He keeps on dropping. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, brother.
What they're going to worry about first is building up their channel, to create clickbait so that they could get all these views and make money. That's what they're going to worry about first. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if they're real Xbox fans, right? And you know they do substantially well on their channel, why don't you take that free console they gave you, raffle it off, or give it away to somebody that couldn't go, and you go pre-order one when it's up for pre-order and buy it yourself? Because that's what I would do.
Yeah, 100%.
You see what I'm saying? Especially if I know I could afford an Xbox or afford to pre-order it my goddamn self. Which, by the way, they're already getting all this revenue from the fucking actual viewers that fucking view their channel and give them the support. You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
So, you know, that's what I'm trying to say, that they started doing shit like that. And I just gave him as an example, but I saw a few others, right? You know, that started doing. The only one that didn't do it was, like, obviously, you know, Colt Eastwood, you know, boom. They're not going to do that because whether they don't know how to stay in the fight when things get rough, like without showing concern or saying certain things that, like, why would you say that? But they at least won't go and be like, I don't like Xbox all of a sudden. You get what I'm trying to say?
The problem I have with guys like Boom and guys like Colt Eastwood, aside from their consistency or lack thereof, right, is their fair weather, right? Like they'll go, like, so they'll see something, right, and then they automatically react to it. And
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what I can't stand about it. Because later on, what happens is you find out that was wrong, and they never correct, right? They just move on to the next.
Right. Like if they say do something like for example, if they make a video, let's say of, I don't know, Gears of War going to PlayStation was never a thing, and then you find out that wasn't true, they won't go and do a video correcting it. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, at least to a certain extent. But again, that's the kind of thing that Microsoft been dealing with since 2013, though.
Yeah.
And I saw it immediately when I first came into YouTube, and I didn't even know that YouTube and gaming was a thing when I came on. I thought I was just doing, like, let me do this for fun because I love gaming.
Yeah.
I can actually go somewhere to talk about games with people that like gaming, because where I live, I'm a lone soldier. There's not a lot of people that really like gaming. Like, there's not a lot of people that like He-Man, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in this by myself. I don't have no real buddy friends to talk and relate with what I like. You get what I'm saying?
But buddy friends.
Yeah, you know, because those are the terms we used to use back in the day, right?
Yeah.
For those who don't know, we're old. So fucking what? You're all gonna get old, right? But you know what I'm saying, brother. You understand what I mean, right?
100%. Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. You can't change stupid either. That's another thing. You can't change stupid. No matter how hard you try, you can't change stupid. You can't change dumb. But these guys do it on purpose because they're just worrying about getting the clickbaits, because they know that Microsoft got positive news, and they didn't even let it last. Not fucking, not more than like 24 hours. It was back to the trying to make something positive into negative. But when Sony does it, nobody talks about it. They try to act like, oh, we don't know what you're talking about. Look how I just sent you that photo, right? Which I completely forgot about, that Ricardo sent to me. It was Faze who sent it to me. He reminded me that Sony has sold off their division of PlayStation and made it not really sold it off, but made it a separate subsidiary entity. So all the business, decisions and stuff can be done by itself separately, as opposed to under the moniker of PlayStation as a whole, right? Which is what has been said in that leaked memo, but there was somebody that obviously leaked it because they're trying to get some cash, because they know it's going to create hysteria, which it already is. You see 100, I saw like 100 or 300 videos. Microsoft is selling off Xbox. They're definitely dead. They were lying. Look, exclusive for no reason because they knew they were going to close down anyway. I'm like, oh my fucking God. It clearly says on the fucking thing, if the Xbox, initiative of the reset doesn't work and things get worse, these are things that we can kind of use as a platform, or to figure out if like, in other words, options that they can do to help Xbox still stay alive, but without it affecting Microsoft directly, I guess, right?
Mhm.
These will be last minute scenarios and situations, basically. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I would like to see, because she's been very forthcoming, and I'm talking about about what they want to do, right? And that she's telling people we're gonna have serious conversations. And again, shout out to Gogo. Gogo's here. Gogo, I'm gonna skip ahead to another comment. Gogo says the big news also is Ubisoft just had massive layoffs. It's an industry thing, not an Xbox.
Yeah, exactly, Gogo. 100%.
And
Gogo gets
it's
it.
not just a gaming industry thing, dude. It is
But,
an industry thing. It's
but,
happening across the board.
To
Right.
Gogo's point, brother, right? To Gogo's point, right? To add to what you and him just said, why Gogo gets it? Why does Gogo get it? Because he's a gamer. Because he likes games. He likes Xbox. He's not trying to get like profit out of this. He's not make revenue out of it. People are so disingenuous. People still go to that to get the news and find like if they're the actual like messiahs of the gaming industry, like they know everything. No, these people are not in on it for your benefit. They're in on it for their benefit. So they're gonna do and say whatever the fuck they want and help their channel and not be genuine. They're gonna skew what really is going on, or what's really being said, or what Xbox memos or all those letters really mean in full detail. They're just gonna kind of go over it real quick, kind of brush it off, or change it up. Like, oh man, this looks bad. Oh man, I guess it was worse than what we thought. Oh man, Microsoft might not be around. Listen, let me tell you, motherfuckers. If Microsoft dies, gaming will die with it. I'm telling you right now, gaming will not survive. PC ain't gonna save it, no matter how many quadrillion billion people are on PC. Okay, phones ain't gonna save it. Sony's gonna save it, and Nintendo's not gonna save it. Okay, it's not gonna be saved. You think it's bad now? Forget about it. That'll be the nail in the coffin. Gaming will literally die. Okay,
I agree.
I'm telling you. And you can mark my words right now and then throw it in my face later if I'm wrong. I'm telling you, gaming will die. Because Microsoft is the only reason why none of that, why even any of these shits are moving forward the way it does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whether it's innovation, strategy, ideas, bringing things to the forefront for the actual gamer and not just themselves, you know what I'm saying? Like Sony does, that everything they do is just for themselves, and then they try to act like, oh, we're for the gamer. Yeah, okay. For the gamer, you give them no value with your console because exclusives is good, but it's not value if you got to pay for them all the time separately and you don't give them nothing. Because you don't even give them backwards compatibility for free. Meanwhile, all these other people are doing it illegally, using Linux and all kinds of shit on the PlayStation because they're so desperate to save Sony. And Sony don't do it themselves. They know they could do it, but they don't because they want to make money. They want to sell 20 or 30-year-old PlayStation 2 game for $20. They want to do that. They don't give it to you for free. They don't care if you own it. They're like, no, we can't do it. It's too difficult. Here, we'll sell it to you. What do you think they're doing when they run these games? They're running emulators. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. It's selling it to you. But again, like I was trying to say before, right? When I cut off, when I was talking, what was the last thing you heard me saying when I was talking about the whole situation with the sales and how it's very misleading and how they do certain things?
Yeah, what were you saying?
When we were talking about Spider-Man, I was trying to use Spider-Man as an example.
We kind of move forward from that. No, just go back into it.
No, well, that I was trying to say that their numbers for their games are always misleading because again, when you went to Spider-Man situation, once it hit that Black Friday, They bundled that game in and then sold 6.7 or 6.9 million consoles on Black Friday. That means those games, all those 6.9 million copies of the game were given out for free. But they count them as sold or as units because they're physical units. It's not a digital game. It's an actual real thing, right? And you can actually take it to a store, trade it in, and put it towards another game. It's a physical unit. That's why they say, Spider-Man sold 12 million copies, when in reality, it only sold 3.3. And then anything after that that sold or that they actually sold was at diminished returns when it was 40, because after April, it wasn't on the charts until April because it went down to $40. And then it wasn't on the chart again until June because they did that E3 special sale where the game was $20, Spider-Man. And this is all public record. You can look for it. So it wasn't even out a year, and the game was already $20 by June because it stopped selling. They don't put games down to $20 if they're selling. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see Nintendo never does that, because their games keep selling throughout the year. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The only ones that really do those numbers are Nintendo games, but again, is because their demographic is not only the hardcore or the adults, it's children. Children love Nintendo because it's a childlike product. So they follow the Nintendo games, the Mario, the Pokemon, the Kirby. You know what I'm saying? Because those are for children. And those are the type of things and details that you see a person like a Rich Ryutek, like a Spawn Wave, like a Reforge, like a fucking Austin Evans, like a whoever. Even somebody like Ono is Alex, that he's more PC. They won't give you those details because they don't know the details. They don't understand those details. That's not how it works. You just don't go, we sold a like Horizon Zero Dawn, 23 million. Yeah, because the game was like $10, literally. It's been $10 for over 3-4 years now. So if they sell a copy of it, physically, they'll still count it. That doesn't mean it made money. You understand?
Yeah.
Microsoft don't count dead weight money. They don't do that.
Oh, they can't afford to, man. The level that they're at.
Well, I mean, Microsoft is transparent like that. They don't put fake numbers up. If a game's sold well, they'll put numbers. But if it doesn't sell, they'll just tell you what it sold. They're not going to tell you, it was like Alan Wake. Alan Wake sold 5 million copies after the fact. When it first came out, it only sold, I think it was 100,000 copies or 70,000 copies. That was it. It failed. Even though they took a long time to build it because they built a brand new engine. And I'm talking about Remedy, which Microsoft also funded. And then they went and helped them build another engine for Quantum Break. And then they wanted to keep Quantum Break. That's when Microsoft, no, we're going to keep it. And look what they left and went and did a game and put it on PlayStation because that's all they wanted. And the game didn't even do as well either because, it sold through time. Once again, not in actual profits or revenue. It's sold through time. You know what I mean?
Well, the one thing I liked about listening to Asha and then what she's been doing, because again, seeing is believing, and I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives me hope that maybe we might see sequels to some of these games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I mean,
there's some adjustments they have to make.
She did say that they're going to focus more on the bigger AAA games that make them money instead of smaller ones. And I mean, that's a good and that's a bad thing because then we won't see more games like the Goncore, South of Midnight, or the Keeper, which are really excellent games, but much smaller, right? In a smaller spectrum. But they also cost less money and they also are sold for less money. They're not sold for $65. You see what I'm saying? Or
I
$70.
think the difference is that we have Game Pass, right? That's what Game Pass function is. Because ID at Xbox continues to grow. And then they're starting to put games on, like that ball pit game. I was playing the ball pit game. That game is addictive, right? So what you want people to do, man, that price hike, because it came out, they were honest about it. They lost, quite a few subscribers, But I mean, obviously, right, that's something they want to correct, and I think that they need to, and that's the ecosystem that can survive. The thing that irritates me, because we experienced this with Sunset Overdrive. South of Midnight is a game that should appeal right to PlayStation guys.
Right.
So if I'm being nice and extending the olive branch, again, shout out to Incognis, right? Again, man, no hate, brother. I like your comment. This may be a hot take, but I think Xbox separating from Microsoft would make Xbox flexible and it's for the better. I don't, but to be honest with you, brother, it's different because Microsoft's such a bigger company. But with that being said, a game like South of Midnight has the trappings of what PlayStation people used to like, right? Same thing.
Yeah,
with
so like not selling on PlayStation proves that it's all Horseman RPG.
yeah,
It's that simple.
yeah, it is because that game is very story driven, right? It's very
It's action heavy,
action
platform heavy,
Yeah.
narrative heavy. It's all the wells and whistles that they were saying.
Yeah.
That's the games we love, right? And it didn't sell.
No.
Why? Because it's a girl, or because she's black, or because it's woke. When the game is neither one of those things, to be honest with you.
It's probably one of the best narratively driven games that have come out in a while. If you played it, anybody who played that can tell you that, right? And the way that it is, one of the things, the level design with the narrative works really well, right? It's a bit linear, if we're being honest, but that's the type of games that PlayStation guys like, right? Just look at the games that they put up. So again, to Hebot's point, right? That's what tells me, and that's what I would say to Sasha is like, look, dude, fill them, try to accommodate a lot of different people, and all they got spit in the face.
That's right.
So we've tried diplomacy with these people, right? Because when I say these people, man, it's that fraction of people within the gaming community. Because like I said, I've been playing Toxic Commando with PlayStation guys, and they played. You can tell that these dudes know shooters. So they probably, like Hebot says, came over from the COD, because Xbox is the shooter box. So for me, Asha needs to focus on that. Like, make these people bend the knee, let these other people go away or be bitter, and then everybody else will come over. That's why you see a lot of these influencers, and what I mean by that is they're not really gaming influencers, right? They're just doing content for their channel. When they watch,
You really think that all those influencers that play Call of Duty and stream it and make money off it, you really think they're going to stop playing it because it becomes an Xbox exclusive?
Well, I'm just talking about the regular average person that doesn't know anything. Like, for example, I watched these two girls, great podcast, or great streaming reaction, and they were talking about Gears, and obviously they didn't know anything about Gears, but that's fine. They were intrigued by it. They were interested in it. The thing they kept on saying was, wow, this game looks amazing. This game looks amazing. This game looks amazing. They don't know who Marcus Phoenix is. They don't know who any of the characters are. They don't know the backstory, right? They were a bit excited because, they there's like, somebody in their comments said, this is a prequel. And they said, we could play this game and then we can go through the other games.
Yes, because it's actually a prequel. Yes.
That's the customer that you want.
Yes.
Right? Not the prick that sits there and says, you know what you need to do, Xbox? You need to make AAA bangers like PlayStation. You don't want that dude. Right? You don't want that. And these are the dudes that you're dealing with on a daily basis. When the people that you need to reach out to, and if you just shift, right? And if you just, as what's his name would say, be the behemoth that we know that you are. Right?
Yeah,
and again, I know that's not in you guys, that's something that you guys shy away from. You don't like to go with the nuclear option. But at this point in time, man, you guys have to do something.
Yeah, they just got to be smart with how they execute their decision. And I think they already started in the right direction.
Yeah.
Because as you saw, the word is that Asha wanted Fable out and Halo, but they didn't let her, I guess, because of the, investment they already did on those two games being ported must have been high, and they were going to lose more money.
Well, I also heard that it would have been a slap in the face to the previous administration. That's what I'm gonna start calling it, bro. The previous administration.
Right. Oh, kind of saying they were doing stupid decisions. No, because when you have an administration and they make decisions, right? They're doing those decisions based on what they think or what they felt was going to work and help the brand that they work for at that moment in time, right?
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily got to look at it or take it like, it was spitting on the face of what they did. No. Sometimes when you come in with new people, they see certain things that maybe the old people didn't catch because they weren't really maybe informed in those areas. Like, Asha don't like Sarah don't know nothing about AI, right?
Yeah.
But Asha understands AI, right? But the thing is, Asha could also learn about games as a whole and have the advantage of being able to learn both or knowing both.
Okay, so let me address this really quickly, man, because this is something that happened to me in my own life. Okay? So when I first started working where I work, right, the place where I worked it's a hospital. So the time that I came in, there was this issue between people who are in the medical side and people who are on the technical side, and that was a very big, and they were constantly at loggerheads, right, because it's two different types of people.
Right.
So what ended up happening
responsibilities also.
Right. So in order to progress, right, something had to happen. So what ended up happening was technology got better, right?
Correct.
And so the people who were medical, and through the process of time, and I'm talking this is a couple decades, right? Through the process of time, a lot of people became more tech savvy. So it was easier to teach the medical people technical stuff than it was to teach the technical people medical stuff, right? So this is where if you ever hear healthcare informatics, that's where healthcare informatics comes from. Okay, so that was going with the medical people because it's easier because of the way technology was and the way training is. It's easier to teach a nurse or a doctor technical stuff than it is to teach a technical person
than to teach the medical stuff. Yes,
because one of the problems with medical for a technical person, and I know things have changed, but this is in the very forefront of this industry. A lot of technical people are not people. Right? Now it's not the same. It's changed quite a bit, right? And that's just through the progression of time. But that was a big loggerhead for them, right? To the point to what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at some point in time, it's better, in my opinion, right? Because of all the things that made Phil great, and a lot of the stuff that he did, I don't have a problem with except a couple of things that I constantly bring up with what happened: his passive aggressiveness. Right, his inability to hammer down certain things, and that's the main thing, right? With Asha, it seems she doesn't have that problem, right? Because she is an outsider, and sometimes you need the outsider to come in. Again, the CEO that me and Heba love to death is Peter Moore, and we experienced Peter Moore. For Heba, I say on 2 phases. For me, 3 phases, because Peter Moore, right, was with Sega, and then Xbox,
Absolutely.
And then he went with EA. Right, and every single company he went with as an outsider, right, he made definite changes, and it was for the better.
Successful.
Yeah, for the company as well as the industry. And I'm not saying that Asha is the reincarnation of Peter Moore. What I am saying is that the way she conducts herself, she can cut through all the BS, right? Where Phil, again, being a creative himself and being a gamer, would like.
And Phil, let's keep it real. Phil was too much into the politics of politically correctness, which that doesn't work when it comes to business.
Well, yeah, definitely. I think that, and that goes into his personality. But for me, right, he needs to put the whip down on some of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, dude, when times are good and the money's flowing like they had, right? Obviously, this is not going to be happening moving forward, as we can see, and that's why Asha was brought in, right? And the more I see from her, dude, we'll do a video. Me and you, Heba, and Sega Man, if you want to jump on. I want to do a video called Queen Bee because I really want to ultra focus on her, give her her own time. But from what I see, dude, she gets it. And sometimes you need that outsider, guys. I'm just going to be honest with you, man, because what Xbox was doing was not working.
Well, it's like what I was telling you. They don't have a personal connection to the field of work that they're doing. Phil had a personal connection because Phil was friends with Yoshida. He was friends with the CEO over there at Nintendo, Reggie Fils-Aimé. He's been friends with all these people.
Yeah.
So he's looking at it from the perspective not only of business, but of friendship, right?
Yeah.
When you can't really do that, and you have to be cutthroat, but since he's such a nice guy, he's like, okay, let's just work together. It's fine, even, But also keeping in mind, with that said, that in the statement that Satya Nadella just recently put out, he said, we're tired of being nice. We were promised some reciprocation and never got it, which tells me Sony probably told them, and even Nintendo, Oh yeah, we can share some games and put them on your system. Exactly, absolutely. Especially if you give us some of your games, that'll be good for everybody. We'll all make money. But it didn't happen. Helldive was the only game they put, and it did better on Xbox than it did on PlayStation, to be honest. But Sony didn't care about that because Sony, the only thing they have of profitability or that makes them money or that gives them an identity is the PlayStation console. You think that they're really going to reciprocate and put their exclusives on PlayStation, that are PlayStation games exclusive on Xbox, and then give their console less value? They're not going to do that because remember, Sony doesn't have backwards compatibility for free, and Sony doesn't have the ability to play emulations on their console, and Sony doesn't have day-and-date games on their PSN subscription. All they have is you going out, buying the console, and buying the games at a $75 price point when it releases. That's all they have. So you really think they're going to put their game? If they put their games on Xbox, that'll kill them off even quicker. It's for the same reason they didn't, because you don't feel said it, they didn't want to allow Game Pass on PlayStation or Nintendo.
Yeah, we talked about that. I know I talked about that ad nauseum because people would come to me like they do those stupid videos like, oh, they want it on. It doesn't matter what Xbox wants. It matters what Sony and Nintendo, and they're not going to put their stuff. They're not going to put Game Pass.
They're not going to devalue the only thing that makes them money to let Microsoft make more money on their platform. Essentially, that's the point.
Well, it also changes the narrative. But the worst part about that is that Phil, right, did not realize that. Why? That they were not allowed that, right? And that should have been a warning, like a signal, red flag. Hey, this is not going to work out. Like they won't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's not.
I honestly think, and I don't mean to cut you off, brother. Please forgive me. I honestly think Phil really thought they were going to play Kumbaya with him because Phil really believed the friendships. And I think when Phil realized, fuck, they're not being genuine, he knew he was in too deep, and that's why he decided, I'm going to retire because I can't fix this. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, here it's even worse for me, right? Because what it is their ideological thought process with Japan. Okay, we all grew up Japanese pop culture, and this is not hate on Japan, dude. It's just the reality of how Japan does business.
Yeah,
right? And they won't reciprocate. They don't have to. They don't have to reciprocate.
Japan's been doing this on every field, not just gaming, on every field.
That's why when you look at it this way, right? When they failed to reciprocate, we should have adjusted, and we did not.
Quickly, yeah.
But the reason why we did not is because there's this narrative that Japan, right? And I get it, dude. We grew up in it, and I'm one of the big Japan files out there, dude. I love the content. I love the content, but they're not the industry leaders anymore.
No,
right? and because they're too ultra focused on Japan, they also missed the boat on China and South Korea. Right now they're trying to shift to that, but it's already too late, right? The PC owns that. PC currently owns that. So in order for them to make inroads, right, they're going to have to try really hard, right, with the Xbox brand. And they were pushing towards that. And then I follow a lot of Korean Xbox guys, right, and they weren't happy with what they were getting. Case in point, some of the games we send over there they don't translate it to Hangul, which makes no sense to me, right? We wouldn't do that with Japan. We shouldn't do that with other countries. And then not even touching on Southeast Asia. Look, we make great inroads with them, right? Especially with Southeast Asia because they feel more the indie market right now, right? But these are the connections they should be making. So I don't know where we are with this right now. But all I do know, right, is currently, right, we need to get our ass in gear, right, and start moving with purpose, right? If they want to be 2030 dominant.
We have to accept the reality that they have different culture mindset. And they're never going to have the same mindset as us as far as it goes with anything related with culture or business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you don't have to be. In fact, it's great that we don't, because that's where the true diversity and stuff comes in, right?
Right. True diversity, not forced. Exactly.
But at the end of the day, they're a business, just like with Sony. Sony's a business. Like here, I'll read Cognitive. Let me catch up with this chat real quick, brother. Number one, Global Man, thanks for the commentary. Completely awesome. Google says those guys buy too much into false narratives, and then they bitch nonstop. That's talking about what the guys were talking about earlier.
Absolutely.
They lose all context. They lose context all the time. Boom has been better though recently. Yeah, Boom, and I listen to what I tend to do, Google, when we have these showcases is I want a big plethora of reactions, so I listen to everybody. Especially people I don't normally listen to. And I will have to say they've been a bit more reserved in their commentary, right? I will say that. So good point. Google says the big news also was Ubisoft just had massive layoffs. Oh yeah, we did that one. Google, good commentary. So let's get to Cognos. Cognos, would you say that there's too many talking heads in Xbox right now, from Matthew Ball, Asha, all the way to Satya, that keeps giving the gaming ammo? No, I don't think so, because it doesn't matter what's said. It's always going to be a console war. You don't have to give them.
Console war is part of the culture and the industry, as a whole.
Well, I'm saying, to your point, Cognos, like, we don't have to give them ammo. They make up their own ammo.
Absolutely. Listen.
You can see what they're doing now. They're taking a lot of the stuff that's being said out of context. I can say that because I've actually watched all the interviews.
But that's a fact, brother.
Yeah.
They took everything that was said out of context. They literally said Microsoft is closing down, when that's not what was said.
Yep.
At all. What they're saying is, going forward with the new strategy, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't help, if it doesn't grow, meaning console sales, people buying more games on Xbox, make Game Pass growing and growing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then they have to look at other alternatives to keep it alive, but not hurt the whole company and Microsoft as a whole together. Maybe treating it as a separate thing, or selling it to someone that's interested could be a good thing, or help. That's what they're saying. They're not saying that's what they're going to do. They're saying that's the worst case scenario if things don't get better from here to the 2030. We're talking about almost 4 years from now, right? 5 years from now, whatever. That's what they said in that letter that was supposedly, quote unquote, from some people that worked at Xbox. That wasn't an official statement from Asha, from Thomas Ball, from Satya Nadella, from Matt Booty, from Aaron Greenberg. It was nothing said from any of those guys. It was slow call, that's how they say it, from these quote unquote workers at Microsoft. It could very well be bullshit, or it could be Microsoft doing reconnaissance. It could be them letting something like that actually get out on purpose to see who are the double suspects or the double agents at Microsoft. Because you don't find it funny how everything that's supposed to be only seen by people at Microsoft always gets out, but it never gets out when it comes to Sony and Nintendo?
Yeah, and Sony actually spin some stuff off.
Maybe it's them trying to find who the suspects are, like the double agents. Because you know that's a real thing, brother. You know that. That is a real thing, right? Or what about, and I was thinking this, and I know this is a big what if. This is really me more thinking outside the box, but I'm not saying that's what it is. So please, guys, don't take it and say, yo, Heba said this. No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, this is what I was thinking. What if, and again, this is with a big quotation mark or question mark or whatever, what if they're deliberately making it seem like Microsoft's position financially with Xbox is so bad, right? So that going forward, they can use it as an excuse to say, well, because of the situation and restructuring that we have to focus on Xbox only, we can no longer bring out the commitments of what we did, because that will give them an actual viable excuse to breach contracts because it's financial. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's a possibility, because that's what she said. I don't want those games anywhere else. And especially with Sony doing what they did. Them motherfuckers really said, we fucking mad, because they wanted the fucking Halo trailer on their show on the 25th anniversary of Xbox on their show. And I think that supposedly Sarah Bond was supposed to be on the Sony stage premiering the fucking trailer.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You work for Xbox? You work for Xbox? You're the fucking goddamn next in line to take over as the CEO and you were gonna present the trailer before the Xbox showcase on a PlayStation stage? Hello? You don't find the optics in that crazy?
You know, a shout out to Gaming Addict because he talked about. He had a good video. If you guys haven't seen Gaming Addict's video,
I don't watch it because he's a fucking fraud a lot of times, or just like he likes to lick Sony balls and try to act like he's an Xbox guy.
he's
But if he did a good video, he did a good video. I'll shout him out for that simple fact. You got to give credit where credit is. If he did a good video, then he did a good video. It is what it is.
You know what happens? You know what happens a lot of times, man, is that people get caught up in it, like Google was saying, and so they kind of lose focus. You know?
Yeah, but the difference is with us, Sega Forever. You know how guys won't look at us because they don't want to hear the truth? They just never give us any credit, right? Even if we're right. Like right now, nobody's going to say He-Bot and Sega Forever were right saying that the console needed to be paid attention and not to be ignored, because that's the problem. Microsoft forgot the 50 million people that bought the console first on day one 5 years ago, or whoever bought it on day one 5 years ago. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They put those people to the side and we're worrying about the ones that were not there, that were not intending at all at any point to get an Xbox. Oh, what about if we convince them? You're not going to convince them. If anybody wants to play a video game, especially a real gamer, they'll go buy a PlayStation, even if it's secondhand, used, broken, and they'll fix it and buy it to play a game on PlayStation.
Yeah.
They'll do whatever it is to save money and play what they want to play. Because gamers follow games. Okay? That's the most, it's always going to be, that's the biggest, 95% of the time, a gamer will follow a game if they like it. I respect you to death because you hardcore as fuck, because you don't even follow Xbox, PlayStation for the sake of game. You're like, nah, fuck that. I'm not buying a PlayStation. You're hardcore. Okay? I respect that. I respect that is because that's my weakness. That if I see a game from a company that I like a lot of the arcade retro shit that they have on PlayStation, because I know their dumbasses ain't gonna put it on Xbox, that's why I'll go and follow it and buy it.
No, okay. So let me make this point clear, guys. Like, if everybody would just stay in our lane, stay in our lanes, then we'd be happier gaming community. If I'm being honest, like when I tell you guys, I don't care what PlayStation does. When we talk about this kind of stuff, it's the hypocrisy of gaming that happens in gaming. I know everything that's going on with Xbox, because you can point a finger across the board at every single other. Now, I'm not just talking about Nintendo and Sony. I'm talking about the industry as a whole, and see that there's a lot of holes within the industry, and some of that stuff is self-inflicted. Some of that stuff is things that's out of their control. Right, so we could sit here and do a 2-hour podcast on the things that they're letting slip, you know, that they're not addressing as an industry as a whole, that they need to, right? Because a lot of these guys are just throwing up their hands, and they expect us to be happy about it. No, it doesn't work that way.
But basically, what you're saying is, if the PlayStation fanatics weren't such assholes, then you would consider buying or playing a PlayStation for a game that maybe Sega made. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, with the benefit of being an Xbox guy, you never have to worry about it because they're always held to a higher standard. And
right.
Not just in gaming, tech and business. Right. So
Absolutely.
That's the benefit of it. What I don't like is just crap like this, where all of a sudden, right, after the showcase that we had, after all the information that Asha and the people like
and the transparency.
Cygnus's point, right? About how they're, you know, are they too in front of, are they talking too much? No, they're one of the problems Xbox people have. We didn't know what was going on. Right?
Yes.
We were reacting to what we actually saw. With
yes.
Asha, he's getting ahead of this stuff. The dude, Matthew Ball, I had no idea who this guy was. Love the interview they gave, right? Love how he managed, right? Because there's a bias in the gaming media, whether people want to believe it or not. Love the way he managed the interview because he knows the guy, right? But at the same time, he don't let himself get caught, you know, by any trap questions. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. If everybody was just honest, right, then this industry would be in a lot better place. But
absolutely. I mean, Xbox does have a problem of talking too much, but the problem is when they talk in codes. If they were just like, listen, we sold 40 million consoles to this point. This is how many games sold for this game. This is how many games sold for that game. We're trying to make things better, so we sell more consoles and more games. Then people can't talk shit. The minute you don't give people the information they're looking for, they're going to change the narrative and make these fake, false claims, and the crowds are going to follow it.
But it doesn't matter because they do that anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They do it.
It doesn't matter.
But anything they do it.
Look at what Aaron Greenberg did, right? Look what happened on Twitter. Iron Greenberg addressed that dude that was
Yeah, with the gears, right? That's what you're talking about?
yeah, he addressed him and told him, and
Yes.
the guy said, but then he still questioned him.
Yeah, it was it was Tom Warren. I know what you're saying. Tom Warren said, "Oh, because they did a podcast and had the poster of gears with the PlayStation logo at the bottom," and he said, "No. I can assure you, this decision was made way before. It wasn't last minute.
Yeah.
I knew about it almost 2 months ago. But the thing is, they could already had that poster banner with the Gears logo on it from way before when Phil and Sarah was still doing." The moves, right? Because Oscar's only been there for 100 days. You know what I mean?
It's been a very significant 100 days too.
Yeah, very significant. But it doesn't mean that she's going to be able to catch every single thing. That's why she said on Twitter before the showcase, yeah, the logo thing I kind of missed. That's on me. I'll do better. And we hear you. We're going forward. She said it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which means all those games that said PS5 would have never had it if she would have noticed it. If she realized, oh wait, they don't like that. We can't do that. You get what I'm saying? That's what she said.
Yeah.
So obviously, because that Gears of War wouldn't had it, obviously that was done probably months ago, and they just forgot to take it out. So when they showed it up there, it popped up. It doesn't mean they were lying. Everybody's making it seem like, oh yeah, they're lying. They pulled it out last minute. Like, motherfucker, do you work at Xbox?
Yeah, so that's why to me, I always preach scorched earth policy, because at the end of the day, it won't matter. They don't care.
Yeah,
You can tell them to the blue in the face. You can sit them down in the conference room, have them sitting in on the meeting, see the stats, see the figures. Very next day, they'll come out with a video on their YouTube channel telling you why Xbox is going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it doesn't. Again, you're not losing anybody. You don't have any of these people. So why, like under Phil and Sarah, they just tiptoed around a lot of these people when they should have been cracking skulls.
Yeah.
And that's not figurative, guys. You know what I'm saying? They should have got down and dirty in the trenches. That's not their style. And I'm not saying. What I'm saying is all I care about or wish that they would have done is at least acknowledge what was going on. You know. But it's like everybody was deaf, dumb, and blind, and then me and Hebot over here talking about it, and then we get accused of being the grumpy old man.
Yeah.
Well, you guys like that one girl told me.
They're stuck in the console wars from back in the day. Things are different.
Yeah.
No, brother. Things are different. Football is still played like football. Basketball is still played like basketball. Hockey is still played like hockey. You go to the grocery stores to buy food the same way. You go to fucking
showcase this week. After you saw the showcase this week, right? That just proves our point.
Right.
Because they just did the same thing they did back in 2013.
Yes.
It's a little different, but it's the same thing.
Yes.
And it's always been that way. I mean, for every year, whenever Xbox and Microsoft gets momentum, right? They bring out the Sony Defense Force, and they bring out, and I'm talking about the media, everybody, right? To the point where we got them spinning off the company. Right? So you have that issue, right? And on top of that, right, we had a leadership, a previous administration that wouldn't address these issues. So again, I appreciate them coming out and saying stuff. I'm sure a lot of Xbox guys appreciate what they're saying. I would say that some of us will not like what's going to be coming out down the pipe. I can tell you that for sure because I keep up with socioeconomics, right? And it's not looking good. If you guys understand what's going on politically, right? And I'm talking about the politics of the presidency and stuff like that. I'm talking about overall.
Dude, I already said it, and I don't care if people keep saying why I keep bringing up politics. Microsoft is Trump, and Sony is like the Biden administration. That's how it is. That's the best way to describe it. They take everything they do and say out of context and make it negative. Meanwhile, it's the only thing that's supposed to be positive or that is positive. Like, how do you make Game Pass going up in price to $30 negative when they gave you more, right? Even if you didn't ask for it, they gave you more, and you were going to get 85 games day and date new every year with the ability of, because it includes online and it includes the dedicated servers, and it also includes the free cloud saving with all that for the $30 a month. And then have the nerve to say, oh, it's too much money. Well, motherfuckers pay $300 for their fucking cell phone.
look, Gogo's on fire, man. Gogo wrote, they'll complain about the cost of one game, then turn around and spend $100 on skins.
1,000. You're 1,000% correct. Go 1,000%. Yes.
Gogo's on fire today.
But it's like people that play Madden, right? My son's playing Madden. That's why I thought about it. Madden sells millions and millions and probably billions of dollars a year, right?
Yeah.
With everything they have offered, even after you buy the game separately. But till this day, they still don't have motherfucking dedicated servers running the game.
Yeah, they don't need to.
How?
don't-
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's their game plan, right? I mean, not their game plan, but they don't have to because of all the money they got, right?
Because they don't have to, because people still buy it, even if it's shit.
Yeah. Yep.
My son was one of them. He bought it even though it's shit. I said, why the fuck you buy that shit? He's like, I bought it on sale for $5. Leave me alone. I was like, oh, okay, that's different.
Yeah, come on, old man. Let your son enjoy his stuff.
Yeah. He caught me off guard. He's like, I bought it for $5. Oh, all right. No problem.
See? No, so this is why one of the things I said several years ago when we were buying up everybody, man. One of the companies I said you need to buy EA. And so people are like, well, that makes no. Why would we buy EA? Dude, you know how much money sports makes.
Yeah.
And if you're building an ecosystem, dude, you need a sports brand. You just do.
Mhm.
That's the reality. Dude, I don't watch sports like I used to. I do know it makes a lot of money.
Yeah. The Mad franchise alone and the basketball, that's a big mad money every year.
Dude, like if they had bought EA, man, they could get ahead of all the stuff going on with the World Cup, right? I'm not a big soccer fan, guys. I don't purport myself to be.
And soccer sells well for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Soccer sells well for EA, especially now during the World Cup. What? And you know, and that's another thing. Now that you mentioned that, another thing that I can't stand that I keep seeing also is all these motherfuckers saying, yeah, they wanted to be smarter than everybody else and weaponize buying companies like Bethesda or fucking buying Activision Blizzard. I'm like, motherfuckers, Microsoft didn't buy them because they went chasing them.
Mm-hmm.
They came to Microsoft because they were going through problems. They were about to go bankrupt. They went to Microsoft and Microsoft made a deal with them. It wasn't that Microsoft went chasing them. And the reason why Microsoft also agreed on buying is because Microsoft only had 5 in-house first-party studios. Sony by themselves had 27. And if you were having something like Game Pass, you have to feed it. And if you want more exclusive, you have to feed the console. How do you do that? By having more first-party developer and studios doing more games so that you have more games to bring out year in, year out. So they had to buy studios. The only people I know they bought was Play Games because they were already working with them independently. They bought Double Fine. They bought Ninja Theory. They bought Compulsion Games. And then they created the Coalition to do the future games for, Gears, right? Because they didn't have a studio. They belonged to Epic and they bought the IP from Epic. So they had to do these changes to have enough studios to make more games. Now the other companies don't have enough studios, so they're making less first party, and they're still getting praise for it. Oh, they're making less games, but they're making quality games. That's great.
Well,
Do you see what I'm saying?
well, the problem is, right? So here's the issue with that, right? And this is what I'm looking at that they're going to do, right? They're going to cut fat. That's what she means by cutting the fat. Because right now, right, the truth is out. All of you guys lied, and by all of you guys, I mean the gaming media, all the ponies, right? You guys all lied, right? Because you guys said that AAA Bangers was where we needed to be, and that was all a lie, right? And it was purported as a lie, especially because Xbox has the ability to, like they did, buy AAA games. Now, to me, regardless of what was true or not, right? I expected a little bit more from Xbox, especially on the Phil Spencer, when it comes to their management of their teams, and obviously that didn't go through smoothly as it should have. I think the big warning sign, bro, if I'm looking back now, it's easy, to Monday morning quarterback, but looking back, what's that dragon game we had? I can't remember the name of that game.
Scalebound.
Scalebound. That was probably an indicator. Now I'm not absolving the other developers, but what I am saying is that's when you needed, like if Peter Moore was there, Peter Moore wouldn't let that crap fly. If Asha, I think,
You weren't gonna let them do 8 other projects while they were working.
well, I think they would have cracked the whip too.
Yeah.
They would have, somebody like Asha or somebody like definitely Peter Moore would have cracked the whip on them. Like, look, dude, we paid you guys this money. You guys better produce.
They're like, you better produce and you better prioritize our project. If not, you're getting cut right now, immediately.
Yeah.
And of course, they would have took it serious, but these motherfuckers went. They made Star Fox for Nintendo. They made Bayonetta 2 for Nintendo. They went and did fucking for Nickelodeon. They did the Transformer game for Hasbro.
Yeah.
For Nickelodeon, they did the Turtles game. For Nickelodeon, they did the Airbender game, the last Airbender game they made. They were doing Grand Great Black Dragon, that RPG. They were doing that. They did a shitload of games, but I know they did for fucking, who was it? The ones who did when they did a Nier Automata.
Yeah.
Who was the one who published that? Was that Square?
I think it was Was it Square? I think it was. Might be.
Yeah, they did that. Remember? They did Nier Automata. They did like 7 fucking games after they announced they were working on Scalebound for Xbox.
Yeah, so I want those type of things to be gone, and I think that's one of the reasons we're at where we're at. Let me read Global's comments, and I gotta catch up with these comments because they're actually really good. One thing Asha can do, and I think she will, is push their big games they don't push enough. Yeah, I think so. We saw that with Gears. She made that a focal point. And kudos again to Asha for putting it at the front of the show, and actually, in fact. Here, this is for you guys, real quick. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Well, I think she said that in a statement, one of the interviews, that going forward, they want to focus on the bigger AAA games that make them money and that people want the most, and put more money towards them so they could be done quicker and faster, and not concentrate so much on the smaller stuff. Because remember, they are a bunch of people and they gave them the middle finger. That's another Microsoft was doing with Phil, which I can commend them for it, but they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. We'll talk, and you know what? We'll talk about that. Let me play this real quick to kind of hammer my point home and to kind of support what's his name said.
Sure.
Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some of the greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible. Games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive.
Beautiful.
I mean, boom, dude. That was a mic drop moment, dude.
It was great.
Yeah.
It needed to be done a long time ago.
Yeah. So to your point, Gogo, that's what I'm talking about. Like getting behind these games. Yeah, Hiba, do you want to expand a little bit on what you were saying? Because that's something we do talk about, and
Oh, you know what I was trying to say before you put the video, you mean?
with the smaller
Yeah. What happened was that there was another interview she did where it was more business-like. Basically, she was saying that
Bloomberg one, I think.
going forward, the plan is to put more money onto the bigger titles so that they can do them quicker and focus on those, because those are the ones that make the most money and people want more. So, the Gears of Wars, the Halos, the Fables, those titles.
Look, and just really quickly, let me interject, right? And that's what we talk. That's what we've been screaming about. You, and then look, dude. All credit to Ebot, because he's like a year and 2 years ahead of me, right? Even though I feel it, Ebot was screaming from the heavens, right, about this, right? This is why we talk so much focus about identity, right? Identity is very important, and when you look at the showcase, you look at the games that it seems like Microsoft is going to focus on. This is the games that they're known for, right? The Elder Scrolls. If you guys look back at the history of the original OG Xbox, what gave it its character, what people know it for. That's why I have no shame, dude. Like the whole shooter box thing, that was made to degrade Xbox.
Yes, yes. It was meant to somehow make it seem like people on Xbox are just dummies that like to shoot things and don't like games with actual gameplay. When that completely is false. Because all the inceptions of every game on PlayStation were born from Xbox and Gears.
Yeah.
All the Halo, I mean, all the Uncharted and Last of Us and fucking Horizons and Ghost of Tsushima. All of those games were based off what Gears brought to the table.
It gave us our personality. It made us who we were. So I know for a lot of you guys that are new to Xbox, man, and look, I'm not trying to hold this over your head, but this is why it's so important. And if you're gonna bleed green, man, you got to pick up on that really fast, because there's no sense in vanilla. That's what the gaming industry is heading towards, and that's what Hebot was so succinctly referencing. Right? You're gonna have an industry of stuff. If Xbox goes away, you have an industry of stuff that's just samey, right? And you don't want that. Trust me.
Yeah.
I rock out with Xbox, right? Because I am a jaded gamer, man. Me and Hebot's been doing this for decades, right? And I use decades on purpose, dude. We've been around.
But Sega forever. Look at a perfect example we can use. Look how long it has taken Sega after they left the console business to even become and start getting on their stride with their fucking classic games. We finally got an announcement of a Crazy Taxi since the OG Xbox.
Yeah.
We got a new Alex Kidd. We got a new Streets of Rage. We got a new Wonder Boy. But it took all those years later for them to go back to their roots, to what made them great.
Yeah.
Gears of War only came out during the 360 era.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's that old.
Yeah.
So all that hoopla bullshit, oh, they need to die, they never been relevant. Like, get the fuck out of here. The 360 destroyed the PS3 era. Okay? Peter Moore made sure that he did that. And when people go, oh yeah, because the problem is, oh, give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah, the problem is because the PS3 caught up and sold more units. I said, yeah, you know why? Because it was diminishing returns. The PS3 had 4 iterations and revisions during that era. Or they kept taking out shit, and redoing it so that they could sell more consoles, and they were selling it cheaper. When the Xbox 360 generation finished, the Xbox 360 Pro and Core were still the same price they were when they launched day one. Mm-hmm. The PS3 went from $600, and some places 7 and 8, to $189.
Mm-hmm.
They made more sales and caught up. The motherfuckers started buying it when it was $189 to play the exclusives that they had, like The Last of Us. Because it came out that very last summer of E3 when the generation was finishing. Because we were about to get a new generation that winter with the Xbox One and PS4. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So don't use those stupid fucking comparisons. That's what I said. If Peter Moore comes side by side with Asha, they're gonna tear down the house. They're gonna go medieval.
I already told you what I wanted. I want Xbox to buy Sega and then put Peter Moore as the COO of Sega International.
For real, yeah. That would be fantastic.
That would be awesome.
That would be.
I'll be honest with you, man. Asha's gonna need these people around. The Matthew Ball seems to be like a good addition. I've always liked our boy, the assassin guy, Matt Booty. Unlock Aaron Greenberg and his marketing crew, and
brother.
Yeah.
I gotta change my phone.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. I'll go through these comments because I really do.
No, give me a second. I gotta change this LTE from Wi-Fi because I need to. My boys need to restart the internet in the house, so that we don't lose connection. I gotta switch. So if you don't hear me, it's not that I went away. I'm changing so that I can use the LTE instead.
Yeah, no worries. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through all these comments because I gotta catch up.
Okay. I just want to give you a heads up in case you were talking to me and you didn't hear me.
All right, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, so Google says, like the Bethesda games should be worked on like COD. There are big games sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, I see the stories coming out about Asha kind of pushing them to do that. I think that's what she's going to have to do. I think that's why you hear the stories about the weeping and gnashing of teeth that's going to happen at Xbox coming up. I think that's what she's alluding to. Just went to NPD and Spider-Man sold 3.3 million first 3 days. Then by November that year, it's 9.9 million. Then by August 2019, it sold 13.2 million. Which I guess by, of course, console standards, that's pretty good. But again, Cognis, my problem with that is that they is bragging about the overall base of consoles sold to the amount of games sold. And again, it's not me hating on PlayStation or Sony. What that tells me is that's just what I'm trying to tell you guys is that this false narrative of which a lot of people fell for and ran with, and on top of the simple fact that Microsoft actually course corrected to do those kind of things, right, is the problem. Yes, Colin, Spider-Man sold well, but Sony doesn't get all that money. Yep, exactly. Disney takes a cut. That's why their profit margins were below Xbox for years. 100% Google, and I know Hebot's talked about, he's not here right now, but Hebot's talked about that ad nauseum for years. It's not till Google posted, it's not till last year that MS made mistakes with Game Pass price, Xbox everywhere and multiply. They literally diluted the brand. 100% Google. I think that was the final nail in the coffin, and I mean that not that Xbox is dead, but what I'm saying is that's but all the stuff that Microsoft does, man, and the narrative that they have to fight through all these years. Again, my critique of the previous administration with Xbox is that they allowed that stuff to get out of hand, and they need to deal with it. Asha's facing the same thing. She's facing the same thing, and it's going to be a tough road to hoe. I'm telling you. Good point, though. Good comment, Google. Cognis says, Google, Hebot said Spider-Man 2018 didn't sell well. Well, Hebot could probably adjust that when he comes back, Cognis. I'm saying for the narrative, right, that Xbox needed AAA titles, which nobody's buying games on that level. It's just like studios who make movies, right? You know, the way that they make movies. If that stuff doesn't sell, dude, you don't get a sequel. And sell by their standards. Not sell by the standards you think is good, but the standards that they set. Because they're the ones spending the money, and their investors are the ones spending the money. And the studios is the ones that lose their ass every time people don't respond to the type of movies that people say they want and then never got to watch them. That's a fine line that Microsoft, you know, that's one of the disappointments I have with Phil and his crew. I think he's saying for Spider-Man to sell better. Spider-Man 2 sold on the run. I'm saying, for me, guys, what I'm saying is that if you have 150 million consoles, but you only sell if you sell 13 point whatever million that you're selling, dude, that's not, to me, that's not a win, bro. It's not, especially when you factor in all the overhead that comes in. And it definitely should not have been the narrative moving forward, right? And again, this is across the board. Nintendo, right? They each it is ironically, right, because it supports. It actually supports this narrative. It supports my point. I guess this narrative where there are each console has their own significant stuff that sells and doesn't sell, right?
Brother, can you hear me?
Which, yeah, I hear you. Which supports what Asha is looking at, and what we've been talking about is the identity of these consoles, right? Because you need the fan base and you need to have this identity, because this is the stuff that'll get you through and allow you to do all this other stuff that you don't. This is why you have the big summer blockbusters from the studios, right? That these movie studios put these big summer blockbusters, get all the money, then they can make that stupid indie title that nobody wants, but they want to win awards for, right? Like the Golden Globes and all that crap. That's why you can have that, and that's why these pop stars can dress up in these $1 billion outfits, right? And then boom, right? They're somebody. And look, I don't care. That's their lifestyle, whatever. That's all I'm trying to say. What I am trying to say is that should not have been the contributing factor for why Microsoft buys AAA studios. And I would like to think that's not why they did it. But obviously something had to change, and this is why you have the direction we went in. Hey, what's up, Unlimited?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Hebot's not here right now.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting. I don't want to cut you off, brother. I don't want to cut you off.
Well, let me get through a couple more of these comments, and then
absolutely, brother. You do you, my brother. I'm here for you. You know that.
Yeah. Google says,
Hey, hold
"Awesome
on.
can
Hold
see
on,
the
I'm trying
forest
to.
from the trees, but we shall see, though. MS still has a bug up its ass, in my opinion. They expect too much too fast when it doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's a Microsoft issue, 100%. They don't even have enough Series X to sell now. That was a major mistake, in my opinion. They bet on cloud to take over some of the losses in itself. In a way, I don't blame them for looking at cloud. Google is because the alternative wasn't there, man. We shifted totally from our entire manufacturing structure shifted on the fly, and it had to shift on the fly. The problem happened 20 years ago when we
Hey,
outsourced
yo,
all
hey,
that
can you
stuff.
hear me, guys?
Yeah, you're coming in, brother.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, we can hear you. Mhm.
no, we lost him. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the gaming industry, why I get so pissed off with people is because they're talking about something, but they don't know the whole picture.
And they don't know the whole picture. Yeah, yeah, like Tyrone Magnus. Absolutely.
That dude's a pony and a half. So what I'm saying is that there's stuff that we shouldn't have allowed ourselves as an industry, right? And then
Remember that we heard you. Come back. We heard you.
and to take it even further, right? I think maybe he couldn't hear us.
Yeah, probably. I'm just saying in case he's in the chat.
Yeah. So my point being is there's outside factors that that you can't control right now. You just have to. My point is you have to just deal with it. You just have to deal with it right now. Right? Like everybody's going to the chips, the memory, this kind of stuff. Yeah, dude, that was coming down the road. Right?
Yeah, but they're making it seem like it's Xbox because they're dying, have no money, they're gonna be completely fucking dead. When that's not the case, it's the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of money on chipsets to make consoles, and they weren't selling quick enough, or they weren't selling enough, and now they have to fix that because they need to make more money for the console division because it's important to them. It's important to the division of Xbox, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
can you hear us? We can hear you unlimited. Yeah.
Oh, good. Hey, man, what's up to you two, man? I miss you, both of you guys, man. It's been a minute.
Oh,
Same
yeah.
here. You know that. Absolutely. Glad that you can join us, I guess, right?
Yeah, I have to pull a Zinc today and do a drive-by, man. I'm busy right now, so I can't stay. Like, you know what I'm saying? I thought I was gonna be home sooner.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Here, I'll go to the next one. Go.
Yeah, but
There's
what?
no Spider-Man game. Oh, go ahead, Unlimited. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask what were you guys talking about? Well, because I'm just jumping back in.
About the Goshen narrative. Go ahead. Tell us, I'm sorry.
Well, we're supposed to be talking about the summer showcase, but as this podcast goes, we're kind of all over the place.
Right.
So right now we're kind of addressing some of the issues that has to do with Xbox and what they need to do moving forward, especially when it comes to the hardware, right? Because it's already been put out. Asha, God bless her, dude. I love this.
Stupid narratives.
Yeah, but she's putting it all out there, man. And the interesting thing is, like, she'll put out something and she'll get on her own media accounts and blast it out there before the media can actually try and shape what the narrative is. So that's a good thing that she does. Because for me, right, I watched that one guy. What's his name? Peter.
Matthew Balls.
Oh, Matthew Ball. Okay, so I watched Matthew Ball's interview, and a lot of the narrative that came out after what he said was totally off, which I could tell.
Way off.
They either read too much into it or they didn't watch it at all. It's either one of the two.
Well, you saw that he said when the stupid ass Christopher Drink looking like the fucking Uncle Fester from fucking Young Frankenstein, can't stand that motherfucker. Yeah. He over there goes, so how come you guys made this exclusive Clockwork Knights Revolution but not Senua Saga? And he goes, no comment. I'm like, bro, he's digging because he wants to make something negative out of something positive. Clearly, Senua Saga has all the other Hellblades on PlayStation. That was probably under contract way before, and they made that decision, right?
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but Matt Booty said, I think it was Matt Booty, who said that they were honoring whatever they had left.
Absolutely.
So after taking in everything, because I read some of the articles this week too, and this is why I don't go live with my immediate reaction, man, because after thinking on
Too
it,
much
processing
insane.
again,
Yeah.
listening to people like Hebot or Sega Forever, because Sega Forever had a great video last week about the messaging in Xbox right before the showcase, by the way.
Mhm.
Right? I could come to a more reasonable conclusion, man. And I don't know. I'm thinking after next year, a lot of those games that were ported over to the PlayStation, I think that's done. I saw the usual suspects, your Call of Duties and stuff, but yeah, that's what it's seeming like based off everything they're saying. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, Unlimited is like I told before. I told Sega Forever, right? I told them. Well, we both talked about it ad nauseum for a while, but in the show, I addressed him and I told him, Microsoft is not going to invest billions of dollars on a new console that's supposed to be a console PC hybrid where you can play all your PC games from the storefront on the console as well, to go and lose the sales. You get what I mean?
Right.
They're not going to go and compromise the 41 million plus that they have on a console, let's say, with a Game Pass subscription, to just throw it all away when that's the core audience. We're talking about $9 billion before payouts in Game Pass alone, which I keep telling people it's more, and you guys can go do the math right now. It's more than 6 exclusives that Sony and Nintendo can sell in 1 year at $75 each exclusive, and each one of those 6 exclusives selling 10 million copies. Game Pass makes more money than that amount of games being sold exclusive.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you know, and we all know, Nintendo and Sony don't make 6 exclusives a year.
No.
We're talking about first party in-house, right? We're not talking about third party fucking money hatting. No. Actual first party in-house like Microsoft, that is all first party, right? So if that shit makes more than 6 exclusives at $75, selling 10 million copies in 1 year, how are you saying that's a failure? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because they desperately want it to be a failure.
No,
they've been telling
they just want it, but they don't have it.
Before the showcase, Sega Forever and Gebot, remember they put out every FUD article you could imagine. Every FUD rumor.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when they were proven wrong, as they usually are, now they got to pivot to whatever else they could turn into, fear, and certainly the doubt about Xbox.
No, 100%.
Unlimited, and Sega Forever. They want to win the console space again because they know they can. Because they have the games, they have the strategies, they have the services. They know they can. But it's like I was trying to explain the difference before, which I know you understood me, but when I was trying to talk to our brother E-Rock, for example, trying to explain to him what I was saying, their ecosystem is healthy, meaning people playing on PC, people playing on the phone, people playing on tablets, people playing on the handhelds, people playing on PlayStation. That aspect was healthy, right?
Right.
But they walked away from their core audience, which was the console gamers. We weren't getting updates. We weren't getting FanFest. We weren't getting more exclusives, right? Because we were even told, oh yeah, the exclusives are going to be, on a game-to-game basis. Some will go and some will stay. When we clearly saw that was bullshit. They were bringing everything. Every single game. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? The only ones that didn't come over were the shits that would cost $20 that you could afford to bring over because they $20. Like the Keeper, right? And they even brought South of Midnight, which they shouldn't even done that because they didn't bring over the Gunk. The Gunk didn't bring it over, but they brought over the Keeper. Why? For what? South of Midnight should have stayed. But they did it anyway. And what happened? South of Midnight sold like 80,000 copies, 100,000. That's it. What was the fucking point? They're spending more money on porting shit over on PlayStation than what they're making back. Because the only one that did well was Call of Duty, Forza, and Sea of Thieves. And they brought up like 25 games.
Yep.
Grounded failed, Pentiment failed, Ninja Gaiden failed.
That was my shit right there.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden failed. a Valve
Oh,
failed,
yeah, yeah.
fucking
The Outer
the
Worlds, another great
Outer
game.
Worlds 1 and 2 failed. Fucking what was the game they remastered? Oblivion, right?
Yeah,
That failed. Fucking what was it? What's the other one? Doom. Doom failed.
yeah.
Fucking Hi-Fi Rush failed.
Oh,
Even I failed even
what
fucking
was
failed.
that? Sega Forever?
Oh, that's not me.
Oh,
I think that's
Starfield, all that bull crap they were talking about. Starfield will sell on PlayStation. You're fucking,
yep.
you're crazy. That shit's gonna sell in the millions. Starfield sold on Xbox 6 million copies before it went on the official sale.
Yeah,
Before
yeah.
it
Before
went
the
on
official
Game Pass.
launch. Yep.
With the preview, with the preview release. 6 million copies or so before it went on the initial launch. On PlayStation, it sold 150,000 copies. So
Let's add another one to that list. Oblivion was the top selling game of the first half of 2025 on Xbox and PC.
1,000%. It also had 3 million players on Xbox in 2 days.
Yep.
Doom, for example, Doom. 100%. And I feel, like I was saying, Microsoft realized, why are we doing this if we're not making money?
Yeah.
There was another statement that was put out with Satya that said, we're tired of being nice. We were promised reciprocation and we got nothing. What does that sound like?
Yeah, where did that come from? I know you told me last
What's the article? What's the article that it was on? Oh, with the one with Jess Gordon.
Yeah,
I don't fuck with Gordon, but I read it and I saw it and I was like, oh shit, for real?
Yeah, hey, send me that article when you get a chance. I gotta see that.
Yeah. I'll send it to you. Mm-hmm. So basically,
Yeah,
that's
real
how
quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Hugh, but I don't mean to cut
No,
you off, man,
don't bother me, brother. No.
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna be here for too much longer.
Oh, go ahead.
I just had to hang out with the homies because we don't got time like that no more.
We don't get to talk. Absolutely.
Yeah, man, and about the sales, we talked about it before. I had it on screen during a podcast before showing that they didn't buy anything but like 3 games.
Right.
And I really hate that Phil and Sarah were pressured into it, because if y'all remember 2023, what are they saying? Starfield's the biggest Xbox exclusive in a decade, and this and that, and then literally that January, all of a sudden everything was on. And at the time, I felt that no way in hell, what I'm saying, did they what I'm trying to say, were they?
You said, I remember what you said. There's no way they're going to put the pillar games like Forza and Halo on PlayStation.
Yeah. That's
I remember what you
it.
said. I was there with you. I remember.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, man. And yet they
They did it.
So I gotta be honest. I don't 100% blame them, because they were clearly requiescing to somebody else at Microsoft on that shit, and it turned out to be a failure. And now Asha is rightfully so righting those wrongs and saying a lot of right things and doing a lot of right things to start off.
She's trying to win back the trust, because unfortunately, even though Phil Spencer did a whole lot for Xbox and so did Sarah, they were put in a position by that Amy Hood bitch that wanted 30% revenue of income, right, of intake. So they put them in a position where Phil and Sarah had to make tough decisions, and then Phil, being so connected, like I said before, with the industry and with people in the industry, meaning he's too friendly with people, right, was playing kumbaya. But you can't play kumbaya when people don't give a fuck about you, because like Sega Forever has said, you said it sometimes as well, I remember, that no matter what Xbox does, it's always going to be negative.
Yep.
Some hate is going to come. So since that's the case, Xbox, you be Xbox. Fuck everybody else.
Yep, exactly. Hey, I'm gonna step out again. I'll be back in a few minutes if you guys are still live. About 30 minutes actually.
Absolutely.
Right, I'll be listening to chat.
Yeah, come back. So these decisions have to be made, but they have to earn the trust now of the fan base, of the core fan base. I'm not talking about the media and the haters, the usual suspects. I'm talking about the fan base. People like Go Pool, like Sega Forever, like me, like Sega Man, like Unlimited, that we buy into their ecosystem, into their console and their brand every year in, year out. We spend thousands of dollars without second guessing ourselves, because we know what we want and where we are, right? And that's what people don't understand. These things don't happen overnight. These things are never going to happen overnight. It's going to be a while. It's going to take years, at least 2 to 3, before where you start seeing everything line up perfectly.
Yeah.
Especially if they stay focused and on track. They can't veer away. And they said it. You saw that they said, even if we're going to sell less copies, we got to do this. Long term is a sacrifice that's going to work in our favor, for the favor of the console platform and the console itself. They said it in the interview. Tom said it. Matthews, rather. Sarah said it. You get what I'm trying to say? So therefore, that means that they're serious. And what do they do? How do they do it? The next games that come out from Bethesda, like Elder Scrolls 6, exclusive only on Xbox. And it's going to sell consoles. Right?
Imagine if Indiana Jones was exclusive.
Right. It would have still done well. It would have done much better because, again, like I said before, you saw people like John Campia that's not a gamer. He's just a casual. He's a movie guru, right? Said, I got to buy an Xbox. I don't like Xbox, but I'm going to buy it because Indiana Jones looks great, and I want to play it. If you can reach somebody as casual as him, that means those type of things work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They work. Like I said, Starfield sold 6 million copies before it went on Game Pass in its initial launch. And Amazon had it 1,000% ratio as far as sales. Someone just sent me something now. In Japan, it said all consoles for Xbox sold out in Japan. Right? Why do you think that is? Because of the current exclusivity with Forza 6, and it's in Japan. That's why it's doing well. It said it's currently sold out. Huh?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I wonder if Asha's going to pull the trigger on that one, like pull it off.
You should, to be honest, because she sees it's making all the money, and she should seriously just say, you know what? The version wasn't finished. We're not going to invest money that we need to put somewhere else. It's doing perfectly fine on Xbox. We're not bringing it over. That's it. They should just pull the plug.
Yeah.
They should just pull the plug. Halo is a remake, so it probably didn't cost that much. And it's already coming out in July, so I could understand that's next month. That's almost impossible to do. But Fable, I wouldn't be surprised if they push it away next year to make an excuse to not bring it out either.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Dude, the minute they see that, you're going to see the crash out on social and the pony.
But you know what the problem? The reason why that don't matter, because they do it every time. This is what I mean. It's like Chicken Little, right? I mean, you keep on doing that, people won't care.
Dude, this whole bullshit narrative of Xbox is sell off and all that shit started because of the announcement of the exclusive. Because Gears being exclusive.
It's everything, though, right? It doesn't matter what Xbox does. So just people are gonna get numb to that, dude, and a lot of us just don't care at this point. I know I don't.
Right.
Like, what you need to do.
I want to.
Like, what are they gonna do? Call you names? Tell you that you guys are gonna fail? You guys been saying that?
They can't say you don't got excuses. They can't do that because that's exactly what's happening.
That's what blew my mind, dude. None of these guys blinked an eye or batted an eyelash, dude. When those articles 2 years ago started, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, started coming out about AAA titles, right? That it's not about the AAA. Now you got people like, oh, I want to go retro. Oh, it's about the indies. Screw these dudes, man. Again, Asha, if you ask me my advice, dude, make them bend the knee. Let me read this comment real quick, brother. Anthony Chipmunk, I would like to see Stellar Blade on Xbox. I think that's happening, Anthony. I would say this. Again, I have my opinions, so that's just my opinions alone. But if it's for you guys, that's fine, dude. Like I said, it's your time, it's your money. Right? What you decide to do with that is none of my business. But what I do is that when I vent, dude, it's about, it's just my opinion. Just want to put that up.
Well, the
And if they
purpose
actually
of them out.
Stellar Blade- Well, Stellar Blade 2, it's my understanding that they're going to self-publish, so that has a better chance to get it on Xbox. Right? I don't know about Stellar Blade.
Well, what happened was, can I chime in or no?
Yeah, good.
The developer came out yesterday because the Xbox community has been very vocal since they announced it for the Switch, right? And I'm betting that the reason why they announced it for Switch first is because the cost is cheaper, right? And the Switch 2 is still, let's be honest, much more popular than Xbox, right? Even if it has a smaller install base, right? I saw another article, now that I said that, it's trying to say that the Switch 2 sold more console than the Xbox Series X has sold in its entire generation. I was like, that's a fucking crock of shit. That's a lie. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I thought about that when I just talked about it. But they came out and said that, please be patient. It's going to take us time because they're an independent company now. Like they're working one team alone. They're by themselves.
Yeah.
So they're probably finalizing the Switch version. But I honestly think, and that's just me, but don't be surprised if I'm right. They're just trying to save the big announcement for that game for Xbox in the Tokyo Game Show. Because that's usually where they make the announcements of the big Japanese games coming to Xbox. And it'll probably be something tied in maybe to Game Pass. Where they'll be like, oh, by the way, it's going to be on Game Pass day and date. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that'd be good.
And that's what I truly believe. Because remember, Tokyo Game Show is September. Because every other Final Fantasy game already has been announced. They did it with that. They did it with Guilty Girl. They did it with Guilty Gear. They did it with Blaze Blue. It's been a repetitive thing. If you go back and look at Tokyo Game Show, they made some big announcements. They did it with Persona. They did it with Dragon Quest. All those games were announced at Tokyo Game Show. So I think that's what it is. So instead of telling the fans straight up, oh, we can't, or we are, they're trying to keep it hush hush because they want to bring it and announce it in the Tokyo Game Show as a surprise. Because if you notice, the Nintendo Switch version only says coming in 2026. In 2026, it didn't say a specific date.
Well, there you go, Anthony, from the lips of He-Bot himself. Tokyo
You know
Game
what I'm
Show.
saying? No, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can come back, Gogo, and tell me, but you were wrong, and I'll own up to it. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying I'm doing an educated guess is what I'm doing.
I trust your educated guesses way more than I trust the actual game.
You're just being kind to me. Stop it, bro. Stop. So
I would not be surprised if that happened.
Right. Well, it don't make sense because they don't have a lot of games left from Japan that are being announced or are going to be announced for Xbox. So remember, Kena, they already said, and Phantom Blade Zero are 1-year exclusives. So when they come out on PlayStation in August, should be getting it after August of next year. And then Phantom Blade, I think it's September or November or October. So we'll get it after October next year. You know what I'm saying? And that was Sony money adding the games. But that's because Sony don't have no first party games. Like they don't have enough first party exclusives. That's why they did that. I get it. Now the fact that they did it for a year is gangster. Like damn, a year? But I blame that on the devs. They're the ones who took the deal. I would have never did that deal. Not a year. I would have said 6 months and that's it.
I mean, with all the false narratives out there, that's probably why they did what they did. Gogo Post says, MS should do the same. I hope they lock up third-party games. They can do it strange. They can do it. It's strange. It's strange they don't do that anymore. Yeah. I was telling
Wait. I missed that question.
So Gogo says MS should do the same.
Microsoft.
Yeah,
They are Gogo. Like, what do you think Replace is? Replace is not first party. That's exclusive to Xbox. That's not on PlayStation. Same thing with Song of Iron. Same thing with Arrow and Arrow 2. Those games are only on Xbox. The only thing is, I know what GOGO means. I think GOGO means like the bigger games.
Well, we were talking about Stellar Blade.
Right. I'm sorry, GOGO. I know what you mean. That's my bad. You're right. I know what you mean. You're talking about them making like a big deal with a bigger game, like with Capcom or Konami. I know, and Asha did say that they plan to do that in the interview. That's part of the plan. Because that also saves them money. Remember, that's cheaper to get a game exclusive on the console than you building it for yourself or by yourself and funding the entire game. It's a cheaper alternative. That's why Sony does it. It's easier for them to do that than build a new game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I get your point, Gogo. You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. They should. And I think Asha did address it in the interview. Go look at it. If I'm not mistaken, she did say that.
Gogo. So I was telling this to Heba last night. I think what they should do is they should go after GTA 6. Like bring it back.
Bro.
And make it
Bro. My dude. If they were able to get GTA 6 exclusive, and I know it could be done, but like me and you talked about, it'll probably cost them like $15 billion or some shit. Because you know Rockstar's not going to give in for no little bit of money. But I don't know, maybe if they even offer them $5 billion up front, they'll probably still do it, I think, because that's a lot of money. $5 billion guaranteed before you even launch? Shit. Because they're not telling them you can't launch it later on Xbox, on PlayStation. They're just saying...
One of the reasons why I bring this up is because the economy right now, right, is so bad. They've invested a lot of money into this game, and so they need a investment back. And I think
they need some type of guaranteed money back. Right.
So what you guys gotta take into consideration is the cost of living, right? And I'm not saying it's not gonna sell gangbusters, right? But the amount of money that they put into this game, dude, you have to take that into you have to factor that in, dude.
Yeah. That's a realistic outtake, though. That's real. That's realistic.
This is why you see, like, even though Marvel made money on their movies, you don't see them pushing their stuff out like they used to. Because they also have to weigh the amount of money that they made with the amount of money that cost them to put it out there. And especially the cost and everything. So I'm not saying that at the end of the day, dude, I can't stand all the stuff that goes on in gaming. This is just something that I think about that I would love to see, just to piss people off, if I'm being honest.
Well, and to get back at Sony. Because that's what Sony does.
It'll set the entire industry. People, I'm talking not just Sony, everybody will be mad. But I don't care.
I don't give a fuck if everybody else is mad. Fuck you. Too bad. You weren't mad when Sony did it with Final Fantasy, with Street Fighter, right?
Yeah.
With every other game that comes out exclusive to their platform and not Xbox, and they don't even own it, like Wolverine and Spider-Man. Wolverine and Spider-Man don't even belong to Sony. They don't own those IPs. That's Marvel Games.
I think
and as a matter of fact, Marvel Games is helping them fund Wolverine, but I think this time around Sony's also putting money in it. But the first two Spider-Mans, it was Marvel Games. They were fully funding it.
I think Turnabout is fair play when it comes to this kind of stuff, dude. And again, like I said, I'm a prick. I don't really care. I would set this whole industry on fire if I could. Just because it needs to be. And in that case, dude, I would say 100%. Because at the end of the day, dude, no matter what Microsoft does, we said this earlier, no matter what they do, they're always the bad guy. So be the bad guy. Why not? Now, is that possible?
That's not being a bad guy either, though. In realistic terms, it's not.
But everything they do is evil, right? So feed their worst desires, right? And then for me, it's just about like sticking it back at them. Because if they do something if they're able to pull that stuff off, they should have did it with COD, but they didn't. If they could pull something like that off, that'll change the way we go moving forward. Because the other companies can't afford to do it at all.
Absolutely. And I would make the game, try to make a deal, make the game exclusive for at least 2 years.
Yeah.
Because 2 years will impact. People will go buy an Xbox to play it. Yeah. But if you make it like 1 year, they'll be like, oh, I'll just wait. But 2 years? No way. Hell, they're going to wait. No, I got to get an Xbox. You bug, I got to play GTA. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it won't make a fucking statement. It will make one of those statements like, oh, shit, we just pissed off a behemoth. You know what I mean?
What was the guy's name that just did the interview? I keep on getting his name wrong. Matthew.
That Christopher Drink that did the interview with Matthew Ball.
Yeah, Matthew Ball. Okay, so
Yeah,
Matthew
yeah.
Ball, like you said, like Ebot said earlier, was asked a question about the exclusivity, and he said the reason why they're going to keep it exclusive, right, Ebot, was because it does matter to have that exclusive, even if they lose.
Absolutely. He said because that's one of the games that is the identity of Xbox. He said it right in the state, but he understood. He understood the assignment. I told you that one of the things he said, to reiterate when we talked last night, right?
Yeah.
He said, we have to go back and take care of the people that have been with us 5 years ago. Meaning the people that started with us and bought an Xbox Series X and S. We have to take care of them. We haven't taken care of them, basically, is what he's saying. Which is what I was saying, which is what you were saying.
Yeah.
Why you think they did a custom console? They haven't done one in the longest, since like Halo, I think. Infinite, right?
Yeah.
They haven't done console updates. We're getting them every 2 weeks now. We weren't getting them.
Yeah.
FanFest, they're bringing it back.
Yeah.
They talked about backwards compatibility. One of the greatest fucking weapons that they had. While everybody else is charging their fucking fan base money, they were giving it to us for free.
Yeah.
Like, bro, that's that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why Phil, having all these things in his hand, he just didn't keep capitalizing. Yeah, there was noise. People talking shit on Twitter saying, "Oh yeah, we'd rather pay for a remake. We don't want to get free games." Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here, you lying sack of shit.
That's one of the negatives. That's one of the negatives. He listened to the wrong people. He listened to too many.
Phil listened too much to the people that weren't real Xbox fans. That's what made him get into that position. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, one of the other reasons. That's the problem. While he was doing all these internally, he was doing all these things right, like buying, Mojang, buying the Gears, buying Cloud, buying 19 patents from Scuff, doing all these great, positive, important internal decisions. His problem is when it came to the gaming fan base, he was listening to the ponies and the media instead of the gamers on Xbox.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Just real quick, Anthony, man, welcome to the Xbox. Family.
What's going on there?
Anthony got an Xbox, so.
Oh, nice. Oh, Chigman?
Yeah. Hey, bro, I'll put in my gamer tag in there for you.
Oh, is Anthony Chipmunks?
Yeah, Anthony Chipmunk. I don't know.
He finally got one. Nice. That's what's up, Anthony. Yeah, you know how to add me on. Just put he bought 8.
Yeah.
With a capital H and a capital B, Anthony. You can add me on if you like. Just make sure you message me and say it's me, Anthony, because I get too many weirdos trying to add me on to my friend list just to be assholes. They're trying to see if I'm lying, if I play games or not. That's what they do. I know what they're doing.
Gogo says, watch a podcast like Kind of Funny or Jeff Grubb Show. The dudes always make little clips and jokes about Xbox. They hate Xbox.
Absolutely.
So Chaos Lounge did a great video with Jeff Grubb.
Oh, yeah, the indie guy, right? He's fucking funny as fuck. He's funny. That dude is so funny. He be clipping all that fucking stupidity. That's just great.
So I don't know if you saw that one, but I definitely go check it out. Hey, Mr. Kimo, welcome, brother.
Mr. Kimo.
The gaming media and PlayStation fanboys working together to turn fake narratives into the truth. 100%, Mr. Kimo.
We're back to 2013, Mr. Kimo.
Yeah,
Microsoft needs exclusive. They're dying. Microsoft announces exclusive. Microsoft is going to close down because they're playing the games are not going to sell. Like, get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit, bro. Like, come on, bro. You can't have your cake and eat it too, and that's what PlayStation motherfuckers want. The media does it because of what I told. The media does it because they want to stay relevant and make views and clicks, and they know anytime they present negative Xbox, they make millions of views. If they talk about PlayStation, they're not going to make no money.
Coco says, I don't mind people having bias, but they present their views as fact all the time when it's assumption based on their hate of Xbox. Yeah, that's what we're going through right now.
Yeah, Gogo, my brother. You know one thing. I know you're going to keep it 100 because you're a very realistic person and have a lot of common sense, logic, and intelligence. When you're in the media, you can't play bias because you're supposed to be a professional or at least act like a professional. We had Ryan McCaffrey doing an interview yesterday with the motherfuckers that are doing the remaster of Tomb Raider, right? And when he ended the interview, he said, so this game is going to play fantastic on PlayStation 5 Pro. What kind of advantages we're going to have? And what the guy said, we're letting the game work wonderfully for every console. They shut down his narrative. The same Ryan McCaffrey that was talking shit when Phil made Tomb Raider, the second one with the reboot, exclusive to have a game to combat Uncharted 4 that holiday for Xbox. And he said, how dare they? If Tomb Raider's always been on PlayStation. Yeah, motherfucking Ryan McCaffrey, you shaggy motherfucker. Looking like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, you stupid fuck. Tomb Raider was a Sega Saturn game that Eidos Montreal or Eidos have made a deal with Sega first, and Sony went and behind their back and paid them off and put it on PlayStation. You motherfuckers. So it ain't belong to you, you fucking faggot. It didn't belong to Sony. It belonged to Eidos, you fucking faggot. Okay? It was never an IP for PlayStation. It was a Sega IP. To be honest, it was going to go there first. Same thing like Resident Evil. You fuck. You don't deserve to be on Xbox podcast on fucking IGN. You're not an Xbox man. He's a fucking faggot. He's a big fat fucking Sony dick. That's what he does.
Yeah, brother, we're losing you.
Yeah, you ain't gonna lose me.
Okay.
Not
great.
when I'm on fire. No, no. Give me a call, T. I think she's done. Give me a second. Hello? You get what I'm saying, brother? He really said, I was gonna look up that PlayStation 5 Pro. It's gonna look beautiful, right? Go eat a fucking cock, you fucking faggot. Bend over and let Sony shove a fucking console right up your ass and televise that shit. Because that's what you are, you fucking homo. I can't stand. If I ever meet Ryan McCaffrey, I'm gonna curse him the fuck out. I'm telling you, I can't stand that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't watch any of this stuff.
I can't stand him. And the fact that he's the identity of Xbox and IGN makes me even madder.
Yeah, like I say all the time, man. Microsoft again. If Asha, well, I think one thing that'd be great for Asha if they start internalizing their media and stop going outside, because you get no benefit from it at all. I mean,
They need to figure out how to wield out the fakes from the actual people that are actual, like that are actually real fans versus
what I would do is just give them jobs, right? So we have Xbox Wire. Xbox Wire is awesome.
yes.
Right? But what they need to do, and I think so because I think, or it seems that Asha is very media savvy and she's very.
Yeah, well, what she did, she invited Major Nelson back to host FanFest.
Yeah, awesome.
She invited him to host FanFest. He's going to host every FanFest.
Yeah.
Which makes Phil Spencer look bad. Because then you're like, well, why Major left in the first place? If Phil and him been friends for years. And again, I'm not saying there was animosity between them. I'm just saying it makes Phil look bad. The perception makes Phil look bad.
But we can extrapolate that they were going in a different direction, and that's
Absolutely.
why stepped away. Mikey Barr, right? Mikey Barr is another one. Mikey Barr talked about this.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of flack from people, right?
Like Ybarra said, Microsoft doesn't believe in Microsoft and Xbox.
Yeah.
So why do I have to believe in them? He said.
Yeah, he said, and people got pissed at him.
Yeah.
But look, is anybody apologizing to Mikey Barr right now? No.
No.
But so from my point of view, just stop it already. You guys are big enough.
Done.
This is what I hope that you guys are doing when you guys are talking about making this your focus. You guys are big enough to have your own media, and you don't have to worry about people saying, "Oh, this is biased. This is for your propaganda." They say that anyway. So you're getting the worst of both worlds. You're going out to try and people, giving them consoles, right? And they turn around and stab you in the back. Might as well you just have them stab you in the front, right? And then you guys can control the narrative, which you guys need to do. And I'm not saying you guys are doing propaganda. That's what everybody's going to say. But you guys have a better.
I'll just go. It's fine. Go ahead.
You guys have a better chance of putting your messages out there. Look, you guys have Tina Amini, right? And she does a great job on this production.
They said it.
So just lean into that. That's what I would do. Like what they're doing with the game, like what they're doing with the gameplay, right? They've released gameplay for the 3 titles, right? Did they release it for Gears of War? And then did they do it for Halo? No, State of Decay.
Yes, that should have never gotten a PlayStation either. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, I don't think any of them should have. That's why I'm so happy for our brother, man, Sega man. Because
He loved. Hell yeah! Shout out.
brother, you're breaking up.
I said, hell yeah! Shout out to Sega Man. He gets to keep his exclusive on the box. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Listen, Blade better be exclusive. Anything else going forward is going to be exclusive. Fuck that. And I think that's what's going to happen. Like Unlimited was trying to point out.
Yeah. Google says, I still think there's a swing amount of PS owners that would switch. Yeah, 100% Google. But Xbox has to Xbox has to build that bridge. And not in the way they've been building it, dude. They need to extend the olive branch in the sense of like, hey, we're here. This is what we have. If you like it, come over. If you don't, it's fine. We'll be here waiting. Meanwhile,
What was the question that Gogo said? I'm sorry. What was the question he said?
Gogo says, I still think there's a swing amount of PS owners that would switch to Xbox. Just have to play hardball, and people will turn. Not all, but enough to.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Forever that if they put the Call of Duty maps exclusive on the Xbox console only for 1 or 2 years, all those Call of Duty players will go back because those were the players that were on 360 and went to PS4 when they lost the marketing rights. They literally went to PlayStation because they got the fucking goddamn maps a year exclusive. That's why that happened. That's why that transition happened. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, they bought other games because they were already on the PlayStation playing Call of Duty. That shit will happen because those Call of Duty fans follow the game. They don't follow the console. I've said this before.
Oh, yeah. We kind of shot ourselves in the foot with that one. So Cognis says, how do you guys feel about the recent interview today about Satya Nadella saying they've been subsidizing Xbox for 25 years and now it's time for it to make its money? It depends on the context, Cognis, because I didn't see that yet. I didn't see that interview, but it would depend on the context. I would be all for it if they keep their grubby hands out of the way. If they stay out of Xbox's way, I would be all for it. But I think Xbox as a brand is still strong.
Well, that was thrown out in that letter. Again, it was not official from Satya or from Asa. It was a letter that was put out by employees at Xbox. But it wasn't disclosed who it was. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So again,
if we're just talking about this at its face value, if that was the case, then yeah, I have enough confidence in the current leadership, right? Because that's the direction you look like they're going to anyway. Will it be great if Microsoft has the money there to support them? Definitely, right?
I mean, I'm with you. Even if they subsidize as its own entity, I would think it would probably be good in the sense as long as nobody at Microsoft butts in their decision making. They make their decisions based on what they need to do. So if, for example, if they say we're not going to bring Call of Duty out every year on PlayStation, and that's it, it's over, no one in Microsoft, oh, you can't do that because we pay too much money to acquire them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
You know, so as long as they can do that, hell fucking yeah, I'm on board too. Fuck it. But that's the same. I forgot all about it and it was sent to me. You know what? I'm going to send it to you in the chat.
All right.
Sony became a subsidiary PlayStation. It's separate from Sony, even though it's part of Sony. They let it work as its own entity. That's why they were moved from China to Los Angeles, their offices. And they did that years ago in 2016. And they've had success with the console to a certain extent in games to a certain extent because they work as a separate entity. You understand? So it was okay for them to do it, but it's a problem when Microsoft said they might consider doing that if things don't get better. Like, I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? It's again, it goes back to the double standard. If Microsoft does it, they're fucking stupid. But if PlayStation does it, oh yeah, they know what they're doing. How are you gonna say PlayStation knows what they're doing? Huh?
I bet you a lot of these people don't even know that.
Well, I had forgotten about it, but then I was like, "Oh shit, that's true. It is.
I
That is."
guarantee
True.
you, man. A lot of these people talking about Xbox had no idea that PlayStation did that. I don't
Look,
care.
let me send it to you.
If I'm being honest, like I don't care. Like that's not in my wheelhouse, regardless. But I do agree with you about the hypocrisy. Yeah, Mr. Kima, Spider-Man 2018 was sold as a bundle with the PS4 during Christmas. 100%. They've been milking that, and that's what Sony does. They milk that cow till it's dry and dead. Gogo says like how Sony's been subsidizing PS. They're both big corporations. Yeah, thank you, Gogo. Great point. Gogo is the opposite. PlayStation is the largest pie in the entirety of Sony. Pretty much, PlayStation is making Sony the fuck. I'll push back on you, Cognis. Me and Hogibot are old enough to remember when Sony was the Apple of its time. So the fact that that's no longer the case, it says more about Sony than it does about the PlayStation and what's going on currently.
That's a fact.
Gogo says, "LOL." Hebot's impersonation of Dream.
I fucking can't stand that fucking guy. He's such a jerk. But he tries to act like he's being professional, but those little slap shots, trying to be a dick at the same time, and he thinks people are stupid. And I like that Matthew picked up on it. And he kept on shutting it down quickly with like really elegant answers and really intelligent answers. And I like that. I like that he did that. So that's another thing. All these guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Let me say this real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
That's another thing. All these years when Phil done interviews with all these guys, he lets them pretty much slap them all up, and he keeps giving them big or sweet answers, being all kumbaya, and that's why they keep doing that shit. Because you don't see Sony execs doing interviews. Hell fucking no. You see them doing interviews now that they don't work at Sony and they don't got a job, like Sean Layden talking shit when he don't even work there. The first thing I think was Shuhei Yoshida tweeted out, "It's nice to see Aja working in the thing." Like he's trying to be like condescending, like saying like her ideologies are unrealistic. And then Sean Layden replied with popcorn buckets, like, "Yeah, I'm sitting down eating popcorn and see how it turns out." Like trying to say she's gonna fail.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I saw that.
Like these guys are a bunch of losers that left their job or that got kicked out because they weren't doing well with Sony to begin with. Sony lost like 12 executives in the PS4 era alone because they kept failing with shit into the PS5. What the fuck? Phil was there for like 20 years straight. You know? Which is also fucking funny as fuck. So that's also Phil. Phil is to blame for that because he was always too nice with all these people, even though when he knows they were like when Ryan McCaffrey told him, "So how does it feel to have a PS4 being more powerful than the Xbox One? How does it feel if I just get up and leave this interview and you never interview me ever again?" That's what I would have told him. It was like when they did that fucking indie game showcase. That black dude that was in the service that he has like polio on one hand. He has like the dreads. Is this black guy? I forget his name. He'd be on YouTube. He went there. He was invited for the first time, and he got a fucking Mario hat. And Phil goes, "Hey, what's with the hat, dude?" "Oh, it's Mario's 30th birthday." And Asha comes up and meets him and looks at her like, "Why you got that hat on?" Like, you know what I mean? You're in an Xbox event and you're promoting PlayStation, Nintendo, like they invited you to one of their events.
I
You
didn't watch the video.
didn't like that? Watch it. That shit is fucking hilarious. Asha's face tells you everything you need to know. Like, what the fuck?
Good, because she needs to be like that.
It's hysterical. She's looking at her like, "Yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? This is an Xbox man. He wearing PlayStation merch, Nintendo merch, promoting Nintendo." Like, what the fuck?
Asha, you already talked to your boy Phil. That's why they do it.
No, Phil went along with it. Phil was like, "Hey, dude, what's with the hat?" He acted like he was like, "Oh, you got the hat on," because Asha was there. You get what I mean?
Yeah, that's why he probably said it, because Asha don't play. It'd be cool if you got kicked out.
When you didn't see that, you guys, I recommend everybody in the chat and you to go see it. That shit was funny. I forget the guy's name. He's the one that does all these videos about, oh, go get these games on GameStop. They're cheap before they go up in price, blah, 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 all about physical games.
Yeah.
He used to be in the service. It's this black dude. He has glasses with dreads. I forget his name. My son watches him all the time. And he got invited to an Xbox event by a friend and went there with a fucking Mario hat. Shit was funny as fuck.
They need to nip this stuff in the butt.
Yeah, man. Like, dude, what the fuck you doing at an Xbox event with a Mario shirt or a PlayStation shirt and a Mario hat? And it's an Xbox event. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know?
Gay. Let me read this real quick because I like what Mr. Kima said. The gaming media is focusing on Xbox while Bungie's on life support. You know the problem with that, Mr. Kima? If only Bungie would have been bought by Xbox, then we'd be covering it. We would be covering their slow decline. But because they're not with Xbox anymore or Microsoft, nobody cares.
Right. Remember when they said Bungie leaving Microsoft is great because they're not letting them do whatever they want? That way they're going to live and survive, and look what happened to them. They're dead.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Kima, all you got to do is go look at Moon Studios, the guys who did Ori. Ori and the Blind Forest 1 and 2 still not on PlayStation. And guess what game hasn't been able to come out for them? Because they haven't been able to get a publisher. Like the Dead for the Wicked that they just showed in the PlayStation showcase. They showed it there and talked about it's going to take time before it comes to Xbox because making the game for the Series S is too difficult. Meanwhile, you got games like Cyberpunk and GTA coming out for the Xbox Series S. But you're telling me your game, The Rest for the Wicked, that's much smaller and not so demanding, it's hard to bring it to the Series S? Go fuck yourself. You guys did a deal with Sony because you're mad because you couldn't get Xbox Hub, because the minute that you said, can we put Ori on other consoles, you breached contract because you made a deal with Xbox to make Ori the same way that Studio MDHR did with Cuphead to make it a lifetime exclusive, and you broke that deal.
Yeah.
All these faggots, that's a perfect example of this stupid shit like that.
Yeah, agree. They need to be dealt with accordingly, and not in a mean way, but Xbox needs to start looking out for themselves. Hey, what's up, Daniel Berry? Gogo says, "Wow, that's a huge tell." Hey, what's up, Unlimited?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Yeah, finally made it back home.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, man, he about knows what I got going on right now. So I've been busy.
Oh yeah,
busy.
I know, man. I'm in the same boat, brother. Trust me.
Yeah, man. Hey, Hebot still there?
Yeah, he's muted though. Hebot, you there?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just getting so ready because I got to step out. Go ahead. I'm here, brother.
Yes. Well, yeah. I miss like whenever I stepped out, I miss everything y'all are talking about.
No worries, man. I mean, the podcast is us supposed to be talking about the showcase. As you can see on the screen, I put I was just doing this waiting for Hebot and Sega Man to jump in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you messaged me, so I was like, oh yeah, cool. So, but if you want to give your thoughts, I know you guys did the showcase, which was cool.
Yeah,
but I mean, basically we're just all over the place, dude. I mean, be honest with you. I'm talking about Asha.
Part for the
interviews
course.
they did.
Yeah,
I know he was excited about State of
hey man,
I was just also talking about how the interview with Matthew Ball, right? Christopher Drink tried to be a snarky asshole, throwing little pop shots indirectly while he was doing it, and he kept shutting him down. And I was saying that's in part that's Phil Spencer's fault, because every time these guys interview him, we do stupid shit like when Ryan McCaffrey told him, so how you feel about the PlayStation 4 being more powerful than the Xbox One, right? When that's also was bullshit, right? Instead of Phil Spencer granting him the interview, he said, well, how do you feel if I just get up, leave, and you can't interview me ever again? Because gay people like him, right, that are fake, they try to say they're Xbox fans and IGN representing Xbox, but yeah, he did an interview yesterday, for example, with the people who are doing the Tomb Raider remake from the first one, And then at the end of the interview, he's how's going to be, how's the PS4 Pro version going to be? It's going to be amazing, huh? It's going to look incredible. And they told him, no, we're working our hardest to make the game incredible on all platforms. And they shut him down. Meanwhile, it's the same faggot that was saying, oh, how dare Xbox take Tomb Raider away when Phil did the deal to make the remake, the second part, which they helped them fund, by the way. They helped them fund exclusive for Xbox for a year because he wanted something to combat with Uncharted 4 that was coming out on holiday, right? They paid for the game. They paid for the whole thing, the marketing, the games, the funding of the game. They paid for everything. Unlike Sony, they didn't pay for shit. All they did was pay for, the marketing rights that it's going to be exclusive to the console. They didn't pay for the development of the game like Xbox did, right? And I'm like, motherfucker. And to begin with, Tomb Raider belonged to Sega. Because Eidos and Sega did a deal, right? It was coming out for the Sega Saturn, but because it wasn't selling well, Sony took that opportunity, bought out the rights, even the same thing happened with Resident Evil, and they brought out for PlayStation first when it was already built first for Xbox. For the Sega, for the Sega Saturn, right? And yet he's trying to act like if Sony owned Tomb Raider. Get the fuck out of here! Go eat a fucking dick, you fucking clown. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying that was in partial. That was Phil's fault for being nice with all these people when they would interview him, even though they were being assholes. And I like that they're not allowing that right now. These new people, they're telling them straight up, whoa, that's not how it works. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how they address certain things.
It's kind of a ride or die moment. That's why. So hopefully.
That's right. That's right. I said, just do something crazy. Make that Call of Duty exclusive only to Xbox. Those gamers will follow the game. They'll follow the game. It's not going to matter. They don't care about the content.
What you said last night, I think, is doable, right? The DLC.
Yeah, even the DLC. Make the 2-year exclusive on Xbox. They'll follow it. Trust me, that's what they did with the fucking PS4.
Right.
That's why they followed the PS4. Because they had that exclusive deal for the map for 1 year. They'll follow the structure of the game. Those guys care about the game. They don't care about motherfucking the consoles. They don't give a fuck. They want to play the game. And what the game has to offer. That's what they're going to follow. They're not going to follow anything else.
Yeah. Yes. New leadership means a perfect opportunity to try something like that. So that would be cool if they do that with Call of Duty, at least the DLC, like you said.
Well, I was also saying, or we were also talking about how that memo came out, but it wasn't official from Satya, it wasn't official from Matt Booty, from Asha, from Aaron Greenberg, or from Satya Nadella. It was just supposedly, quote unquote, a letter from workers at Xbox, where they were talking about that if things don't work out, they'll try to consider other means of, how to deal with the Xbox division, like making it its own entity, selling it off, maybe some, and things like that, right? And I'm saying it wasn't official, but then at the same time, it could be maybe a way of them trying to weed out the people that are there, undercover, trying to hurt the brand. You know what I'm saying? Trying to weed that out, or even possibly maybe using it as a scapegoat to then maybe later on say, due to the unfortunate economical situation of the division of Xbox, we got to concentrate only on Xbox, so we would have to cancel any other project and deals that we have with anybody else, even contracts, like contractual obligations, because legally, if it's a financial issue, they can get out of it and it's legal. You understand?
Right.
And they could use that as a way to take out the games and not bringing them over. Especially since Sony's been acting. Sony's saying, there were people who were saying that Sony's considering suing them for not letting them put the trailer on the Sony showcase. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you crazy? That belongs to you.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
You know?
I guarantee Sony didn't have some type of contractual obligation with a fucking trailer. Now, come on.
I don't think so. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Let me answer something real quick. To Cognis, and Cognis and Gogo are having a good discussion about profit and stuff. Cognis, just keep in mind also, a lot of people's profits are high because you're spending more money, and that's across the board in everything, right? And even though they're making more money, it doesn't bode well for the economy as a whole.
Yeah, they're spending more money too. Remember that.
People are spending more money. So that's why some of these companies, like McDonald's, I'll use them as an example, are leaning into the more cost-heavy combo meals. Because what they're doing is they're losing the customers, but what they're going to do, it's like cable. There's a better example. It's like cable. When people started canceling cable, the cable companies were started to raise their rates.
Right.
Instead of trying to get ahead of the curve, what they decided to do was just charge the customers that had more money. And now you see how you see how that turned out, where a lot of these cable, nobody really watches cable anymore. Now, over time, that could have natural progression and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is a lot of these companies now they're Walmart and they're trying to be Coach. Okay. Coach the prices they can for their product because they have a clientele that are willing to pay, and that's how they make their profit. When you go to Walmart, bro, you're not going to pay big bucks for their stuff. But what people that go to Walmart, they'll just stop going and they'll stop paying. And that's the thing that Matthew Ball was kind of talking about. That Hebot alluded to. They might lose money on that. Like they might not get the overall.
Yeah, the reference with the gears being exclusive.
Yeah.
So we might lose sales, but in long term, it's going to benefit us and our gamers. Yeah. Because we're not going to lose them.
They're trying to look at the bigger picture. That's what they're trying to look at. And I'm telling you, man, something happened that they saw, and they because they course corrected super fast.
Yeah. They saw what we saw. I mean, listen, they saw to the deepest level what we saw on a superficial level. Right?
Absolutely. Yes.
That's what they saw. So of course they course corrected. That's what businesses do. That's what businesses do. 100%. And look, I've said it for a minute now. I was going to pivot to whatever Xbox does anyway. You know what I'm saying? So now that they back on the exclusive train, and they're going to get ready to hype up. Oh, what's going on? They're getting ready to hype up the Helix, Xbox Helix next year. Sign me up. You know what I'm saying? Sign me up. This is the route they're gonna go. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. You know
you're not going to hesitate to limit it. You're not going to hesitate in buying a Helix if you know you want to get exclusives that are only in that console. You're not going to hesitate.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to hesitate in general, but yeah, exactly.
But now more than ever,
that's why. Yeah, that's why. I wish they allowed the previous leadership to just keep running the course. Because if last year they kept Avowed and The Outer Worlds and South to Midnight and all that stuff exclusive, and then you got that with this year's lineup. Your Halo Gears, Forza, anything else. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the 2 years, the past, because the multiplayer strategy just started 2 years ago. Everybody been making it seem like that shit has been happening for like 13 years now. It just started 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So now it kind of feels like they even wasted their time doing the multi-plat strategy just to go back 2-3 years later. You know what I'm saying? But that's business, man.
Eliminate all business, right? Try out new things. If it works in their favor, doing different types of strategies, right?
Yeah.
All businesses in the world do this. If it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, right, then you start all over and you figure out another strategy, right?
Yep.
But I want to put something into context.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put something into context, and I know that I'm a mouthful and I talk a lot. I get it. I'm sorry. Gears of War Reload. We always knew that Gears always sold a lot on Xbox, right? every time. Gears always sells in the millions, right? Gears was master of a remaster,
Hey,
right?
Eva, we're losing you.
Huh?
Your body. We can't hear you.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Am I still body?
Okay, you're good. Try.
Still body?
No.
What I'm saying is, Gears of War, we all know that always sold in the millions, right?
Okay.
On Xbox.
Yeah.
Now, Gears of War Reloaded was a remaster of a remaster, right?
Yeah.
What people fail to mention, especially these fuckers, that's why they're trying to pull that shit off. Trying to say, oh, but Gears of War Reloaded didn't sell on Xbox either. I was like, listen, the reason why Gears of War Reloaded didn't sell on Xbox is it was a minute remaster, number one. And number two, it was on Game Pass. And number three, they didn't make a physical copy for Xbox. They made a physical copy for PlayStation.
Let's not forget number 4. You got it free upgrade digitally.
Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, in a lot of cases, you got a free upgrade.
Mom said it's cool.
No.
Okay.
I won't even say in a lot of no. Every single person who owned it digitally got it free. Every single one.
Yeah. But the people that bought physical, we didn't get it free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I bought a physical.
I got it free because although I owned the physical, I had my first Xbox was the White Gears bundle back in 2015.
Yeah.
I had it digitally from day one, so I got it free even though I later bought the physical version of the game.
Right.
Because I'm like you. But so
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But this time around, they only made it physical for the PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
And then what I'm saying is, they made it physical only for the PlayStation, number one, right? And then, do you guys even know what they had to do to bring that game to PlayStation? Did you guys even look into that or heard about what they did or no?
Refresh my memory because I think we talked about it.
Okay. In order to transfer the game to PlayStation, the Xbox team that was porting it over, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had to literally, they had to go the PlayStation 3 build that they had from the 360.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Transfer it over from the PS3 to build it onto a PS4 and PS5 from scratch because it supported support for Unreal Engine 3 and 4, but the PS4 doesn't work well with Unreal Engine. That's why you see that when there's a game made on Unreal Engine, it always runs better on Xbox than it does on PlayStation. Then people are like, oh, it's the developers. They're being lazy because PS4 is more powerful when it's not, right?
All right.
But that's what it is. You see what I'm trying to say? That's what it is. Length to port over a game that's old, and then you don't even give it to the Xbox community physically. And I think that's probably why they only gave the copy of the game physically to the PlayStation community, because they spent so much money just to port it over. And I think they figured, okay, so we'll give them a physical copy, then that's good because they can buy it and we make up some of the cost. And it didn't turn out that way because it only sold like 80,000 copies. And to this day, I think now it's like sold like 250, I think, total since it released, right? 250 copies is a joke. In the 3 days, in the 360 days, that was a complete failure. That's why they said that Shadows of the Dam was a failure. That's why they said that Bayonetta 2 was a failure, because those games only sold like 100,000 copies, 27,000 copies. Shit, I remember Demon's Souls on PS3 only sold 8,000 copies when it first released on PS3. And look how Demon's Souls is treated now, like it's the greatest thing since Jesus himself creating the earth, right? When it's one of the worst franchises in history as far as action-based games. You know what I mean?
Right.
So again, that's the things that I'm talking about. The numbers they probably saw was how they invested so much money to port games over, and only 2 games did well. or fairly decent. One did fairly decent, one did well, which would be Forza, and then CFTs did fairly decent. Because we all know CFTs on Xbox already had like 45 million players or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So adding another 2 million on PlayStation 5 is what? It's basically a joke. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? You didn't need that. That's pocket change. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so those are the numbers that I believe they saw and the data that they saw. And they're like, is it really worth investing in porting these games over? And this is all it's selling. It's not selling. And then the worst part about it that people try to shy away and try to ignore is that Xbox games on PlayStation exposed even more how much PlayStation gamers don't even buy their own games. Because if they sold a little bit of copies of games, right, and yet they were considered the number one third-party publisher on PlayStation last year, what does that tell you?
PlayStation. Well, I mean, we knew PlayStation guys don't buy their games.
But Unlimited, the answer is that they just buy games. That's why they got to put Gears of War, the new one, on PlayStation, because it's not going to sell. It's going to fucking fail. Isn't that what everybody's trying to run with, that narrative? How do you say that if Xbox was the number one publisher on third-party publisher on PlayStation, and yet all the games on PlayStation, with the exception of 2, sold less than 100,000 copies? Does that make any sense?
Nah.
Hey guys, I want to share something really quick. I want to share something really quick with you guys. I just saw it on my feed, and I want to share it with you guys and talk about it. I'm really quick to Cognis though, really fast. Hey Cognis, breaking news now. Xbox spent $814 million on Perfect Dark. I think the real thing with that $814 million is too bad they didn't put that towards stuff that they're that could be viable for them, right? And so I think that's what Asha's going to do. Like they could have took that $814 million and put it towards making stuff on COD be behind a paywall. So, but there's something I want to share with you guys really quickly. We're gonna watch this in its entirety, and then Unlimited and Heba can comment on it. Hold on, real fast, guys. Sorry. They've changed it so much.
You remember they invested $75 million on Fable Legends, restarted from scratch. They invested $100 million on Scalebound and scrapped that. Like Microsoft spends big dollars and just scraps and start all over.
Yeah, $814 million though. That's insanity for a video game.
And you guys see the screen?
That was Bungie.
Yeah.
You guys can see the screen.
No.
I'm gonna play this. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Let me know if you can hear
It's
it.
super interesting, and I want to hear a lot more about it. We have many more questions about AI, but I wanted to ask about one more device that has been in the news today, which is the Xbox. The leaders of the Xbox division put out a memo today saying that we should expect a hard reset of Xbox coming soon. They said that there are massive increases in the prices of components, and that Xbox might need a new business model. So as a big gamer who's enjoyed many happy hours on Xbox, Sacha, I have to ask, what is your strategy for Xbox?
Yeah, so look, in fact, this is the 25th year of Xbox, and we're very thrilled about the progress we have made. I mean, gaming in an interesting way at Microsoft is older than even Windows and Office, right? The first app we built was the flight simulator. And so it's got a long heritage. Xbox itself has been there for 25 years. The challenge now for us is to think about how do you innovate both in hardware as well as in the games going forward in a world, in an economically viable way, right? I think one of the things that Asha, who's just taken over Xbox, put out is that we've invested a lot. No one can accuse Microsoft of not having
Did you see that, dude, in an economically viable way? Okay.
Yes.
Invested for the last 25 years. And now we have to turn this into a sustainable business.
There you go.
That delivers what is fundamentally one of the best sources of entertainment still. The challenge we have
Okay, so
is
he used the term entertainment. Sorry, guys. He used the term entertainment. If you notice what Ash has been talking about, she's referring to it as entertainment, like same as Bakley used to do back in the day.
we're not been monetizing that entertainment. In fact, if anything, we've been subsidizing that entertainment.
Okay, so this is what everybody was saying, subsidizing. Okay, but as he's saying here, subsidizing that entertainment.
fact, like there's more monetization of Xbox games happening on YouTube than at Microsoft. And so that doesn't mean we go do things that are unnatural. We want us to do what is really our job, which is to build great games, build great hardware, but we've got to do it in an economically sustainable way. So I think Asha is really 100 days in, and she put out a post saying in the next 100 days, she's going to take a fresh look and make sure we deliver on what our fans expect of us, both on the hardware side or on the publishing side.
I mean, can you give us just any more detail? Like when I hear that, I think, okay, so maybe like the Xbox gets way more expensive, the games get way more expensive. Like, is there any sort of like carrot you can offer the gamers?
Like, I think we have to find ways to deliver the games at which it's economically relevant for the customer and for us. So today there's a issue, in fact, unfortunately, because of what's happening with the cloud and AI, the prices have gone up. Right, it's happening with PCs, it's happening with phones. Xbox is impacted as well. So the scarcity of the semiconductor supply and memory, in particular, having a massive impact on consumer electronics all up. That's a temporal thing that I think we'll get through. It is not going to be a permanent. But there is a permanent thing, which is what's the Xbox model going forward? And that's where, if you think about it, like PCs and consoles both have their place. Obviously, mobile has, people play in elsewhere. And so we have to now bring it all together while staying true to what we've always done.
It's
there you go. That's why she was hired.
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Unlimited, man. Go ahead, man. Your thoughts, if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, he knows everything that we don't, being the head of Microsoft as a whole. He knows the numbers. He knows what, and look, I know he's never going to say this publicly, but he also knows that the things he wanted done with Xbox wasn't economically viable. As he put it.
It worked.
Yeah, right. And so now, you know, he hired Asha as Phil retires and Sarah leaves, and now in a way they're, if you will, righting some of the wrongs, right? And righting some of the wrongs. And although they were spending a lot of money, which is why he used the word subsidizing, but people, unfortunately, the general people who talk about this don't know what subsidizing means, especially from a business point of view.
Oh yeah, can you explain that, please?
They just, yeah, subsidizing does not mean that Xbox wasn't bringing money, right? It was more so that money was used elsewhere. All right, so let's say we knew Game Pass brought in billions, right? Well, you're going to take some of that Game Pass money that normally would be profit and put it somewhere else that it needs to work in Xbox. That's what they're saying. That's pretty much as simple as I could break it down. If you don't understand what I just said there, I can't help you, right? So that's what they mean by subsidizing. It doesn't mean that Microsoft themselves just kept pumping money into Xbox and Xbox didn't make a dime. That's not how this shit works. Game Pass and all that shit would have been canceled a year, you know what I'm saying, like maybe 2-3 years after its initial launch, if that was the case. So that's what he means by subsidizing. But back to the point here. And so, you know, as he said, Asha's next 100 days are gonna look into what Xbox is going to look like in the future, and she's used the term they're going to make hard choices and all this stuff. It's going to do what all businesses do. It's just the difference what Xbox does is that it's hyper it's put out in a hyper way, like hyper focus is the word I'm looking for. They hyper focus on when Xbox does it, because Sony canceled over a dozen games, closed studios, and all this other stuff. Put out 1-2 game a year at max, and nobody ever, and you know, they don't talk to the public. They don't do anything like this either. You know what I'm saying? They don't do these type of recorded interviews like that to that extent. And on the rare case that they do, it seems to always be a former executive there. You know what I'm saying? Like Yoshida's now doing interviews. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't, yeah.
Can I add something real quick to what you just said?
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons, that is the reason why everybody's so always hyper focused on Xbox, is because the messaging is, well, Xbox, meaning Microsoft, is a $4 trillion company. They have money. They need to stop acting like they're broke when they don't understand that Microsoft, the company, is separate from Xbox. It's a separate division. And they have multitudes of deals with multiple companies and spending millions and billions in all areas.
Yep.
And people don't seem to understand that.
Microsoft is the parent company. And by the way,
absolutely right.
Having cash on hand is different to being valued at $4 trillion, guys.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean just because, like, when your company is valued at $4 trillion, it doesn't mean that you have a bank account somewhere that's $4 trillion. You just let me put that out and put that in the game.
Yeah.
That's not how the spending works.
No, no.
That's you know what I'm saying. But yeah, excellent point there, Hebot, because since everybody hyper focuses on Xbox, because you know they do stuff like this. All of them do the type of public. Asha just did a Bloomberg interview a week ago. You know what I'm saying? And nobody at Sony, who you know, and on Sony, they don't do it until after they leave the company. Now, I'll see a Sean Layden interview in 2026 about Sony. The guy hasn't worked there in how long? I don't even remember when he left.
5
you know what I'm
years.
saying? He said 5 years ago.
Maybe 5 or 6, more or less.
Yeah, exactly.
They have to like escort him out too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Another, you know, it's another example. It's like when people, you hear them talk about Sony's making all this money with the PlayStation. They're doing phenomenal. And they don't know how to extrapolate. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
yeah,
basically, they don't know how to separate the difference between revenue and profits.
Yeah, they have no clue. They have
just
no clue on
that. Yeah, they made that much revenue, but did they make that much profit? No. For example, Sony made $25 or $28 billion last year in profit. I mean, in revenue, right? And from that $28 billion, they only made $1.6 billion in profits out of the 28.
Sony has the smallest platform margin of the big three console makers.
That's what I'm trying to say. They don't get that.
Yeah.
So then they pull this narrative. Oh yeah, they're busting Microsoft ass. Like, bro, like you realize, even though Microsoft is in the negative or in the 3% margin column or whatever it may be, it's all still profit. It's not negative. They don't own anybody money. Unlike Sony, they still own people money. You get what I'm saying? I mean, they just got sued over there by Zenguber, whatever that company was in Brazil, for $7.1 billion just last year. Remember?
Yep.
And they had to pay that out. They're in the fucking red. They owe money. They don't. They're not in the. Wait. Hold on. So I'm just giving you. That's another example of how they sway the conversation. Give me something.
Yeah. I mean, and I mean that's just what they're going to do. Like Satya said, there's more monetization on YouTube about Xbox than at Microsoft, right? Because that's all they do, man. That's all they do. That was funny. E-Rock says it all the time. Yeah. These people would not exist if it weren't for Xbox, because Sony and Nintendo gives them nothing to talk about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So Sony don't do these type of I forgot what these type of interviews are where they do it like this in front of a crowd. You know what I'm saying? Nintendo just does a Nintendo Direct once a month and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? They don't show up at anything. They don't show up at show up at the Summer Game Fest. You know what I'm saying? They don't be at no Game Awards or nothing.
And
I
the
don't
Sony
even think they go to, I don't even think they go to Europe, right? They don't go to Gamescom either. Or do they?
No, I don't think so.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
You heard?
You know, I didn't hear you, Hebot.
I said, when does Sony do Game Fest for the fans? They literally charge the fan base. They literally charge the fan base like $20 to go see the State of Play in the theaters.
Right. And they don't give you a free console afterwards. Them lucky bastards.
Dude, it's like Mattel. Mattel sent me a ticket for being a Club Grayskull member and a He-Man fan for so long for free to go to the early screenings of the movie.
Right.
So everybody has been on PlayStation for a long period of time, so they got a free admission. That if they wanted to see it in State of Play in the theaters, they could have done that. But they didn't. They charged them literally $20.
No. Sony, especially Nintendo, they're gonna nickel and dime your ass, man. Nintendo, they released two. Yeah, they released two versions of Pokemon game, and people buy both versions. And the only difference is that you might get Pikachu in one game and Bulbasaur in the other. That's it.
Yeah. Or even just to cover. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, it sells though.
Yeah. Listen, I'm never going to stop being the resident Nintendo hater, man. Listen, if I have kids and they play Nintendo, I'm still going to be a hater. They're just gonna have to. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, Daddy hates Nintendo, but I'm not gonna ruin your childhood. That's how much of a hater Nintendo. I just hate that Nintendo just gets away with so much and nobody bats an eye at their bullshit.
Well, here, I'll tell you something that make you feel better. Something that make you feel better.
Yeah.
That's because their footprint isn't that big. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
It's just like Disney now, right? Disney's footprint. They just rely on the stuff that they've done before. But they're not really
Yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing that up because I want to talk.
Oh, go ahead. What you?
I'm gonna step out real quick. I'll be right back. Give me like 15 minutes.
All
right. Yeah, but while Hebot's gone, that reminds me, man. That's another thing about Nintendo and PlayStation. They just play it safe. They no innovation, no risk taking. It's just the safest, most bland and boring thing you could think of that they've been doing for at least 15 years now. It feels like. I mean, my goodness, I would. It's to the point, Sega Forever. I would actually give Sony props if they actually make a big budget the game that's just not a fucking single player, third person game or a flop multiplayer game that's out of touch with reality. You know what I'm saying? They can only make. You know what I'm saying? If they, oh my goodness, it's unreal. You know what I'm saying? How safe? It's just so safe and boring. And everything feels like, oh, I've been there before. Same with Nintendo. Apparently, they just doing a remake of an old N64 Zelda game. I mean, like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean that's the condition of the industry as a whole. Unlike Microsoft, not Xbox included.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I love my Xbox, man. Because State of Decay 3 blew me away.
Yeah,
you know
I was about to roll in the background before I put that clip.
Yeah. Yeah, man. State of Decay 3 blew me away. What's the other one? Oh, your Fable looks excellent.
I can't believe they got Haley Atwell. They got Haley Atwell to voice it. They got Haley Atwell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they got a nice cast of voice actors, man, in that game.
Yeah. It gives me confidence that they're still moving forward. You don't do that type of acquisitions and not
agreed.
Not be on track. So. I mean, that's another point to like you were saying with the Satya thing, right? You can hear the little bit of he's a little bit upset, in his voice when he's talking about the monetization. But that's a good thing. That's what we need them to realize. that there's a lot of bad actors in the gaming industry, and they're not their
Yeah.
friends. And so
Yeah.
they need to do what they need to do to make their brand number one. And I think that's why Asha was picked. You can see, dude, like Satya kind of played it off with a chuckle. And look, Gogo, I know that's not your favorite person. I know Satya's not your favorite person.
All right. Yeah, I saw him in the chat.
Just let me put this out there. I would like for him to have the realization. Again, I say this all the time, you know, in the gaming industry, when it comes to Xbox, they're not laughing with you, they're laughing at you.
Yeah.
And you have to address that, and that needs to change. And I hope Satya is that person that's going to do it. I'm not Satya.
Asha. And you know what? Asha's number 2 right-hand man, her number 1 is Matt Booty, who infamously said he let's spend Sony out of gaming. You know, that's her Commander Riker.
Yeah.
For all my Star Trek fans.
All I want them
Matt
to
Booty.
do is let him loose.
Yeah.
And we talked about this a little earlier, Unlimited about how we see that happening on social media.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm more on social media than you are, but I see that.
Yeah. I'm not on social media at all right now.
Yeah.
So, but to be fair, people I didn't realize I had such a fan base until I got off social media, and now literally people send me stuff, man. They send me stuff all the time.
No, that's
They
good.
send me stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't even be on this stuff, but I open up my Xbox or messages or something, and somebody said, "Hey, did you see this?" And then I'll look into it, man. I'm like, "Hey, thanks for keeping me up to date."
No, that's good, dude. That's why you have that presence that you built on social media. When you have that type of backup, in a sense, right? It's really good.
Yeah.
That's how some of these big channels get through stuff, man. It's actually their people that follow them that put all this stuff up. Right? Like there's this girl I follow, and she's really good with her videos. She does a lot of playthroughs. So the games that I like to play, the cozy games, right? I follow her for those. And her following, dude, is really good about even managing her chat, all that stuff.
Right.
And she's humble and she's very appreciative, right? And it just helps the
yeah.
community as a whole.
Yeah.
But I was happy for you, man, because I watched this trailer,
Mm-hmm.
and then I watched it. I haven't watched the gameplay yet, so I got to watch that next. Because I do like State of Decay. I was happy when Microsoft made the purchase.
Yeah, so do I.
Undead Labs, because I think this is what, and I hope Asha again is doing this. This is what Xbox is supposed to be about.
Mm-hmm.
These are the type of games like from back in the day, like she talked about the OG Xbox and that mentality they had back then. This is the type of game that back then they would have put out, that they would have rolled out the red carpet for, and it's something I think that the fan base definitely wants.
Yeah,
but it looks amazing. You want to give any thoughts on it? Yeah.
On State of Decay, man, I'm so happy for Undead Labs. Finally, they get to make State of Decay the way that they want to, with no limitations, and it looked like it is going to pay off big time, man. I was shocked. This one, I'll say this: I was shocked that it was going to PlayStation. I didn't think that this would be one that they put on. I don't know preview. I don't know how this stuff works.
Yeah.
I don't know how this. Oh, what up, Zinc? Yeah, I don't know how this stuff works. When the decision is made or what. But that was surprised to see on PlayStation. It's gonna be like Fable's gonna do way better on Xbox and PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? To the point that State of Decay 4 is going to be an Xbox Helix exclusive. I'm calling that right now, right?
Yeah.
Because that type of game is just it's fits Xbox way better than PlayStation guys don't even be liking these games. They just use it to talk shit for a minute and then move on when they don't get a reaction out of you. You know, they don't even be liking them games, man. But on here, and then I be doing my little live stream gameplays and posting video.
Yeah. That's it.
You know what I'm saying? This one of them games, it's made for me, man, and I am so excited. I was extremely happy to see it, man, because this game was shown in 2020. Let's not forget this game was shown when it was just in development concept. I mean, in concept mode or whatever they call it. So to see it releasing 7 years later, on one hand, it's like the excitement is there. On the other, it's like, man, finally, you know what I'm saying? Finally, guys.
But I think and again, I didn't see the gameplay video, which I watched today. But I have to say, one thing I loved about the trailer, it actually shows the progress that they made. If you, again, I know you played 1 and 2, I played 1 and 2. 2, I really did like 2.
2 was amazing.
I mean, the people are irritating, but that's part of the game, right?
Yeah.
And you know that game, dude. I had this one character that I hated, this female, because she was just jacking me up. You know, I had that small, little mall. I was over there, and she was causing all kind of trouble. So what I did, I took her and I went out, and there's a juggernaut nearby, right? I went to go fight him with a knife. Do you know I killed him?
You killed the juggernaut?
I killed the juggernaut with a knife.
Oh wow!
And so what made me think is like, dude, this is messed up because I did everything in my power to die to this thing, and I ended up killing him. I was so pissed off. It was like me, like the game was telling me, no, she's gonna stick around, bro. You ain't gonna get rid of her, because you have to make the choice of getting rid of her, like casting her out, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to disrupt the flow. So what I did was, but if she dies fighting a juggernaut, right? You know, it shouldn't be as bad. And dude, that I didn't die with her, and I was like, man, this game is too much, right?
Right.
And so that's and that resonates with me because that's the type of game that it is. So from the first to the second game, they included all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm looking forward to. Like, there's one shot. I'm sorry, brother. Let me just go over this real quick. There's one shot that I see. I should have played this whole trailer, but you know, oh, dude, I went far ahead. Sorry. So there's that one shot. Oh man, sorry. Anyway, there's that one shot where they show the actual village where they're at, or where they're living, and that to me blew me away, man, because it looks so much more. It's not just bigger, but you can see like the stuff that you do for productivity, right? Resources and everything like that is going to be on the next level, because that's why I like this game.
Same here. Yeah, and I've followed their journey, so I know that they they pretty much moved to a much bigger location, hired a lot of staff, so it was no more, you know, a real small team trying to sustain State of Decay series. Now they got a real legit big staff, and you can tell, you know, that they did their thing with this. So I can't wait for State of Decay 3, man.
I mean, it just looks so much better. It looks more you know, the world building, definitely it's different. You see it. And I'm not just talking about the graphics, guys. I'm talking about the level design. Right? The environment. I'm here, right here. This. See this? So if you guys played State of Decay 1 and 2, man, I mean, I'm not saying it was claustrophobic, right? But I mean, if you're gonna compare it to this, man, it's a whole
right.
It's a level up big time. Yeah, I was thinking about you when I was watching this trailer, man. I was like, dude, if I'm happy, man, I'm not.
Yeah, when we did a watch party.
Yeah. I saw.
I gave the show a 10 right after this. I was like, there's nothing that they could show the rest of the show.
So what I did, is I actually watched the showcase on its own, and then I watched your guys' stuff afterwards. Like I was getting and then I've done a lot of multiple people's watching just to get a feel. I like to do that during our big events. But yeah, I saw your reaction. Like the same thing with Sega, man. I'm so happy for him. Right, because when I watched just the standalone showcase first, and then it didn't, and then Gears of War didn't go to PlayStation. I was so happy for him, right? Because as a Halo fan, man, I mean, I've been living in the dumps with that announcement, and so for him as a Gears fan, I know how important that was because when I watched you guys stuff, man, he was like, dude, he was so happy. He's just like, I knew it, and I was like, good for you, bro. You know what I mean? That's a fan. He's a fan, right?
Right, exactly.
You know. And again, man, I hope that's what I hope the most, man, that they push back to it, focusing on what Xbox is. Anyway,
did you see that new Stellar Blades come to Xbox?
I heard that it was, but I didn't hear anything official. Is it official?
Okay, it wasn't official. I thought it was, but I don't remember. I don't remember if they showed it at the end of the trailer or not.
Yeah. I think Hebot was saying that he thinks they're going to save it for Tokyo Game Show.
Yeah.
Which I think would be.
I wouldn't be surprised because, it's pretty clear it's one of them games where it's definitely going everywhere. I just it's not going to be exclusive again or time exclusive, whatever Sony been trying to do. Again, playing it safe. And what's crazy about Sony paying for games off Xbox? It doesn't work like it did for 360. and I don't know if it's the kind of games that they're paying off PlayStation or what, but that strategy is not working for Sony like it did for Xbox during the
I
360
think the
days.
problem is that the price tag has gone up.
Oh yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
Because man, when I talk about a failed strategy, I mean, how gleeful was Square Enix to put everything on Xbox? I mean, the Final Fantasy games on Xbox, man, they were just smiling ear for ear as if they were the ones who just got a big raise or something.
Well, shout out to Phil. That's a Phil thing, right? Like, I like what you guys said about the things you were experienced. I think Dale might have said it. I forgot. Sorry.
Mhm.
I'm old. But how you guys were acknowledging, hey, this is a Phil and Sarah thing,
Yeah.
as opposed to an Asha thing, because that's important. Because Phil did build those bridges. I believe Square actually had to get a new president in order for that to happen. Because the
Yes, you're right.
knock
You're
on a
right.
lot of the Japanese companies is like a lot of the older guys are they just don't change. So,
Right.
yeah. So that's a good thing, and I think that's a benefit.
The younger guys come in and they're like, why are we beholden to this, man?
And look, Sony hasn't got any favors even in their home, and that's their home country.
Yeah.
Because if there's one thing, if you have noted about the Japanese, bro, they're very centric, Japanese centric,
Right.
And Sony
Right.
was catering to people outside of Japan.
Right.
And Superstar,
Yeah.
Japan was like, nah, I don't think so. So
Right. Yeah. That's true. I remember reading that the Japanese fans were just really upset because Sony just don't cater to them at all. And I think when they closed Japan studios, because listen, I've always been a fair man. I give credit where credit is due, and I've always said on my channel that Gravity Rush 1 and 2 are legitimately great games. They were made by Japan studios that Sony closed down 5 years ago, and the Japanese PlayStation fans didn't like it. They felt like they're just catering too much to the California crowd.
Yeah.
The West Coast crowd, if you will. Because I mean, their games don't gravitate towards me. I'm never going to play The Last of Us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that's why we were talking about that earlier. The narrative of the AAA title was all BS.
Right.
I'm not saying that doesn't need to exist, but it shouldn't have been the focal point.
Right.
At least on Xboxes, and they did everything. Right.
Yeah.
But that's kind of case in point what we were talking. I was talking to Hebot about earlier. That's one of the things where the critique works in our favor as fans as well as especially as consumers, right? Because people hold Xbox accountable whether they're guilty or not, so we never have to worry about that, right? They always, why do they do I think Cognis was saying, why do they keep on doing these interviews and stuff? Cognis, if you didn't, I'm sorry. I'm saying the question of why they get out there, they have to, man. They're a big business.
Yeah.
This is why they get asked about Xbox on a Bloomberg's interview. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kidding. So that again, for this whole thing about I think moving forward, I think let Asha work her magic, see if it works out or not. I would like to see that. Man, Gogo, you just don't like Gogo does not like Satya.
Nah, he's not a Satya guy.
Our Cognis wrote the third-party exclusivity works on devs that needs funding or that financial push to ship the games like Stellar Blade. That's why I don't see it as a bad thing. Oh, that's not a bad thing. Money hiding is kind of.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me in a sense, right? Because Xbox, and this is just me. I'll speak for myself. Because Xbox has so much stuff for me that I don't care if other games don't come.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I haven't cared one bit about a game that didn't hit Xbox, because I look at my backlog and what's coming, and I'm just like, realistically, I probably wasn't going to play it either anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because some of those games. Oh, sorry.
No, good.
No, yeah, because some of those games did come to Xbox eventually, and I haven't played them or bought them. Like, I'm never going to buy Black Myth Wukong. You know what I'm saying? I thought,
I don't bemoan people for doing that. It's for looking at it from a business perspective, it doesn't bother me. What I will say is that if you do that, then prepare to reap the rewards of doing that, right? Yeah. Because, and I'm not talking about a console war thing. I'm just talking about a progressive thing. Because what ends up happening, by the time you put your stuff on there, other stuff has come out.
Yeah.
Like we struggle as Xbox guys, as guys that have Game Pass, right? Me, you, Hebot, right? All the guys in the crew. that have Game Pass, it is a struggle to find time to play the games.
Yes.
Right. So if you're gonna be like, well, we're not gonna bring State of Play, we'll keep it on PlayStation. Oh, all right, cool. I'll go play the other 4 games. I'll try and finish the one game I'm working on and play the other 4 games that I have in my queue that I actually want to play.
Exactly.
That's why I made that joke a couple years ago, man. I said I wish Xbox had more horrible games. Right? Because you could just write them off. Like, wow, this game sucks.
Right, exactly. Yeah, look, man. Like Zinc or Erock says, man, I be uninstalling games.
Oh yeah. It's a struggle, bro.
Yeah, it really is, man.
I mean, if there's one thing that people can nail Xbox on is the, in a sense, right? Like if you're gonna make this ecosystem like you are, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
Right. We need storage space.
Yeah.
You take full advantage of the way you want us to occupy, your ecosystem. We need bigger storage space, and I know that's a pipe dream right now, but that's the kind of thing like. So if you're gonna critique, that's what I critique stuff on Xbox, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, you have me at Game Pass. I have over 1,000 something games. I have Game Pass, right? You guys keep on dropping this stuff up, but I can't. I don't have the time to be like pulling stuff off, erasing this, putting it. I can't have 25 8 terabit
right.
To connect.
Right. Yeah.
So those are the things that they should pay attention to more so than all this drama. Now they have to address the drama because of the narrative.
Yeah. And to their credit, they are saying a lot of the right things. I think their moves are being well received by the Xbox community.
Yeah.
I like the update. I like the update they did with the UI. With that gradient look for the color you choose. Yeah, that stuff looked cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the insider program, but I don't be remembering what they be doing. I just kind of notice it when people point it out. Then I'm going, oh yeah, they did do that. But I think there's another update that they're working on right now that's being well received. But I mean, ultimately though, with my Xbox, I mostly just needed to play games and entertainment. It's my entertainment hub. You know what I'm saying? So as long as it keeps doing that, just keep adding the little stuff to make it even a better experience.
Yeah, and I think they have a lot of wiggle room because I think kind of lost sight. I think for Asha, it'd be good. I like how she's looking back at the past. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's necessary. But I think if she can go back to like that 2015, 2016 transition and look at what Phil was doing, I think if they can take it back to there for the more modern Xbox, where we find ourselves up now. I think you were talking about that, how it was either you or Dea was saying what they were doing in this thing. Like I extended an olive branch earlier in this show to say like a game like South of Midnight to me seems like a PlayStation game. Right. That their fans should be, well, obviously that didn't work out, but that you would look at that their fans would enjoy because it follows the same type of, at least the dichotomy of what they like as far as the gaming is concerned. But the sales say otherwise. But I mean, like in that level, maybe. But at this point in time, dude, I don't know if there's any benefit given the analytics that have come back.
And you're right. Well, I don't know. I disagree on the South of Midnight as a PlayStation game. It's not photorealistic. Maybe when you say that, you mean like the 2002 PlayStation or something. But not the last. Not since 2013. No, since 2013, PlayStation has been trying to remake the same game, and that's called The Last of Us. Ever since that game got hyper praised, that overrated game got hyper praised, and it was 10s out of 10s, and people were crying, and they never seen a game where you could be a father, whatever they were saying back then. Sony's literally made the same game, been chasing that same level of praise these last 13 years. And so now their games just feel like, oh, I've played that before, even if you haven't played it because you've seen it so much from them.
So I'm wondering, like, they looked at what was going on at PlayStation and figured, there's still PlayStation people that would enjoy. You're absolutely right, by the way. I am dating myself. That is of that era. Because if you guys did not know, PlayStation used to actually have independent games they used to promote.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they used to ponies used to weaponize that against Xbox.
Right.
And look how that turned out. Right. Karma's a bitch. Right. So, right, where the system that has all of it. And so yeah, you're 100% correct. It's more of that generation. But to me, it's like something that they, the narrative and the story of and the level design was great. Like everything about that game was great. But the thing that sucked me in was all those little tales, right? With the Soccer Midnight, right? Like the way the stories unfolded and stuff like that. Great.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it just further showed that all of this stuff was just BS.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we knew that. We knew that. It was just the same that so many of the Xbox community just kept falling for it every single time. That was baffling me.
Well, so we have the wrong people in those places, and they're very reactionary. They're emotional as well, and
extremely, extremely reactionary.
I mean, it's to the point.
Yeah, it's to the point where I've seen people who were just praising Phil Spencer last year, saying, "What has Phil been doing since he was been at Xbox?" I'm just like, you MFer. I watched you. I listened with my own ears. Say that you like when Phil got Bethesda or got Activision or took because remember he originally took Starfield off of PlayStation when they were gonna pay Bethesda to make that time exclusive. Let's not forget this stuff. And that's why my gut tells me that Satya was the one who pretty much forced their hand on putting their games everywhere. And so when Satya said in an interview about sustainability, economically sustainable, I think he's low key talking about himself because I just don't see a world where in 2013, let's not forget 3 years ago, the showcase 3 years ago, Sharon Phil said, and I remember it like it was yesterday, Starfield is the biggest exclusive on Xbox in years. Right? That's what they were saying. Right. And so you don't go from that to 6 months later. Oh yeah, everything's going on PlayStation now, guys. No, somebody from the top made that. The only guy above you had to have made that call because that's too much. That's too fast of a jump. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like a jump where you brought in somebody new and the new person want to shake things up or make an impact real fast and then makes the complete opposite statement. This was people that were there for years who all of a sudden jumped tune, So that's why that's what my gut has told me. Just putting the pieces together, especially now after seeing that clip you showed, that economically sustainable tells me that Satya was made, even if he didn't make the call, it's still the guy, you're still going to listen to the guy above you. You know what I'm saying? You're still going to listen to.
Yeah, I think the problem with Microsoft right now, like every other industry, because you see it across the board. Again, I have not seen, right, and I used to think this was funny, when Google employees used to post videos of their workday, right? Rolling in about 7:30, grab a muffin and coffee, check in at the office, go do some yoga thing, come back, maybe take one meeting, go eat lunch, right? Right. Those are the good times, and those are definitely not those times now. So what ended up happening, man, was that these companies, man, and this is what irks me about everything that's gone on the last couple of years, is because when the times are good and when you got the money flow, then of course the sky's the limit. But now the times are tougher, and that's what I was kind of gleaming from what he was saying about sustainability, right? He's letting people know, look, we got a lot of this stuff going on. It's not panned out. I don't know if you've seen this stock market price for Xbox. I mean for
Microsoft, yeah.
But they're not on that 500 level. And look, I'm not a big proponent of the stock market and stuff like that. I just use it as an indicator, right? And I'm not crying, look, dude. And guys, I don't cry for Microsoft. They're still at 1.2 trillion or whatever, right? They're fine. They ain't starving. We're like the rest of us, bro. Like when I pass by McDonald's, I got to keep on rolling.
Right.
That combo number one is a luxury. Right? Especially in Hawaii. I live in Hawaii, guys. If you guys,
that's right.
You guys think it's bad, but you guys are. Yeah. There's people making videos on YouTube like, man, I went to KFC in Hawaii. It's like $60 for a bucket of chicken. Right? And so my point being is that the good times are over, right? And the reality is setting in. And I personally, this is just me. I'm speaking for myself, guys. I think it's needed, right? Because I think a lot of people we're just getting a little bit too comfortable. And a lot of times, man, it's from chaos and turmoil that genius arises. A lot of times, and I'm not saying I want people to suffer, but I think like what we're doing, all of us. I know an average person, we gotta tighten our belts, man.
Yep.
I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I ate 3 cans of sardines in the last month. Now, luckily for me, I love sardines, and actually, it's part of my diet. It's actually my doctor was telling me I need to eat it. Right. But luckily for me, I love sardines, so that's not a big, thing for me to do that. But there's people that just don't eat certain things or live a certain way, man. You can't buy Starbucks every day. You know what I'm saying? So for that's what I was kind of gleaning from what he was saying. And I think that's good, man, because I think a lot of times, like, you have to, the reality of the business comes in, right? Like Ogo was saying, right? Like with the AI thing, right? AI is amazing, like, and stuff like that. But the rubber meets the road, right? That's what you saw. Like we had all these kind of things. We talked about it. I did videos on this stuff. We were talking about the data sets and the chips and all this stuff, the alternate. Yeah, that's fun. But then when the reality kicks in, like, how is this usable? What are we going to use this for? When the rubber meets the road, right? And that's where the reality kicked in. And Microsoft is just like any other company, right? They have to take their wins and losses, and have to learn. So I look, dude, I'll be honest with you. I mean, just on the simple fact, all the Xbox stuff aside, just watching this play out to me is interesting.
Very interesting.
But, hey, Pepe Le Pew, what's up, brother? Way too many games.
What up, Pepe?
I was planning to buy all coming out in August or September.
I can't do that, man. But because I'm about to get going in a little bit, because I gotta study, man. My butt is back in school, Sega Forever. Because like you said, the good times aren't here like they were a few years ago. And like a business, I too am making some necessary changes in my life, right?
Yeah.
Because that's just how it is, and I'm somebody. I'm not one of those people who sit around and cry about it and want everybody. I just do something about it, man.
Yeah.
Something wasn't working. I'll pivot and then just find something that does work.
Yeah, just like me, man. I got a new boss, man. Boss showed up to me and goes, "Hey, we need somebody to do software." I'm like, "Yep, I'm your man," right? It's like,
exactly.
Right? But I'm gonna learn, right? And I feel you, bro. That's we're all busy. We all got stuff we got to do, man, and there's stuff that takes priority.
Yeah, man.
That's just the way life is.
Yep. So
we can wrap it up, brother. I know I gotta go too, dude. It's been like 4 hours, so.
Yeah, I know. Listen, it's nice to see your marathon stream is back on.
Yeah, well, this ain't gonna be usual, man. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I got some time today, but luckily, I'll be working on Saturdays. So.
Right. Yeah. I got to hit the books, man. I'm making the transition over to the medical field, so.
Well, hey, do me a favor, brother. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
When you get a chance, go to McDonald's. Get yourself a combo number 1. Enjoy it, and remember that mine costs $18.
Right.
It might be expensive where you are, but as you buy it, you can say,
it might
not Sega Forever.
See, that's how it was with gas, man. Because gas here is like $3.50, which is high to me. But I've had my family. So I got some friend that lives out in Vegas and came down. They're like $3.50, man. And he talking about like gas is $1 or something.
Oh,
I'm like,
I don't want to talk to that.
Yeah. Right.
You know how much my gas is, dude? And it just dropped.
What, $6?
Well, it was $5.99.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness! Yeah, I wasn't far on.
Yeah, $5. Yeah. Woof. That's why I can't drive no place, man. That's why I got some time today.
Yeah, I see.
Maybe I'll go drive out. I'm like, oh no, wait.
Right? Yeah.
So my boss told me, like, oh, so what are you doing? I was like, oh, okay, so I spent $40 on gas. He goes, oh, you're not paying more? I said, oh, I just put $40 like I normally do and just drive less. That's my answer.
Right.
So look, dude, we're all going through stuff, man, and I know we laugh about it, guys, but don't read into it more than what it is, man. Microsoft.
Yeah.
We're just at different levels. We're just at different levels. Right? Like, I was listening to my friend. He was complaining to me. Right? He goes, "Well, I wanted whatever 0.5% on this brand new car I bought, but I didn't get it." And my thing is like, "Oh, dude, I'm just trying to get my brakes fixed." So
Right.
you know, so like I said, different levels. But
Yeah,
thanks for
she.
coming on, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I had to get my brakes fixed a month ago, man, and I was like, oh my goodness,
I know
you guys
it's
are.
no joke.
Yeah, it's. Oh, but that's life, man. In life, you just gotta work. Just get back on track, do what you gotta do, stay trusting God, and
Oh
do
yeah.
your part, man. You know. But
Yeah.
hey, but yeah, and before we go, just real quick, how you and your family doing, man? I hope y'all doing all right.
Oh yeah, dude, we manage it, bro. I mean, it's
Okay,
living in
good,
Hawaii,
good.
dude. It's you learn. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah,
Like, if you choose to live here, man, that's why some people will be like talking to me about living here, and they're like, "Oh,
right,
so you guys don't like people moving there, huh?" I'm like, "That's not bad, brother. I'm just preparing you for the reality."
right.
Because
The
I've known people
reality.
move here, took a job
Mhm,
here, right, and work with me,
mhm.
and within a year they left, dude. They couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I could imagine, man. I could
Like this
imagine.
one girl, she was super nice. She was a good worker, man. She was like our best
Hmm.
trainer. But she's from Georgia originally, and she said,
Hmm.
the cost is one thing, but I miss driving. That's what she said. I miss
Right.
driving. Right? Because in Hawaii, dude, you're on an island, dude. You can't go. Yeah, the island fever is real, bro, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That ends up making them leave. If you're
Hmm.
not originally from here.
Yeah. What's island fever?
So basically, you have no places to go. You can only
Oh,
drive around
okay,
the island
okay,
so
okay.
much, right? And now
Gotcha,
we have a
gotcha,
lot of
gotcha.
traffic, so you ain't getting far.
Dang.
And she's from Georgia, bro. She can go
Right,
down to
right,
Florida, she can go down to Tallahassee, she can go to Pensacola,
right.
she can go up to Nashville, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. That's why I tell people who come to Texas, it's like, look, man, if you come like, especially those from the Northeast where everything's a lot more compact.
Yeah.
I'd be like, look, get prepared to drive because close in Texas and close in Baltimore or Philly are
Yeah.
two different. They're two different definitions, man.
Yeah.
Hell, even in Vegas, because my sister, she was living it. She's back in Texas now, but she was living in Vegas for a little while. Because she did the law thing and got hired up there
Yeah.
before taking a job in Texas, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, far up there. They complained that 20-minute drive is far. I'm like, 20 minutes. It takes me 20 minutes to get if I want to go to that McDonald's you're talking about, that takes 20 minutes from my house.
Yeah. You got distance. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
It's funny. Like, there's so many people from Hawaii. They love Vegas, right?
yeah.
And so they love it so much, man. We called it the Ninth Island. That's what we call it, the Ninth Island. Because there's 8 islands in the Hawaiian chain. So,
Right.
Yeah. So Vegas, we go to Vegas so much, we ended up just calling it the Ninth Island. And now people moved up to Vegas. So, and for them, they can handle it because I noticed with Vegas that it's grown, but it's still within pockets, right?
Yes,
Like if you
yes.
Somerville or Henderson and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of thought
Yeah.
about you, man. There's this dude. He's British, but he lives in Texas now. And some guy was
yeah?
complaining about he talked to an American. The American was because I guess to drive from where he's from to London is like an hour and a half.
Right.
And then
Right.
the American guy was like, "Oh yeah, let's go, man. That's nothing." And he's like, "What?" That's
Right,
nothing.
exactly.
And so this British guy who lives in Texas was telling the other British guy was like, "Look, dude, you don't understand." Then he showed Texas the map. He was
Right.
explaining to like to why to Americans this is nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I listen, I've told a lot of people from out of state the same thing, man. It's like you'll love it here. The people are great, but you got to redefine your definition of things like far and commute and time and stuff because it's a different breed
Yeah.
out here, man.
Yeah. Well, all right, brother, man. We can wrap it up.
All right, man.
You gotta get back to studying, man.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
too, brother.
yeah.
Hey, I know you're going in a different direction. What are you going to do? Are you studying to be a nurse or are you going to do tech?
Radiology technologist.
Yeah, radiology. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they know me at the radiologist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, if I was in Houston, I'd be your biggest customer.
Hey, man.
Give me every
Gee, hey, look, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd be like, oh man, that's my homie right there.
Oh, look at Zink. Nah.
Yeah.
24 hours.
Hey, don't tempt them, Zinc. Don't
Yeah,
tempt
yeah.
them.
No, those days are long gone, bro.
Yeah.
Trust me,
yeah.
man. Because I'll be having to. I'll be taking. Man, I have to take multivitamins and go to sleep on time.
Right.
That's how much that's changed. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But push on, bro. And then
Yeah, same to you, my friend.
look at the
Yeah.
federal, brother. In the news, there's a lot of stuff being talked about federal, but I mean, they're hiring right now, especially if you're in the medical.
Yeah. I mean, I don't write off anything. You know, I don't write off anything. But yeah, I gotta get back to hitting the books though. So
Yeah, bro. But USA Jobs, bro. USAJobs.com. Just go take a look.
Okay, yeah, I'll check. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm gonna check. Matter of fact, I'll check that out right as soon as we're done.
All right, brother.
All right, have a good one.
Showing up, man. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, guys. Before I go, I just want to shout out the chat, man. Thank you for the conversations. Zink, good to see you, bro. Pepe, man, thanks for being here. I'm glad you're happy. There's so many games coming out, dude. It's a struggle for me. I'll be honest with you in this current time, but I'd rather have this problem than anything else. You know, with all the noise that's out there, dude. If you just focus on the games, to your point, if you just focus on the games, dude, it's all gravy. You know, we can't control some of the stuff that these guys do. The vampire game looks awesome. The one medieval one from Poland. Really? Which one is that, Gogol? I don't know which one that is. Yeah, dude, I didn't realize we're on so long. That's why I gotta stop. I gotta cook dinner. I gotta start up dinner, man. I gotta wash clothes. I gotta do. Today's my off day, man. So I gotta catch up on all the stuff I can't do during the week. Wow, dude, this conversation. And Cygnus, man, thank you for coming in here, bro. I really appreciate it. You're always welcome. And we might disagree on some stuff, but that's fine. Mr. Kima, man, definitely, bro. Always appreciate you coming in and giving your thoughts. I think we got everybody right. I don't want to miss anybody. I know Daniel. Daniel, I know you're here. I know stuff is going crazy with the WNBA, man. I don't know what they're gonna do. The rumor mill is that Caitlin Clark, man, they want to trade her to the Sparks, which would be perfect for me, bro, because I'm a LA fan. I'm a Lakers fan. So adding her to the Sparks, I mean, easy for me to be a Sparks fan. Plus, I like that girl over there, that tall girl, the blonde girl. So they got rid of that girl from China, Yuri. I actually liked her. I thought they had almost like a Twin Tower thing going on last season. And Anthony, bro, cheers to you, brother. You know, we keep it 100 on here. Shout out to my brother Hebot. Shout out to the crew. Sega Man, dude, I sent you the link. I know you're busy, bro, but I mean, we can connect. I really wanted to get your thoughts on Gears. And stand by, guys. It won't be today, but sometime in the near, not too far future, I'm going to be. Oh, Don Walker. Okay. I got to go look that up, bro. Don Walker. You know, I'm trying to catch up with I mean, I keep up with the dude, but I mean, actual looking at trailers, looking at the behind the scenes stuff. That's what I'm trying to catch up on. Yeah, Koga is our resident PS fan. Oh, yeah. He's good, though. He's good. I mean, I feel sorry for Unlimited, man. Unlimited gets the nut jobs in his podcast. Dude, he gets some bad guys in his podcast, bro. I don't know what it is, man. There's the one guy that's always in there, dude. That's always talking trash. Yeah, go. Well, let me know when you're gonna be. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just so busy. It's just working and trying to get stuff done. Also, I gotta take care of my body. I gotta put that, you know, first and foremost, bro. I get up early in the morning to go to the gym to knock that out. Then I gotta go to work. I got to change my diet, man. I'm doing all this different stuff. So it's been not that it's hard. I'm not complaining. It's just that, you know, it just takes time, right? Like I got up this morning. I had to go check my mail. So meanwhile, I was playing solitaire and what's the other game? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You know, it's like Columns, that one game where the stuff drops. Bejeweled. Yeah, because you get points for that. So I'm trying to take advantage of that, right? You know, practice what I preach. And you know, I was having fun, man. I ended up getting a little carried away. I started playing some of the other games they had on the Xbox app, and I was just like, "Oh, this is pretty cool." Right? And then, of course, I wanted to do this today, but I got to go knock out my 2 for Game Pass, right? And then plus, I just want to play. I just want to take time to play when I have time. But let me call it a showcase, man. Thank you guys. Shout out to Asha and the crew. It was an excellent showcase. If I had to rate it, man, 10 out of 10. I was a little, I think before my initial reactions were not as good, but that stuff has come to light. And by not as good, I mean I didn't like the PlayStation logo stuff, but now that that's been explained, shout out to Heba for that as well, and for the community, man. They've been on it. But I like what they're doing. I encourage them to do the same, and I encourage them again, man, to get medieval on this stuff. Right? They're gonna have to crack some eggs, man. You gotta make an omelet, you gotta crack eggs, and that's what they gotta do. Right? They're gonna have to get a little bit, vicious. Doggy dog right now, if I'm being honest. Check out Caputo Bark. It's a good indie game. Yeah, I was playing it. It's on Game Pass, right? That's the one I think I was playing. Yeah, Pokemon style, dude. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I was struggling a little bit, man. I know my age, bro. I know I got some nerve issues. So that's why I was like that Immortal 33, not 33 Immortals, the other one, the French one that came out, bro. I was having a hard time with the timing. That's why now, bro, I've been having to take magnesium and potassium, bro. Like I have to supplement that stuff, right? Because I got to work on my nerves. But yeah, dude. I mean, I played it, dude. Trust me. I played it for a little bit. There's a couple games. There's that one Bistro game that I wanted to try out that dropped. I think dropped yesterday or today. I'm probably gonna do that because I still got to do the 8 for the month. So what I end up doing, guys, is I'll try it out. But if I really like it, I just buy it. So when Sarah Bond was talking about people who buy their games, that's me. Because I'm a gamer at the end of the day, guys. This is how I go, right? And I think this is what they were looking at when the numbers started to drop. Like I said, something happened, bro. And I think people like me, and then in all fairness, man, it's not. I was busy, right? So that also factored in. But at the end of the day, dude, if it's an Xbox, I want Xbox to be Xbox centric first and foremost. Okay. All right, guys. Xbox All In channel. Host Sega Forever. We out.